OTT. The reason being, we also do a lot of tech series, and the efforts that we put into duplicate such sessions can be avoided if we can collaborate with an existing forum. Akshaya had already said in her opening note that we are going to talk about what is witnessing. Obviously, it is AI that's everybody is talking about. AI has become omnipresent, and with the activity skyrocketing in 2023, though it's seen a small dip in 2020. I share few snippets from Nasscom's recent strategic review report, which says the kind of activities that happened in AI space is 2x more, 2x more than what had happened in 2022. If you look at Gen AI activities alone, it is about 9x. When you say activities, can be like product launches, service launches, collaborations between organizations, all that. Skilling is also an important area where it is seeing a lot of focus on Gen AI. For example, large organizations are pledging about 600 to 700 hours of skilling in the Gen AI space or deep technology skilling space. We all talk about skill gap demand, and surprisingly, India stands the least. We were at 23 to 25% in terms of high technology skill gap demand, which is much lesser than the top players like US, UK, or Australia. And about 90% of a skill gap that happens that's falling in this 23 to 24% is in the deep technology space. So as we gather together to learn more, let's collaborate and do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh. To begin with, over the past 11 years, every month, first Wednesday, we start with Tech Bites to get an update on what's happening around the technology world. At the age of 19, the one who is contributing to backend protocol with Onyx graphic user interface, the one who leads backend Open Collective from Kerala. Let's have our young chap, Michelle Abdullah, for Tech Bites.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So every FAYA party we have before the main session starts, we have a tech buy session. So this time we have redesigned the whole tech buy session to make it more immersive for you. Okay, so let's get started. So first we have Navrasa, which is an Indic LLM, which is trained on 15 Indian languages and also English. So I'll show you a quick demo of it. So this is a video demo of it where a person, asks in Hindi and get the response in Hindi. Okay, so now this model is made on top of Gemma, which is the open source model provided by Google. So this also, this more like this model also works with Malayalam, Telugu, and many other languages too. Now next we have an open source text to speech model called Parler. Now the amazing thing about this, the quality is so high you can create audiobooks from it. So that's a comparison. So we have never achieved this kind of quality from text to speech models. Now Parler has just released 2 or 3 days before. So this is an like a demo video of it. Just please do hear it.
This toolkit is training the inference library for high-fidelity speech model.
The model demonstrated here is the first iteration model trained using 10,000 hours of narrated audiobooks.
It generates high-quality speech with features that can be controlled using a simple text prompt, for example, gender and background noise.
Isn't it amazing? Like you can control, if it's a male is speaking or a female is speaking, do you want to add background noise, a cafe background noise, or a cinema theater background noise? So this is a whole new another level, right? So next we have, before that, for all those people who use GitHub Copilot, who love GitHub Copilot, for them, I would like you to show Super Maven, which is the fastest Copilot. Now, how is it faster? Because it's 3 times more faster than GitHub Copilot, and it has 300K context window, whereas GitHub Copilot is at 8K. Now this is a video where it's showing the performance differences.
Superman's innovation lies within its 300,000 token context window. GitHub Copilot recently expanded its context window to 8,192 tokens. While GitHub Copilot is an impressive tool, the context window does pale in comparison to Superman's capacity to understand and integrate information from a vastly larger portion of your code base. Immense context window will.
So as you can see, like the Superman is like 3 times more faster than Copilot, and there's also a free version if you want to try it. And this is actually it's faster than compared to Copilot, but the context window is a bit much less. So next we have a company which aims to reduce electricity charges by sending satellites to Earth orbits. So it's a pretty cool company, and they have a very ambitious aim. That's to say. So the company's name is Reflect Orbital. So what they plan to do is actually send satellites to outer orbit, and the sun rays coming from the sun is get reflected on the satellite and then falls on the solar farms, thus able to create 24/7 electricity using solar energy. So this is just an introduction video. Just do watch it. It's pretty amazing.
This gigantic solar farm doesn't make any power at night, and neither will any of these, but we can change that. With control over sunlight, solar energy can power the world forever. The Russians launched a reflector satellite in the 1990s, and it worked. But we've come a long way since then. With simple satellites in the right constellation shining on existing solar farms, we can produce cheap electricity.
So that's their video, and how they plan. Like they have already done few test cases where they launch air balloons and create electricity like that. Now the next step is actually launching the satellites into the Earth's orbit. Now next we have Chapter 4O. Now there are a lot of videos in the internet, even from OpenAI, hour-long content related to all the features available of 4.0. But this I would like to share you one particular use case which I find very interesting. So just watch this video. So give you a big context. It's a father and son learning trigonometry. Okay, and here's how ChatGPT 4.0 helps it. The student, like the son, to learn trigonometry. Okay, so the sound is not playing. Okay, fine. The sound isn't working, but I'll say what is happening over here. So as you can see in the rightmost window over there, leftmost window. So the person is saying which is the student is trying to find, the son is trying to find which is the hypotenuse of a triangle. Now at first he says marks the red line as the hypotenuse, but actually that's not correct. Now the ChatGPT asks the student like, okay, says that okay, it's the red line is actually not the hypotenuse, but it's the adjacent side. Now hypotenuse will be always opposite right angle. Thus the student able to finding the hypotenuse, which is he underlines in a blue color, and able to find the answer. So this is a very interesting thing because like all students in the world can get a personal tutor for almost for free. Isn't that interesting? And this is a very AI reached around. All you need is just an AI and internet. You can learn anything in the world if you want, and no more teachers maybe. Not agree, but it's a hypothetical. Now, next we have something by NVIDIA, which is called Omniverse. Now, what Omniverse is actually, it's a virtual world where you can train physical AI robots. Let's say there are many. I'll show you a demo, and you may get a more advanced picture of it or more clarity.
The era of robotics has arrived. One day, everything that moves will be autonomous. Researchers and companies around the world are developing robots powered by physical AI. Physical AIs are models that can understand instructions and autonomously perform complex tasks in the real world. Multimodal LLMs are breakthroughs that enable robots to learn, perceive, and understand the world around them and plan how they'll act. And from human demonstrations, robots can now learn the skills required to interact with the world using gross and fine motor skills. One of the integral technologies for advancing robotics is reinforcement learning. Just as LLMs need RLHF, or reinforcement learning from human feedback, to learn particular skills, generative physical AI can learn skills using reinforcement learning from physics feedback in a simulated world. These simulation environments are where robots learn to make decisions by performing actions in a virtual world that obeys the laws of physics. In these robot gyms, A robot can learn to perform complex and dynamic tasks safely and quickly, refining their skills through millions of acts of trial and error. We built NVIDIA Omniverse as the operating system where physical AIs can be created. Omniverse is a development platform for virtual world simulation, combining real-time, physically based rendering, physics simulation, and generative AI technologies.
So what they're doing is like they created a virtual world where physical robots can train, learn, and iterate, and then use that data in the real world. Isn't that amazing? So it reduces the cost and also the speed of testing and iterating. Now the top 3 things of the past month. Now we have a robot. It's called Unitary G1, and the good thing about it is that it only weighs 35 kilos and costs only 16,000 US dollars. And it's available for everyone who is ready to pay $16,000. It's actually very cheap compared to many other robots in the world. Now here's a demo video of the Unitary G1.
Wow, just look at this robot running. It's called the Unitary G1. It's a humanoid agent that can work just like a human. This thing can handle multiple delicate tasks with care. As you can see, Unitary G1 can help you with crushing, practice boxing, and open a bottle cap in no time. It can also handle industrial tasks like working with a cable. The robot stands at 1.2 meters and weighs around 35 kilograms. The best part is that you can carry this robot by folding it.
Well, now it's time for number 2, which is called Latence AI. Now I'll show you a video and I'll explain it after the video. So here's the video. Sorry. Okay, so here is the video. Where is it? Yeah. Now, in case, okay, fine. Now I'll explain what the whole thing is. It's not a video actually, and what it makes is like amazing is like, imagine you write a prompt and image is generated. Okay. Now what happens with the normal image? Now you are zooming 1020x into the image. What you will get? You will get a pixelated image because there's no data. Now what latent AI does is actually when you zoom into an image, it creates an image within an image. So let's say imagine you are writing a prompt for like a mountain range or something. So a mountain range image is generated, and one of the mountain there is a cave-like structure. Now when you click on it, what does latent AI does is like it will enlarge and zoom to that cave and create a cave image. So it's like an image within an image. It's basically how you view dreams, if you feel like that. Now they are somehow able to mathematically represent it and create a video like that. Now this is the first version. It's actually very slow, but the future is very bright. So the number 1, we have showrunner, which is called, if you see the tagline over it, it's called AI Netflix, because it's literally that you can create Netflix style TV shows and movies using AI and by just adding prompts. So this is one of the teaser videos which I will be playing next. So created just using AI. So
Okay, just a few more lines of code.
Jen, I'm scared. What if she doesn't remember us? Or what if she's different? Remember how mad she was when we spilled juice on her work laptop right before her VC pitch? Would she remember that?
I don't know. Remember when Mom used to mess up recipes and we'd end up with whatever that was she tried to make that one time?
Yeah. And she'd laugh and call it a culinary innovation.
Yeah.
I miss her, Jen. I miss her so much it hurts.
This could bring her back to us, Lena. Even if it's just a fragment of her. Okay, here goes.
Jay! Lena! Is the laptop okay? No, Mom. But you are. I love you, my babies, always.
This is just created using text, and the like the company name is the simulation. And if you want to get better access, the website name is showrunner.xyz. So that's it for this month's Tech Bites. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Each day with these many updates, it's very hard to like consolidate these 10 highlights. So you did a great job. Thank you, Michelle. So next we have started with his own social networking platform with more than 1 million users. Let's hear from an inspiring community builder, Google developer expert with the keynote Pushing the Boundaries, the next era of global AI developments. We have Anubhav Singh, the Google developer expert.
I can place like this. Oh, like this. I think so. Sure, let me check. Hi everyone, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, let's have some energy. I know we have all had lunch and we are feeling very comfortable right now, but when you are in a tech conference, it can get boring if you guys are not participating. So I'll make sure that I get to wake up at least a few of you through this session. I have a lot of time, by the way, so you will have to bear with me. And hi, once again, I'm Anubhav Singh, co-founder Callchim.ai, Google developer expert for ML and GCP, a bunch of other things. If you're interested in any of them, do let me know after the session. I'm just loitering around here. You can catch me and we can talk about it. And good news, I have another skill on my portfolio. I added it very recently, around the time when I was sitting at the airport today, that I'm a musician. Thank you. And while I was going to the airport in the cab, I also added another skill. I'm also an artist. I create digital images using DALI. No, that's not all. I'm also an expert on geology. You can ask me anything about rocks, the way I'm rocking right now. That's a very lame joke, but yeah, let's bear with it. I have the mic. Anyway, I'm also a sort of a doctor. Uh, my list of credentials does not stop there. I'm also sort of a scientist, and yeah, recently I've been feeling a lot of things, that I'm capable of pretty much anything. I can challenge any of you in your field of study using ChatGPT. Not myself, sorry. And this is the secret to my energy, right? I think yeah, I mean, all of us have access to these tools, right? It feels fun. Everyone knows everything now. We are all Sheldon Cooper. Who gets that reference? Yes, couple of Big Bang Theory folks. Nice. Yeah, but do you not feel like this these days? Yeah. Yes, how many of you feel like this? Okay, awesome. Oh, a lot of Doctor Strange in the house. Nice. We can build our own Avengers army. That's good to know. And but the question, right? The hype is real. How many of you think the hype is real? Yes, 2 supporters, 3, 4, 5, 6. Close contest? No? How many of you think the hype is not real? Yes, raising his hand very high. Now you're like this. Yes, anyone else? Non-supporters? Non-supporters. I'm trying to divide the house. Yes? No? What about the rest of you? Neutral? Nota? None of the above? Okay. But this is a number from Grandview Research. The AI market as of 2024 is somewhere around 196.63 billion. This, by the way, a 3x growth from 2023 when it was somewhere around 60, and obviously manifold from the last 2-3 years, right? And this is definitely a lot of hype, right? And this is how the graph goes actually. If you look at the global annual AI software revenue, right? People who are building AI software. How many of you are building AI software in the house today? Building AI software or trying to build AI software, or you got a client requirement of AI software, anything which makes you work with AI as of today, do raise your hand high. Yes, there's something to be proud of. You are working in something which is posed to be the future of tech. But that is just me saying it. We'll have to take a look at the numbers, right? NVIDIA, by the way. NVIDIA is not an AI company, first. It's not an AI company, but it has seen stellar growth, right? How many of you have observed NVIDIA stocks? Anyone has it? Yes, happy people, right? These are the people who are getting rich every day, right? So, this goes along with that, right? These are the AI companies, by the way. Microsoft, Google, Meta. We knew them for a very long time as the pioneers of AI, right? Google said that it has been AI since like 20 years, since forever, and then obviously some of them came along. But then Nvidia never said that they were in AI. Nvidia said we are selling the hardware you use for building AI, right? Yes. How many of you are trying to become similar to Nvidia by any chance? Not using LLM APIs, but rather providing LLM APIs. Anyone here doing that? No, not yet. Okay, hopefully you will be convinced by the end of this session that this is the smartest strategy. But yes, the question remains, right? Are we there yet? How many of you have this question? Are we there yet? AGI, right? The holy grail of AGI. How many of you think we are there already? No, I see some people shaking their hands, like shaking their heads very slowly. What about the rest of you? How many of you are like saying that we have reached the time when we can have an AGI? No one. Okay, how many of you believe that it's not there yet? One half. Okay. Yes, there in the back. Okay. A very confused room. That is what I read. And let me help you by confusing you a bit more. Here's a video of a steam train on a bridge. Interestingly, this video, yeah, it's playing all right. It's very blurry. Let me try playing this again. So, what do you think? This video, is it real or is it AI? Real? Oh, you can actually see that. That's sad. Yeah. So, how do I show it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that was Sora. Obviously, it's probably one of the latest entrants in crazy stuff that AI can do. But then there's also this. We need to look at August 2023. There was a recruiting AI built by a company, and it simply started rejecting all the candidates, all the male candidates above 60 and all the female candidates above 55. uh, Not a great thing to have, right? Not a great thing to have. And yes, similarly, you probably know what this is. Can anyone take a guess? DALI. No, just because I said I'm an artist because of DALI does not mean this is done by DALI. And any other guesses? Mid Journey. Okay. Anyone else? Sorry. Okay, I have not heard of that probably, or maybe I can't get it properly. This is Stable Diffusion, right? This is where it started actually, right? Everyone then started doing variations of Stable Diffusion, and we got a lot of applications around this Hugging Face built diffusers, and everyone is working with more and more lightweight versions of Stable Diffusion, which can do more and more crazy stuff. So that said, this is also an example, right? Some success, some failure. Turns out training your bot on Twitter interactions is not a great idea. Recently, another company learned very nicely in the last couple of weeks that it's not a good idea to train your data set on Reddit comments. Anyone knows which company was that? Someone said it. Yes, they trained their data sets on Reddit comments, and they gave a lot of very interesting output. Yeah, but anyway, bad data set, not a good idea. And then let's take another look at this video. Okay, the audio probably does not come out. So this was done using Google's Music FX, and yeah, I'm not sure why it's not displaying properly, but this is where I started my DJ journey with, right? And then obviously there's this interesting thing, right? All of this is 2023, 2024. I'm not talking about like 10 years back, 12 years back. Whatever I'm talking about is probably something which happened in the last 12 months or less, right? This is not a good idea, right? A bot suggesting how to build chemical weapons. Yeah, probably something like this, but yeah, not a good idea, right? How many of you are confused at this point? What I'm trying to prove? Is it good? Is it bad? Yes? You're confused? A bit? Okay. Someone more confused than a bit? Yes, very confused. He has given up. He's like, oh no. Okay, anyone else? Is it good? Is it bad? No? Okay, I have a question at this point, which is not in my slides. It's just something which came to my mind right now. What is good? What is bad? Killing a mosquito, is it good? Is it bad? Good for us, bad for the mosquito. If we kill enough mosquitoes, the whole world's balance will be lost and it will be bad for us. So, should we kill a mosquito or not? Yes? You want to destroy the world's balance? Are you supporting destroying the world's biological ecosystem? So, in a limited way. Okay. That is very controversial. In a limited way. We could also start killing people to reduce world's population burden in a limited way. We are doing that. Okay. I'm not sure what your experiences are. I do not have that sort of experience. What is good? What is bad? Does anyone have any opinion about this? You all have mics right now in front of you. You can use them. I see a lot of senior people.
Promotes the survival of the earth and the biological degrade can be considered as good in the long term, not for short term profits.
I think a lot of people will agree with me. If we could reduce the human population by half, the earth would benefit a lot.
I would agree.
Yeah. Anyone else Anyone else?
Anything that doesn't, yes,
Sorry, where? Yes.
anything that doesn't affect the environment or a person or something, a living being, is good. Then the vice versa is good.
If I use AI to financially scam you,
When
it
talking
does
to,
not
when
affect the
talk-
environment.
Yeah, when talking to AI, if you train the model in a good data set, it is going to be a good output. And if you're going to train a data set as a bad, of course, you're going to give a bad output.
My question comes back to the same thing. What is good? What is bad, right? I train a chatbot which is good at sales. It sells you a pen for 1000 rupees, and that pen actually sells for 5 rupees. But my requirement was of 1000 rupees to survive this day. Did it do good or did it do bad?
Actually, good and bad is respect
Yeah.
to each person.
Yes.
Like everyone has their own good and bad. So it is my good may not be others' good.
How?
Like if I kill mosquito, that's not the good of the mosquito. Like that, everyone has in this kind of situations, everyone is having their own goods and bads.
Okay.
I think we can say we need a balance because you can't just do away with the bad altogether. Good and the bad must balance itself in a ratio that's stable. Because if it gets too good, I mean, something. I mean, if everybody becomes selfless, and then probably we will lose our mechanism to detect cheating and all that. So we need personally the population who are selfish and food coming from to maintain this ability. Otherwise, they were like dodos normally. Like when some predators come, we won't be prepared to fight because we have forgotten how to fight.
We need arms to maintain peace. Right? That sort of logic. Yeah.
So can we ask ChatGPT itself? So it will be better, right?
Yeah, probably it will have a very interesting answer to that. Okay, thank you. See, I totally agree with all of you, to be honest, right? I am going to be that neutral guy. What I want to point out is if we are not able to even form a consensus within humans, how are you going to expect it from a bot, which does not have emotions and emotional intelligence like us, right? And that is why, how the bot is trained makes a lot of difference in how it is going to perform, right? The data set which is going in, the skew of the data set which might have gone unobserved, and a lot of times even if for you the data set looks perfectly balanced, it may not represent the true nature of human society, right? Let's say if we have a data set which has equal number of views of both the left wing and the right wing in any sort of context, in a country, in a debate, or whatever it may be, equal amount of data coming in, right? And the model learns to be absolutely neutral, right? Is that a good thing? It might not be a good thing. Sometimes one of the parties might be wrong, right? The left wing might be wrong, the right wing might be wrong. We don't know who. But the bot learning to be absolutely neutral, it will not help the humans at the end of the day. No? Right? So, whatever we talk about in the rest of this talk, in the rest 15 minutes or so, whatever I have left, you need to keep in mind whenever we talk about AI, there's a lot of data set factor which is going in, and that factor may not always be the fault of the people who have created it, but also it could be because of the inherent biases of the whole human society, right? So, a particular gesture might be very welcome in India. That same gesture might not be welcome in different countries. You cannot do anything about that. The model is trained on all of this. Maybe that country has a population of 100 people, we have a population of 1 billion. Just because there are 1 billion data points saying that this is the correct gesture does not mean in that country it will become the correct gesture. No. The people there will still see it as wrong. But just because the data set was higher here and lower there, the model learned it as the correct gesture, right? If today you ask an AI bot to draw the map of India, this is an example I'm taking just from yesterday. I was scrolling through some of the comments on social media. and someone pointed out to an AI model that, hey, your model is not drawing the correct map of India. Right? So maybe there is some nuance which is acceptable in India, but not outside. And similarly, something which is acceptable to the country where that bot was trained, but not acceptable in India. Right? You cannot really make an AI which is correct on all factors. Right? So that's not possible. Yeah, someone will have to again do that. Bring it back thing. Sure. Can we bring that back? Yeah. Yes. So to continue that same thought, so that same line of thought, right? Whatever developments are happening, they are good in mostly only one context, and they are probably not great at others. Right? You need to keep this in mind when you are building software which uses AI. When you are developing AI-powered solutions, the first thing that you have to keep in mind is that whatever you are developing has to be down to that one particular problem statement which you are trying to solve. If you try to solve for everyone and everything, it will need a lot of thought. That said, this is what AI mostly encompasses as people who are directly affected by it, right? The people, like the common man, us. Then there's the government, governing agencies, administrations, investors, and businesses. All of them have different kind of expectations from AI, right? And it's really important for AI to cater to all of these at the same time. And trust me, if you replace the AI there with any name, like any random technology name, it has to cater to all of them. That is how technologies grow. If a technology caters only to a particular segment and leaves out the rest, it will probably fail at some point. It will hit some hurdles. Look at crypto money, right? It does not go down well with governments who want to regulate the financials, right? So it probably solves a lot of things for a lot of people, but does not go well with the business, like the governments, right? So let's first talk about people. I have been told I have 5 minutes, and there's actually not a lot of slides here. So let's talk about the people and something like this, right? People are worried that AI will take over the world, AI will take away jobs, whatnot, right? AI will do all my schoolwork for me. I will not study and I'll become a genius, things like those. But then AI is just what you make out of it, right? If you train it poorly, it will perform poorly. It's not magic. And then let's take a look at the government. The government has an expectation of something which is as cute and as playable as Aibo, right? It's simple, it's easy to understand, it does not hurt anyone, everyone loves it. But then that happens as well, right? AI can do that as well. So AI is also playful. AI is also like can create problems, like major problems, citing fake laws. There have been instances of that as well. And if you look at the investors are very interesting. Any investor in the house? People who put money in AI companies. These two images are basically about the same company, right? And pretty much everyone in the world is calling it a scam. But at the same time, it has also raised 30 million in funding. What does it show? Investors are scared of the image on the left. Investors love the image on the right. People will see that, okay, hey, this startup raised 30 million. Probably I should put some millions as well. But then they see this image. And even then they will invest in companies which come out of AI. So it's an interesting landscape for people who are investing in AI. And if you look at businesses, obviously businesses have their own challenges, right? 82% of business leaders surveyed in 2024 have already developed or are intending to develop AI-based solutions this year. But at the same time, training a very small 7 billion parameter model costs somewhere around 85,000 USD. And let's just forget about image models, right? So the text model itself is that costly. Image models are way more costly, right? Many folds. It's really not possible for people who do not have a lot of money to train models like this. And even with a lot of money, we saw all the AI fails earlier. What will you do if you spend, let's say, 100 million in training a model and it starts spewing out random stuff taken out of Reddit comments? Right? Not all businesses can afford that. If you have spent 100 millions, you want to get at least 1 billion back. But then, yes, let me simplify the stuff that I was talking about earlier: people, government, businesses, investors. Let me boil it down and make it simpler for us, right? For the people in this room. And how I do it is I simply replace them with 4 other parameters, right? Utility, safety, return on investment, and cost. This makes much more sense to us, right? Instead of having to worry about everyone outside this room, let us just focus on ourselves. And for utility, right, I think I'll just read the first line: build what the market wants, not what you fancy. How many of us are developers in this room? We love building crazy stuff, right? We want to build all the fanciest to do apps which no one uses. How many of you have done that? You have a personal to do app which is very, very cool, very, very fancy, does all the AI stuff. No one else wants to use that. You tell your friends, hey, look, this is something cool I made. They show you Notepad and they will like, I write it on Notepad. Happens. We build fancy stuff. We like building fancy stuff. No, build something which sells, right? If you want to start your own business, if you want to maybe become an indie developer, a standing alone developer, uh, and probably the last line, which how many of you are by any chance WordPress developers here? WordPress, they're still making money out of it. PHP is dead. PHP is dead. People said this 10 years back. Java is dead. How many of you have heard of that? Java is dead. In your college life, probably in everyone's college life, the third year and fourth year seniors told you Java is dead, don't do it. How many of you have worked with Java here? Raise your hand, say nothing to be ashamed about. It still runs on 3 billion devices. Right? Nothing is dead. People are still using those products. People are still building legacy systems. People still work with PHP. And there's money to be made. PHP developers, good PHP developers are so hard to come by today that anyone with 3 or 4 years of experience can demand for something like 15, 20 LPA just at the starting. Right? So let's not worry about what's mundane, what's boring, what does not excite us. If it makes money, build it. If you're a founder, go and build something which sells. Don't worry about where the fancy world is going. Safety, yes. How many of you worry about the safety of your product at the very starting? Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 4.5. You were like, yes, but this should be your top priority. If you're working with AI, see, normal software development, I understand. You can build the whole stuff, add a security layer later. You can add your API gateways, put security there. But with AI, you cannot do that. Garbage in, garbage out. You put in images of all the incidents in history being carried around by people of color, and then when you ask for the 7 founders of America, you will get the response in people of color, right? That actually happened with someone. So do not do that, right? Safety is the first thing. Keep that in mind when you are developing an AI model, creating your own data set. Safety is the first thing you need to take care about. Whether you are by mistake breaching someone's copyright or privacy or things like those, worry about that while you are creating your data set. Return on investment. Yes, I'll again read the first line. You either sell a lot or scale or do both. But if you do neither, then shut it down. Right? If whatever product you have made is neither scaling nor selling a lot, try to shut it down as soon as possible, because AI can burn a hole for you. If a lot of people start using it, if you get a huge amount of demand, but you are neither able to scale nor able to sell it for a good return on investment, you will go down. And history has told us the same thing over and over again. Look at Stability AI. Go and research about that if you have not. Stability AI built great products, stable diffusion, right? It made it open source. Wasn't able to sell it for a cost. Boom. Right? And yes, don't build a tank to crush an ice cream cone. For a simple task, don't use an AI to do it. Don't use Gemini for doing 2 plus 3. Right? You can do that with a calculator. You can build a normal arithmetic program to do that. Every language supports 2 plus 3. Why will you use Gemini to do that? So if you're building, a lot of people build edtech tools these days which solve mathematical problems for you. You probably don't need AI for that. Wolfram Alpha was doing it like 15 years back. You can build something like that. You don't have to use Gemini for it, right? And then obviously cost, right? Cost is a major problem. If you can solve this, you're probably going to be in the lead. That if you can build a ML model correct in one go, I will really bow down to you, because it's really difficult to come up with the correct data set with the correct model parameters to train it in one go and get it absolutely right. Even the most seasoned people do not, right? So yes, that. And then finally, yes, get a ML team which is happy to learn more. Machine learning domain is changing almost every day. If you have a machine learning team which is not ready to upgrade, they're probably the wrong people on the team. You need people who are very happy to read and study new stuff every day. At the same time, whatever you are building, make sure its maintenance cost is not high. See, your building cost could be high. AI takes a lot of money to build, but once you have built it, its maintenance and running it smoothly, that should not be costly. Because if that becomes costly, then you will have to scramble for money. That said, yes, let's come to the conclusion. This is all I conclude with, right? AI is not magic, it is mathematics. Use it like mathematics, right? Please do not think about AI will do so and so for me. It's all maths, it's all in the data, it's all in what has gone into it and the kind of mathematics you are doing to bring out the result. Do not think of it as anything more. Like train it, sorry, understand it exactly like you do with maths. If you put in garbage, you will get garbage. And if you put in the good stuff and you have your formulas correctly, you will get the right result. Finally, yes, preparing for the future for those of you who want to have a career in AI. Some things which I'll share, because I've been in AI field for almost 10 years now, and this is what I have gathered over the years. Follow the right AI influencers, the people who write code, the people who talk about the maths behind it. Do not just follow people who create reels about fancy products. That is not the correct AI influencer to follow. Follow the people who actually do the stuff, right? And read a lot, read every day. Take out some time every day to read some papers, read some latest blog posts which have come out of companies which are working in AI. And yes, keep thinking about its possible applications everywhere, because a lot of possible applications of AI have still not been thought about, and a lot of people have still not touched them. So you can do that. That said, here are some resources. You can click on these links once I share the deck with you. And that is all. Thank you. You can get connected with me on pretty much any platform. I have the same username everywhere. And you can get the deck by scanning that QR code. You can take a photo of it for sake of being faster. And I have one last QR code to share. Okay, can we move forward? Okay, wait. Cool. I'd love some feedback from you. So if you can fill this form, that would be amazing. You can probably take a photo of it, fill it while we are preparing for the next session, or else you can just fill it. It's a very short form. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. That was thought provoking. Your insights into the confusion, the hype, and the reality. So, next we have Nikhil Chandran, the founder and CEO of Tilt Labs. Nikhil has seamlessly integrated emerging technologies in AR, VR, virtual production, and geospatial intelligence into Tilt Labs' portfolio. He is a pivotal figure in the AVGC XR policy development for Kerala and serves as the Vice President for the Society of AVGC Institutions of Kerala. So we have the keynote titled Convergence of Tech, Spatial Computing, Geospatial, AR, VR, and AI by Nikhil Chandran, founder and CEO of Tilt Labs.
Good afternoon. And thank you, Abhinav. It's a very great session. And I'm not going to talk about any deep tech or anything. I'm just going to show you a couple of show reels, talk about some of the use cases, and which you can some take away. And I'm going to narrate this using my own tech journey and what we do in Tilt Labs and how we adapt technologies from games, spatial computing, virtual production, AR, VR, and all using game engines. And now, how we integrate the AI and AI scopes into this by means of creating special assistants in the AR VR space. So the topic we are going to cover is like we just give you an introduction, then we'll talk about some spatial computing and future potential and how AI going to evaluate it and real world use cases and some racing game technology and some government policies and incentives that you can adapt this kind of technologies. So Tilt Labs, I formed this almost 8 years along with my friend and partner and my classmate Muhammad Rafi almost 8 years back, and with the dream of bringing the technology and art form together. And for that, we add up the game technologies. As always, all the startups, we start publishing our own games, and we never reached or we never generated any money at during that period of time because of something like we use fancy applications. As the Abhinav said, we created very big gameplays, 3D applications, etc., etc. Nothing worked out until unless we figure out like things will only work out when we integrate data intelligence into it. And we started our company with the dream of creating 1 million users to our games, and I mean the single game. So that we started. And as we are in the gaming industry, we had to adapt this machine learning, AI, and different tech at early stage itself. And it was very tough job for us to learn everything and get into that space. So now Tilt Lab is almost 90 plus employees inside Technopark and outside. There is a studio. We have presence in most of the countries. And now also we are working in early immersive technologies. Let me show you some demos and you can understand what we are coming up into the table. And I'm very proud that we are from Kerala and from Trivandrum and Technopark. Thank you, Dibu, for this opportunity. Sound? Is it possible? Sorry. I think I transfer the audio to the HDMI. Is it okay?
It's auxiliary.
Auxiliary. Okay. Is it done? Can you check the HDMI, please? Okay. Audio. It's crashed. It's crashed. So these are the several applications and games we built long back with the help of our employees and staff. We have a bunch of game designers. We build this kind of games for different customers as well in-house. Our dream is to publish this to Play Store and App Store and get $1 million, million users to reach. But it was very tough job for us to create such a games. So we have to find service projects so that we work with. This was one of the first project which we done with Kerala government. It's called Traffic Guru, not this one, the previous one. The game which we did for them is to create Kerala locations and create a small racing game for traffic awareness. And this one in 2016, I think, from best gamification award from Abu Dhabi government for the Kerala police. So that's our start, and we build a lot of almost 45 games to figure out that data is the right candidate to make our dream come true. So finally, to make our $1 million users or million users, what we did is like we studied user pattern, the behavior, how they play games, from which genre they play games, which level they like. Even we don't like that particular level. If a user, most of the users say that kind of game plays they required, we always opt in for the user suggestions. And we also added different intelligent platforms to make the decisions correct based on the user interactions. That's how we created this most revolution run with the help of a publisher. We created 1 million users and still growing. Similarly, we have multiple games across the Play Store and App Store to deliver the solution. And we are very happy that from the place like Kerala, we reached a point where 1 million users in the gaming ecosystem. And it's very hard to reach specific selections. And this is only because of the ML or AI, data intelligence. In that time, we don't call it as AI, but it's mostly in the data intelligence segment. But we don't stop there. We adapted AR/VR technologies. We imported first VR headset from UK, Oculus Rift, the tethered one. We start building enterprise users. Initially, we start build games. Again, as an entrepreneur, we have to fail before we become successful. We figure out like game is not going to create any kind of value in AR VR space. The enterprise does. We started creating this kind of workforce training simulations along with a concept called Triple engage, exercise, and evaluate, connected with other technologies like LMS and other backend system. And also we applied what we learned from our gaming perspective. So we converged a lot of other technologies and what we learned and produce these kind of training simulation for our customers. And by using this, they could train their new and emerging workforces or existing workforces and also evaluate, engage them, and assess them how they perform inside the simulators. That's how we also learned work with domain expertise, not only limited to any of automotive, but also venture into aviation and understand the domain and start creating simulations. Think about now we are in a verge of adding AI prompt inside the virtual reality so that they can interact with an AI prompt and get feedbacks of indirectly. Previously, we used to have a spectator view and give a additional person into that to evaluate their aspects. But with the help of AI, we can able to engage this kind of evaluations. So healthcare is another bigger segment in AR VR, and also because of this AI adaptation. I don't want to deep dive into what tech we are using or what kind of thing. Mostly AI, we are using the standard maker concept, and also in game engines, we are using all the concepts. So here, this is a pre-medical test where we help people to train a rat lab or a laboratory for pre-medical testing. So instead of killing or by accidentally killing the rats, they use this kind of virtual reality training simulation. You see this using bare hand tracking system to interact with a virtual rat doll enabled rat, and they work on it and they get assessed and evaluated and exercised based on this input. And there will be 56 kind of procedures. Everything will get into this, and everything can be created by use of game engines, by Unity and 3D modeling stuff. So this is how the AR and VR kind of a adaptation happen in the healthcare as well. And still, we understand the potential of game engines is not limited to that. We wanted to venture into other creative area as well. So what we did is we adapted another technology called virtual production. It's basically in Unreal Engine. So we learned Unreal Engine, we created a very good theme, and we started selling two aspects. One, high quality CG visuals and pre-visualization. And here what they exactly does is pre-visualization, the directors could pre-visualize entire script before they're going get into production. That's how they can save tons of monies of producers. The first movie which we did is I think you everybody is expecting this movie, the Tomino Thomas upcoming movie called Agenda Randa Moshnam. Director Jidin Lal contacted us and we converted almost 45 minutes of script into 3D visuals. I will show a very glimpse of in from that. So it's a trailer and a previous footage. This helped the director to predict what next scene should come in, what are the aspects I should change, and he could visualize everything in a 3D world rather than just simply writing or sketching or visualizing in his mind. So this is why the pre-visualization concept we adapt. Along with that, we started creating very high quality visuals for Hollywood movies, shows, AR, VR, XR shows, and all, and by using the Unreal concept. So you can see these are all 3D animation, high quality using real-time technology. Why I am emphasizing real-time technology is like when you name real-time technology, it's all game engines, not traditional animation pipeline. Here, there will be a blueprint, coding, everything will be there to create exact pipeline to avoid repeated work. So this helped us to start into amusement park technology as well. Wonderla reached out to us asking to convert their existing roller coaster without adding any sensors, what you can do. So we integrated another concept called geospatial or spatial computing, and it's called spatial anchoring. So by using this MetaQuest and the spatial anchoring technology and the VR, we created this visual, and without adding any sensor into the existing roller coaster, they can give the experience in a shared perspective way. So from the game to the AR VR, from the backend system, and now the geospatial data, everything help us to add more value to the customers from the game engine perspective. Let's see you a BFX breakdown of a dragon, which we did inside our Tilt Labs, but how we use real-time technology for this. See the quality of the footage. This is done using real-time game engines for ultra-realistic visuals rather than a traditional pipelines. And this is done because of not only the creativity, but also adding shaders using advanced programming and computation, as well as a lot of integration processes. And now we are in a process of adding more value, and we wanted to contribute to the other area of the aspects. So now we taking the spatial computing and AI together and trying to create another set of product which is used by the decision makers to create digital cities, smart cities, and also visual aspects of the cities, bringing the all cities back with the AR aspects and digital factories. So let's see how we are doing that. Before that, I want to add, how many of you know what is spatial computing? Great. So Apple redefined spatial computing aspects. They created an umbrella term called spatial computing for all these aspects called augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, 3D mapping, geospatial, sensors, and human interaction and applications. All these, they bridge together and form an umbrella term called spatial computing. They put together for different aspects of humankind. So how AI is going to add value to the spatial computing? So AI enhance user experience. Previously, when people wear the headset, the interaction will be like, it's not automated, it's like a simple chatbot. Now, because of the AI, we can give them a prompt very quickly and response and give them as per their intention. And AI reduced spatial mapping error by 70%. To create digital cities and digital factories, we need to create maps. So from the satellite 2D map to 3D, we need advanced deep learning AI system to do that. I will show you how we do that. And also improving predictive analysis. How, if you have a $100 million or a 10 crore rupee, something like that, if the government wanted to put your pharmacy across a specific area, they can start putting and create 3D map and lay out where to put in exact way. So here is an example. It's a common problem in Trivandrum where our government will dig a hole and lie pipes, but they forgot where to exactly there. So we created using geospatial intelligence and for under utility detection. So we use GIS data mapping and AR so that the construction workers can hold the iPad or the glasses and they can see what laid inside in underground, and they can dig properly or they can avoid destructing that. So suppose we wanted to do this is from Google. Our demo can't show here, so I just took from Google. So this is a geospatial demo from Google. You can create or bring back the all city look by augmented reality by geospatial intelligence. So here you go to Padmanabha Shomi Kshetram and just point your phone and his old look will come up by augmenting information. So the next problem, as I said, which we are trying to solve is we want to build a product which help decision makers to create better cities, factories using spatial computing and geospatial intelligence. So let's talk about digital twins of factories. So how we create it. So our friend told us like the 3D models of factories and countries and locations and maps are very important for any kind of geospatial data or geospatial application. For that, again, the drone technology become prominent now. They are used for mapping, and that will help us to create very photorealistic map by different photogrammetry or a lidar kind of a thing using another tool called reality capture, which is also a game engine technology released by Epic Games. And we can also create the maps using satellite data. There is a company called blackshark.ai where we buy maps from them, or the Maxa, where satellite 2D images can be converted to 3D and data can be projected on top of that. So I am going to show you a simple example of digital factory oil rig. Here, entire oil rig is point cloud is generated using terrestrial scanning and drones, and we use advanced technologies to convert to 3D, and we pinpoint each and every hotspot, and user can interact with it. We can also see what is the data or data from the server side and bring back to the extraction processes where how the process is happening inside using dynamic animations and lot other stuff. This will help the factories to train their existing employees or new employees with the new processes, also demonstration for their customer visit and a lot of other open areas. And this also have a large LED panel, a command center way where they can interact with 3D model and each and every object, and they can see what happening in that area, why is happening, and what is the parameters. So this is kind of a digital factories that we are trying to develop in Tilt Labs by using game technologies. I will tell you in detail. They have only allowed me 15 minutes, so I will complete and get back to you on this. So now, after factories, we wanted to create something called, it's a common terminology, like there is a concept called 15-minute cities. Are you aware about that? 15-minute cities? So it's like if you walk or cycle from a specific point from your home, you should get everything what you need for living, medical, hospitals, everything. How your decision makers, how your mayors, or how your chief minister, or how your government authority is going to plan these kind of cities. They need advanced maps and data, private, government data, also public data, to mix both and predict it. So they can create the 3D models using satellite information like this. These are all 3D models created from satellite maps, and or they can plot into a 3D ecosystem and highlight and see what is the weather condition. They can simulate whether it's going to rain, how the rain going to affect, what is the flood going to happen. Several case studies. So this is how the digital cities is going to plan, where this building is right to, and whether you have to allocate the permit for this building because the height is too high or low, etc. So there are a lot of use cases to urban planning, development, and constructions. Assume you're wearing a Apple Vision Pro or a Oculus Quest, and you are in the top boss building, and you are a mayor of a city or a decision maker of a city or an IAS officer. And this, because of the geospatial data, it will point you what is going to happen that specific area and what is happening. And if you plot the TomTom traffic data, how the city is going to perform. And you can open up a large command center, and he can take the decision very accurately rather than scrolling up the papers or scrolling up the Windows segment. So that's what kind of a decision-making tool Tilt Labs is making. So it could be collaborative, it could be single operated, and it could be tabletop, or it will be in a wall command centers. So by using this, by using the government private data and the public data, we can ask the 3D models what is happening in your city, how and when is going to happen, and where is going to happen. This information is quite enough for any. I think our politicians are great, and they are very good decision makers. If we give them a right data at their front, they can take a right call. So that is why our dream to bring such kind of products from Kerala to the world. So we created a prototype using Seattle data, and Seattle data, they have awesome aggregation of all set of data, and we use Google CCM and Tiles and Google Earth, and we plotted all the information here. And now people can interact with the city and have different plot and assessment. That's how they can start predicting, and that's how they can plan. So if a organization is ready to spend a CSR fund, they want to allocate to schools, how many schools they can make in specific city and where it is required, how many people is staying in specific area, and what is their spending and authority. So this is Google Earth data, and we use satellite as well. The previous one you see is the satellite one. So that's the product which we are trying to build. And as our friend said, the training of this kind of digital models or digital city is a huge task and huge fund requirement. So this, as of now, it's self-funded. We are trying to raise funds, so more updates is about to come. So there are a lot of things to learn, more stuff. So we'll keep you posted about this product. And by using this, we just talked about the convergence of different technologies together, like AR, VR, AI, and many other technologies, and computation, drones, map, satellite. So this is how the products of this era is trying to formulate. It's not only because of one specific tech, it's about converging much tech together and produce a result for the humankind, for the better living. That's what we are trying to do at Tilt Labs. So I want to show you some statistics, and then I will close and I will open for the QA. So because of the Apple Vision Pro, before there was headsets, even Apple Vision Pro, even if it's not a consumer grade devices, there are meta devices are there, but it's elevated the overall adoption of these kind of tech in the industry. So in education, in gaming, healthcare, I don't want to go deep into statistics because I have less time. But by projecting this to you, I think people have to work on these kind of tech, because Tilt Labs work started is, again, we want more people to come together to produce various use cases. There are a lot of use cases has to be solved using these kind of technologies. So apart from that, I want to emphasize, previously our parents would say that gaming is a sin. Don't do gaming. It's ruin your life. But in India, its trending is entirely changing. Every parents wanted to know what is gaming. The overall gaming ecosystem, esports, uh, game development, game application development, everything is changing in very, very good prospects. So there are a lot of grants and funds, even from our government, from the foreign governments. So those who wanted to start developing games or game related ABGC XR solutions, a lot of potential available. I think we are trying to use them as well. I think you have to use these kind of grants and incentives to get started with this kind of technologies. Even I'm part of SAIC. SAIC is a Society of ABGC XR. Even Deebu, me, and all was the part of ABGC XR policies definement. So here we are trying to put these kind of incentives. Those who are coming animation, VFX, games, or extended reality application, we are projecting that there will be good support from Kerala government as well. So I'm not the authority to do say that, but these informations are public now. You can check. And also recently there are a lot of articles posted, like how many jobs you're going to create in this ABGC XR segment in using this kind of tech. And also I heard before the election there was one very video released by Narendra Modi about esports. Also they said that they are going to cement the gaming ecosystem in India. So there are a lot of potential available. So you guys can also explore in this area. And nothing much. Thank you. And if there is any questions, please. Yes. There are different aspects. There are conversions are available. So then sometimes if AI, it will take 2 to 3 weeks based on the square kilometers. If it is even if it is AI generated, we have to do a lot of manual work. That will take again weeks, sometimes months. So if you see the factories, 6 months. It's a huge area. So once you're done, we have the 3D model and we can start integrating data onto it. We are trying to reduce the time of creating these 3Ds by different aspects, like implementing terrestrial scanning, LiDAR, satellite. We have to and photogrammetry using drones. So tech has to evolve, but as of now, it's taking a little bit of time.
Like if it is an university, how much it is going to cost to model in a digital
University. Yeah, it depends. I can't tell the numbers now, but it depends upon the square kilometers you have to put together. It's all about the square kilometers you wanted to bring into the 3D world. And there is in universities, I suggest you to check virtual tour. Even students can run. There is one thing called 3GS, 3D Gaussian splatter, where you can take 360-degree videos and put this AI algorithm. It's another AI, but you need a lot of computation. I think your college schools have it. Just pass through it, you will get a 3D, but you need to polish. That's it.
Last year, Kerala government announced something which you mentioned, a virtual tour around Patmanabhan Swami Temple. Are you guys involved in that one?
We have done something. It's not virtual tour. It's I can comment on that because if you ask, we have consulted. Yes.
Okay, but not that specific example. If it is a project like that, can you do it just with the satellite data? And
that is no need. The satellite is always expensive. You can't just order a small space, and you need to contact Maxar, or there is less people who provide this kind of data. So it will take. You can scan the whole space and you can convert a photogrammetry. It's like you can even use a 360 Insta 364 is very powerful. It's awesome. Converted the from video you can create 3D world. It's not real time. It's you have to convert the 3D data first.
Like all these things are like going to take data from the Earth sensors or anything.
Yes, that is protocols. Like to integrate with the HMIs and other IoT sensors. That is all protocols. There is standard protocols for any these kind of interactions, from this transfer data. IoT protocols are there. Anyway, I will around. We can discuss. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the integration of AR, VR, IoT and other technologies, that was fabulous, Nikhil. Thank you so much. So coming up next, Beacon Protocol is an open specification that creates a common language for interoperability among different digital platforms and networks. FIDE, the Foundation for Interoperability in Digital Economy, is the author of Beacon Protocol specification. We have Ravi Prakash, Head of Architecture and Technology Ecosystem at FIDE, for the keynote titled Intersection of AI and Open Networks, Opportunity for India.
Am I audible? Am I audible? Thank you. I really don't know how I look, so. Okay. So I have been given only 15 minutes, so I am going to. Thank you. Great. So for those who don't know me, my name is Ravi Prakash. I work at a organization, not-for-profit foundation called Foundation for Interoperability in Digital Economy. I know it's quite a mouthful. We can just call us FIDE. I'm the co-author of Beacon Protocol, the technology which is currently powering several large-scale DPIs today, like NAMAYA 3, ONDC, Honest, and the latest, which is the Unified Energy Interface. So today we are going to talk about the intersection of AI and open networks and how sort of these two relatively new worlds sort of how do they amalgamate, and how it presents a whole new range of possibilities for new startups, existing startups, and big tech firms as well. So trade has been there since for literally hundreds and thousands of years, right? All the way since barter system where I had something, you had something, and we could just exchange whatever we want, all the way till trading on futures and options and people losing millions of dollars, right? So but it has been the bedrock, it has been the foundation, the driving force between the evolution of our civilization from hunter gatherers all the way till investment bankers, right? So trade is fundamentally rooted in our society, right? Exchange of goods and services. So today we are going to talk about how that sort of applies in this, how that is applicable in the world of AI today. But before that, let me ask you a few questions. I mean, this is just like a quick teaser to what we are going to discuss today. Can you take an AI to court? Let's say you talked.
Yes, if you are in China.
Probably. So I mean, the idea is, let's say if I were to use an AI agent today to order, let's say, food, and I said, hey, I'm really hungry, I could really eat a horse, and let's say that AI orders a horse for you, right? It's a little exaggerating, it's probably not going to do that, but the idea is that even if it does, or let's say if it hires a person to hunt a horse and bring it to you, right? There are multiple routes to fulfilling your purpose. How does an AI sort of realize what is right, what is wrong, what is within commercial laws, what is allowed in a particular region? Am I being, is an AI collecting private data? Is it not? How is it operating within the? How is it understanding the essence of a contract between two people in an unambiguous way, right? So that's what we're going to talk about today. So just to understand how we got here, right? So there is a new wave of technologies termed as digital public infrastructures that is increasingly rapidly sort of gathering global attention, and we are today at the third generation of digital public infrastructure. It sort of started off with the creation of Aadhaar, then all the way till UPI, using Aadhaar to do direct benefit transfer, and now we are in the third generation of digital public infrastructures. The most prominent of them being open networks, right? Open networks, or in more technical terms, protocol-enabled transaction networks, right? The most prominent of those open networks is ONDC. I'm sure a lot of you would have heard about that today. So what does it all mean, right? Today, sorry, should I pick up the call? Can I? Thank you. Yep. Okay, so today, if you look at the industry today, right, almost every industry is dependent upon some of the other industry, right? Like, let's say if I'm a car manufacturer, I need to procure materials, I need to procure skills, I need to procure, builders to help manufacture my factory. So sort of every industry in a way needs the input of any industry sort of needs the output of every other industry, right? But when it comes to solving any industrial problem at scale, we the approach till today has been to look at that problem through a very small lens, right? How do I optimize for supply chain? How do I increase the quality of manufacturing? So is the I mean, but to solve such problems at global scale, we have to really zoom out and look at the whole industry under one unifying framework, right? So until today, right, there has each of these problems were solved in pockets, and now we have a way to sort of unify all of these industries on a common framework. That's where we have Beacon. Beacon is nothing but it's just a protocol like HTTP or TCP/IP that sort of allows various applications to talk to each other. It's just that it is not for sending information; it is for transactions, right? To really help you understand what it really means is, like, today, if I ask you, can you search for a packet of bread on the internet today? Let's say if you go and type bread or eggs or milk on the browser today, what happens? Mostly Google opens up for the first time to help you discover the websites that will sell you, or the platforms that will actually help you sell bread. Could be Instamart, could be Amazon, or whatever. But is it possible to natively search for a packet of bread on the internet itself? Does the browser itself tell you, hey, there is a seller nearby which that can sell you bread, eggs, and milk at the same time? No, we don't. We are siloed. We are funneled into specific platforms that help us match the demand and supply, like Amazons and the Ubers and the Airbnbs of the world, right? So Beacon fundamentally reimagines saying that, hey, is there a way where I can directly connect to a platform through whatever application of my choice, and transact with it? Meaning, transacting meaning, can I discover products? Can I negotiate pricing? Can I negotiate the terms of service, and then can I actually place an order, track its fulfillment, contact support, rate, and everything? Today, all of those services are provided by specific applications. What Beacon really tries to do is it tries to bake this transactability into the fabric of the internet itself, so that any application today becomes potentially an e-commerce application, which means that I could be on WhatsApp, and the seller could be on Instamart or Flipkart for that matter, and I could use WhatsApp to order groceries, or I could use WhatsApp to or I could use Google Maps to order a cab, right? Technically, if all of these services are all on one common transaction fabric, all speaking a common language, a protocol, technically I could now combinatorially create lots of products, lots of various products and services. Like, for example, I could order a cab, order a coffee, get that coffee delivered on my way in my cab. All of these things can be now possible if transactability is baked into the architecture of the internet itself, right? Something that current platforms don't provide, unless and until you have complicated one-to-one integrations, etc. So such a simple idea was envisioned around 4 years ago, and that has resulted in several breakthroughs in the area of in pretty popular areas like mobility. Namayatri, which in fact Namayatri originally was called Yatri and started in Kerala, in the city of Kochi, where it started off as a very small open network powered by Beacon protocol called the Kochi Open Mobility Network, now which has become part of the larger open network for digital commerce, and also has now evolved into the Namayatri, which is operating in around 6 cities right now. And as of April 24th, it has around 5.8 million registered users and almost 34 million rides completed, faster than any aggregator, sort of ride aggregator that has ever existed in India. And now I think in several cities now cabs have also started. So almost there has been a massive shift in the rides from existing players like Uber and Ola all the way till Namayatri, because the centralized intermediary who was collecting 30%, 40% commission is now no longer there. The money goes directly from the consumer to the driver, right? Similarly, ONDC is an open network for retail and logistics transactions, now financial services as well. Namayatri and ONDC also have now become part of a common network, because they are essentially speaking the same language, the same protocol. They are in a sense interoperable with each other, which means a user on Paytm can potentially book a driver on Namayatri today, right now. Okay. So we covered this, so I'm going to just quickly jump through this. So it's technically what Beacon introduces into the internet is it allows programmability in commerce, right? Which means that you can use Beacon protocol to programmatically create and execute contracts between any two participants on the internet. Till today, all of these contracts were static. There was only a certain way you can book a cab. There's only a certain way you can order groceries. But today you can, mix and match all of these, where I can actually, order a cab which also has, additional food. Let's say, a welcome drink when I enter the cab, right? So it allows for programmability into contracts itself. That's allows for like completely new products and new services to be built, right? Just to sort of clear, it is not a technology, it's not a platform, it's not blockchain. It is just a bunch of specifications, there's a bunch of documents. The whole entirety of Beacon protocol is within a few pages of documents, which when implemented allows any two applications to talk to each other. Through Beacon protocol, this is the sort of architectural shift that we are imagining. Today, we have platforms that connect buyers and sellers. And from there, we shift from, a completely two-sided, decentralized, I would say, federated architecture where the buyer and seller don't have to be on the same platform. This is actually not new. This already exists today in the form of emails. You could be on Yahoo, I could be on Gmail, but we can still talk to each other. In fact, even do business with each other. I could be on Vodafone, you could be on Airtel, we can still talk to each other and do business with each other. This is the same principles on which the internet was designed. We have sort of brought it back into the commercial landscape, and this is how, and we have tried to, sort of reimagine how commerce is done today. Right. So these are some of the sort of latest news snippets on how open networks are now rapidly transforming, especially the Indian landscape, on how commerce is happening. There are several other projects, not just in India, but Belém recently has launched an open network for skilling and education. There is a unified energy interface, which is purely for energy trading, energy storage, EV charging, energy warehousing, and peer-to-peer sort of energy exchanges as well. Technically, using UEI, you can use you can charge your vehicle through a green energy source, right, which is located at a different at a different location previously, which was never been done, at a cost which is lower than the grid itself. Right. There are similar networks in Gambia, in the US, and in Brazil and other places as well. Europe. Recently, there was a open network that was very similar to ONDC, which was launched in Amsterdam, called the Open Amsterdam Networks. So as you can see, the same technology is being sort of implemented in multiple regions with multiple sectors, and all of them are interoperable. That's the most important thing to know over here. Think of them as sort of I'm just going to forward here. Think of all of these networks as sort of pieces of a larger global puzzle. When all of them are implemented, you have this global transactable network as a very thin layer on top of the existing internet, where any application can just plug in and start doing business with any other application without the need of centralized aggregators and intermediaries and commissions, etc. Right. Parallelly, another paradigm is emerging. I think that's the topic of today, which is AI, right? And if any of you follows Gates notes, Gates recently published an article on AI agents. It says that if your friend just had surgery, your agent will offer to not just send flowers and actually be able to order those flowers and get them delivered to your friend, right? So AI agents are now becoming increasingly important and crucial to not just not just provide information, because we are moving from an age of AI information to AI transactions, right? A paradigm which we are calling right now as transactional AI, where AI agents will not only be able to give you information, but it actually be able to execute that information. For example, if I wanted to learn how to bake a cake, today ChatGPT will be able to give me a very nice recipe for a cake. But if I really wanted a yummy cake, it needs to actually order the flours, order the eggs, and order the sugar and the milk and everything, and to actually bring them and get them delivered in a reliable, secure model, instead of as I said earlier, ordering horses, right? So that's what AI agents are now poised to present, but they do have a certain problem, because today one of the major problems in generative AI is hallucinations. Even if we reduce hallucinations to a minimum, there is a fundamental need when it comes to transactability. There's a fundamental need for, even if there are two AI agents talking to each other, there is a need for these AI agents to view the contract in an unambiguous manner, right? Both the parties who are doing business with each other need to understand the terms and conditions of the contract and also execute that contract within commercial laws, which means AI not just needs to be aware of the intricacies of a contract, but also intricacies of commercial laws that it's operating in, privacy laws that it's operating in, to make sure that the transactions executed in a safe, secure, and reliable manner. That is why a contracting infrastructure like an open network, it becomes extremely crucial for AI agents to operate on behalf of humans. As I said, you cannot take an AI to court, because just I think Abhinav had recently mentioned that it's garbage in, garbage out, which means that if 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 AI produces let's say an output or an image, or does a fraudulent transaction on your behalf, it is not fair to take the creator of the AI to court, because that's how AIs work. That's how AIs are trained, right? It's unpredictable. There is a certain level to which you can predict, but beyond that, predictability goes out of the window, because it really depends upon what sort of input you're giving to the AI. Which means the only way you can sort of absolutely prevent AI from doing any sort of unwanted transactions or fraudulent transactions is that if there is a commerce layer on the internet itself, which prevents the AI from doing one type of transaction over the other, right? AI agents will continue to hallucinate and will keep on reaching problems, and this becomes a serious problem when it comes to commercial contracts, right? That is a hindrance over here. So that's the sort of point that I was trying to make over here, right? Can AI actually transact on behalf of humans in an unambiguous, secure, reliable, and trusted manner? That's where we introduce backend to the power of AI, where AI is supercharging backend protocol by adding an experience layer on top of on open network layer as well, right? So in a nutshell, assume that there are a bunch of AI agents on both sides which are all talking to each other. The AI agent understands backend protocol. It has been programmed to understand the language of transactions, which means that when AI and backend together, the backend protocol enables trusted transactions to take place. It massively reduces the coordination cost, because you don't need to do one-to-one integrations with various business, because they are all speaking the same language. And since backend protocol also allows for programmable policies to be transmitted, right? Machine readable policies to be transmitted between participants. The AI can actually be used. It allows for policies to be understood by two parties in an unambiguous way. On the other side, artificial intelligence leveraging these powers of open networks can allow for purpose-centric discovery. This is a extremely tremendously new concept, where today, if I want to do something, I need to know what I want, right? For example, today, I mean, when we were kids, we always used to dream about, let's say, I want to become a pilot, I want to become an astronaut, but we never knew how to become an astronaut. Probably we don't even know right now, right? because we don't know what is the career path I need to take, what I need to learn, who I need to talk to, what is the kind of books I need to purchase to actually make sure that I'm qualified enough to even apply for for a space program, right? But with open networks and AI can take care of crafting your entire career path, while open networks can help the AI discover and book and order whatever you need. For example, if I were a student with limited financial resources, I could actually use open networks to find the right mentor. The mentor could tell me what sort of books I need to purchase and what sort of courses I need to take, and the AI could actually discover financial aid on open networks like Honest to fund my education and sort of craft the path of least resistance for me to become from where I am to becoming an astronaut, right? So the world is now, sorry, come again, sorry, I couldn't hear you. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Correct. No, so that is where the larger product and tech community needs to come in and start creating this very easy to use AI experiences. So the AI and the open networks only form part of the infrastructure. Think of them as roads, right? Think of them as substrates on which applications can plug in. But for somebody to actually craft let's say a path of maximum profitability to buy certain investments, or the path of least resistance to get from here to a particular career goal, right? That's where product companies, that's the opportunity for product companies to actually leverage in, because now with the power of open networks and AI, you can do this in a reliable manner. Because if you are actually going out of your way, if they say, let's say you're if I want to manufacture a particular a rocket, but in Indian sort of manufacture of rockets or manufacture of propulsion is actually governed by explosive laws, right, in India. So if the AI is able to understand and interpret those laws, and the open network forms sort of that guardrails, the roads through which you can actually achieve what your goal is, you can prevent such hallucinations or sort of what do you say, differences in sort of uh, uh, differences in how you are able to use the AI between two people. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
You're talking about building competence to a probabilistic generative model, right?
Not particularly. I'm saying that.
So how will you be able to, a contract as per se has terms, and you have to abide by it. So, like, let's say if I write a contract to, send money to this guy,
Mm-hmm.
The contract will like the counterparty and the first party will be knowing like what the money is, what a contract is, so and so.
Mm-hmm.
So that is competence, right?
No, so that is the part which the protocol manages, right?
Okay.
The protocol allows for contracts to be represented as machine readable code, right? And the AI just needs to orchestrate the contracts.
So, but like, once you're orchestrating it, like you need to have you need to build competence for this kind of solution.
Who's you?
The OpenAIs and those kind of generating models.
No. OpenAI does not need to build the competitiveness over here. It is the users of OpenAI, whoever is, let's say, building open networks, whoever is building AI based SDKs or AI based applications. They are the ones who need to just, if you're, let's say, building a GPT, right? You just need to use the documentation of the protocol and the respective examples, all the various use cases of protocol. You need to program that the AI to understand how various contracts are executed, and and how to translate like natural language into backend protocol, and then the network takes care of it. Today right now, AI agents are there. If you make two AI agents talk to each other, there is a very high probability they may misunderstand each other, right? One AI agent may misunderstand the terms of a contract, or may understand the terms of a contract differently from another AI agent. But if you want an AI agent to unambiguously understand terms, it has to be translated into a machine readable code, which is basically that's the job of the protocol, basically to translate whatever terms of the contract into the standardized, interactions or standardized schema of backend protocol. That's the whole transaction infrastructure that is going to, take care of the execution of the contract. So yeah, we covered this. So we are now moving from a world from AI generated information to AI generated transactions, right? So now this is something, this is a quick demo that we recently presented at the MIT Media Lab last month. This is a quick demo of how a WhatsApp, bot is used as an AI agent to help John, an avid, traveler, to get from Denver to Yellowstone. Is it audible? That's fine. I think it doesn't, it's just random background music. So as you can see, I don't know whether it's visible. It's pretty. I think we need to increase the quality of. Is this better? Or should I make it better even more? Okay. So John basically talks to his AI agent Alfred. This is a demo. The source code is live and on the backend GitHub repository. So he searches for places to use it to stay, and the network basically provides various options, right? And he selects one of them, and the Alfred, the AI agent, asks John to share his billing information. So John simply shares the billing information. Now it connects to the open network. It fetches the terms and the payment terms from the hotel service provider, and it sort of places the order in front of him. Now, since he drives an EV, while he's driving, it also asks Alfred. It provides Alfred the best route, and John selects a particular route, and it also locates all the EV chargers that are there on the way, right? So when John asks, it again connects to the open network and fetches all the EV chargers along the route. And I'm just going to reduce the volume. Yeah. Right. So he has chosen the clean charge EV station. Again, he provides his billing details, and now it's going to place the order for him and sort of blocks that EV charger in advance. And when John confirms his order, it sort of blocks that EV charger slot along the way. Now, what happens is suddenly over the open network through the protocol, Alfred receives a notification from the EV charger provider that one of the chargers has malfunctioned. So Alfred says, "Okay, I'm going to find other chargers near you." So Alfred sort of self-corrects this entire journey and finds another charger, and John is able to block it, and as usual he confirms his order. So all of this was a transaction that was orchestrated by an AI agent, and even the malfunction. I think we can we don't need to look at that. I think that's going to take a while. But what really happened was that the Alfred, the AI agent which John was talking to, it was able to detect and handle any specific exceptions that happened across the way, and it was able to course correct without John actually prompting him, right? So that's the power of AI agents. But and it relied on an open network infrastructure containing of hotel providers, EV charging providers, all of them who had implemented backend protocol. It's not necessary for the service providers to also have an AI agent on their end. Just one AI agent on one side is more than enough to sort of orchestrate an entire experience. But at a high level, this is how the architecture looks like. On one side we have consumers talking to various AI agents that have been created on existing platforms like ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, Bhashini, etc. On the other side, there is also an option to have AI agents on the other side to sort of respond to requests coming over the open network. So that brings me to the last topic, right? How, given that there are two completely different paradigms, one as an infrastructure for transactions, another is an infrastructure for AI. How can these two sort of technologies merge together, and how can new opportunities arise for existing Indian companies and startups, right? So this is a very simplified sort of just a sneak peek into the possible building blocks that can be created using generative AI and open networks. So right off the bat, there are recommendation engines. For example, if I'm a tourist who have just visited a new place, like let's say Trivandrum, the AI can recommend various places, but also using backend protocol can also help us book the places. What are the places? What are the places I can buy souvenirs? What are the best places for food and stay and etc. SDK providers can have a big play over here, where they can wrap existing AI based frameworks and SDKs to sort of add a transactional component to it, right? Dynamic cataloging, where depending upon, instead of now the consumer asking what I want, the consumer can ask what I want to do, and the catalogs can be and a respective catalog can be returned on the basis of what the consumer wants, purely on the basis of natural language, right? Policy validations, depending upon what are the commercial laws, an AI agent can actually verify whether a transaction is allowed within local commercial laws or not. Orchestration engines, as I said, right, once you have, let's say, an intent, can an AI agent identify what sort of services and what sort of products do I need to sort of and orchestrate an entire outcome. Dispute resolution, customer support, and grievance redressal is a very important thing, because today that's one of the places where there's a lot of operational cost involved, where there are and today I'm sure everybody has experienced bad bots, right, which try to help which really don't help us in any way. I mean, this just acts as just like a programmatic way of providing support, but they don't really actually provide support over here. AI agents have a very powerful role to play over here, where they can focus on actually solving the customer's problem than actually repeating a bunch of FAQs. And natural language, obviously India is a large and diverse country with hundreds of languages, and today most of the transacting platforms provide very limited language support to for customers to do business, right? So these are all the building blocks, and some of the products that could possibly build. I've just added some a few of them. I think we are only limited by our imagination. Automotive infotainment systems or smart refrigerators, which sort of detect whether you are out of milk and immediately connect to the open network to place an order for you. AI enabled healthcare, maybe I'm standing in front of a BMI machine, it measures my BMI and orders and automatically books the nearest dietitian for me, right? And career consulting, as I had spoken today, right? It can help a student to achieve their career goals. Now, all of this is addressing most of the problems of today and yesterday, but in a better and a different way, right? But as my friend Abhinav also told today, it's not. I mean, you can't ask AI to do 2 plus 3, right? These problems are still can be solved through basic machine learning and algorithmic outputs. But where the real power of AI and open networks will really come to light is tackling the larger problems, which have thousands of intricate connections between various systems, whereas there are so many factors that are playing in to affect the current situation. For example, energy transition, right? Energy transition is no small feat, right? Transitioning to green involves changing so many layers of our particular economy, so many production pipelines, so many policies, so many laws, and also the consumer's behavior as well, right? AI and open networks can actually help bridge the gap or reduce the cost of coordination, really, if you ask me, between to achieve such large term goals, right? Climate action or sustainability, right? Open networks for sustainability is a very hot topic that is currently being discussed. I mean, I would love to have longer discussions if you're interested. But open networks for sustainability almost involve, and sustainability, even circular economy for that matter, allow for large sets of large networks to coordinate with each other to allow achieve sustainability goals, or circular economy or regenerative agriculture, etc. So all of this requires, tackling large scale global scale problems requires at least a unifying framework in which all of these industries can be viewed under a common framework. That is where which it presents a massive opportunity for startups and IT companies to build these tiny building blocks and to ultimately solve the global problems. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. So, how UPI and Aadhaar changed our lives? Maybe this is a new way of thinking and that immense opportunity for startups. Thank you so much. So, next we have coming up, every solution we build has a global potential. So, why not a SaaS product? Speaking on future of SaaS, emerging trends and opportunities for India is Joffin Joseph, partner at Pianza VC Seattle, helping Indian SaaS and AI startups succeed in the US market. He'll be joining us online.
Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible and all good. Okay, so sorry that I was not able to join you in person, but really glad to be actually doing this. So jumping in straight into the topic here, right? So it's SaaS and how SaaS is changing, right? So the moment you say SaaS, it's software as a service, and the very existence of SaaS as software as a service itself is being debated quite a lot in the current market. So I thought in this discussion, I can probably talk a bit about how that is evolving. The space is evolving, SaaS as a space is evolving, and how, and especially in this context, I'm told that there'll be a lot of services companies participating in this, and especially in the context of services companies, how with AI, with generative AI, what are those opportunities we can unlock, or what are at least some of those opportunities we can unlock, or at least give a frame of thought on how those opportunities can be viewed. So that's the way I've framed it, trying to keep it short. So the whole basis of this conversation is the whole shift of SaaS being software as a service to SaaS being service as a software, right? So I know it can be a bit tough to understand, but SaaS, as we speak right now, is being shifted, and it's a seismic shift that we are actually going through, right? Where we are actually turning every software which delivered as a service into the service itself, the software itself being the service, right? Now, fundamentally, if you look at it, every software solution, every SaaS play, or majority of the SaaS systems that are built out there are workflow systems, which are out there to help humans or help individuals who are doing a particular job be better at their job, right? So if we take a CRM system or an ERP system or any of those systems, workflow SaaS systems that are built over there, these are all softwares that are assisting humans, right? Now, I would like to show you this particular image right here, right? So this is about each of the major workflow systems, Workday or Palo Alto Systems or GitHub or Salesforce, big, massive SaaS systems, and their revenues, right? So Workday, for example, makes 2 billion revenue in a year, and it is actually supporting HR professionals with a 200 billion in annual salaries, right? So essentially, if you really look at it, each of these systems are supporting a big bunch of human individuals who are doing a job, and it's a support function, right? Now we can easily say that SaaS is a support function. Now the biggest shift that is happening with Gen AI is that this while right now services are being done by humans and SaaS is supporting it, in the future services itself are going to be done by the software, right? And people call it by different names: outcome as a service, service as a software, a lot of these things. But eventually it is replacing work, right? However harsh it might sound, it is replacing work, right? Now across functions: software engineering, sales and marketing, HR, operations, finance and compliance, research, a lot of these functions, work is being replaced by software, and that's a seismic shift that is happening right now. Now, for all of us, and especially for software services companies out there, it's natural to think if it is a threat or an opportunity, right? So I would say it's a threat and an opportunity, right? Because it's a wave, right? So there's no two ways about it. It's a wave. And whenever there's a wave, you either get killed or ride it, right? So, but riding that wave has got a huge opportunity. Now, I believe it's a huge opportunity if we tap it right way, if we tap it right? And if it's actually a threat if we don't do anything and if we don't act. Now, the biggest reasons by this being an opportunity, not just for product companies building Gen AI systems, but for services companies as well, is because one, the distance from a good AI product to a great AI product is a big one, right? It's surprisingly big, right? As you know, the moment GPT 3.3 APIs came out, there was a flood of applications that came out, and still it is continuing. A lot of Gen AI systems, generally product development became way easier, and to build a good AI product was very, very easy. But the common theme that I hear from every startup that I speak to, and I've done probably 250 plus startups in the last 3 months as part of my job, is the difficulty in making it a great AI system, right? Especially for B2B and enterprise use cases. So it's tough to make it reliable, to make it go from a co-pilot level, even to reach co-pilot level, and to make it to go from a co-pilot level to an autopilot level is extremely tough. Now, and for that reason, AI adoption, especially in enterprises, will be heavily services driven over the next 3 years at least, right? Or at least until a moment where we see AGI and the AI systems evolving like heavily well. We are going to see this to be heavily services driven. So there is definitely an opportunity in tapping into Gen AI, both from a product standpoint as well as from a services standpoint. Now, what are those opportunity areas, right? In the order of complexity, right? So there definitely is the foundational models to be built. There are definitely AI applications or products to be built. There is AI for enterprises as a huge huge opportunity area. And then there is AI-enabled services as an opportunity area. And I deliberately numbered it in the opposite direction because I numbered it in the order of ease of achieving for a services company, and especially for the mass of Indian services companies, right? Because the topic of this discussion itself is the opportunity for India, right? So there is a core belief, and a lot of people across the globe are actually talking about it. Be it VC funds, be it like large corporates, be it think tanks in the space, are talking about all these four as big opportunities. So it's not just the OpenAIs of the world for building foundation models who are actually going to win in this. It's across the four domains, right? Now, let's talk about each of these, right? Obviously, the foundational models, everyone knows that we have to go in deep. So foundational models are fundamentally a tough job to get right? And but the good news is it's getting much more way more accessible, and every single day it's becoming more accessible, cheaper, and better, right? So foundational model probably is not a play for most of us, in the room. I don't want to say all. I don't want to say all of us, but most of us. The second is AI applications. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in this room are already building applications, creating solutions, or at least using them, right? So AI tools, obviously with the power of APIs, with the power of all the open source LLMs that we have at hand, building an AI application has become extremely easy. Now, let me tell you why it is particularly important, especially in B2B, for services companies to tap into this, right? Because the whole crux of building an AI application is not in the technology complexity of building it. It's in the it's in understanding what to build and where to build, right? That is where services companies have a huge advantage, and a lot of services companies whom I am talking to are actually building pilots for their customers, right? So last day, Wipro was actually talking about like thousands of pilots being done over the last 1 year. And recently I was speaking to someone who was talking about like they having done like 30 plus pilots, their team alone, for their customers, 3 or 4 customers, big customers. And the last quarter, everything started turning into projects, right? So big enterprises, big and small enterprises and businesses have been testing out waters in terms of AI applications, and right now going into productization, right? So services companies there have a very unique opportunity in bringing in these unique needs, very deep, specific customer demand points, and building tools on top of it. And building those tools might not be as expensive or as complex as it was before. So definitely there is a path, not an easy one, because there is foundationally requiring a DNA change in organizations, but there definitely is a big opportunity. The third being AI for enterprises, right? So fast-paced AI adoption for enterprises is happening, and there are 3 or 4 or multiple different areas in which these adoption is right now happening, right? So first is private LLMs operationalized, which could mean an open source LLM being deployed inside an organization for very specific use cases, and this specifically happens a lot in regulated environments and industries. A huge lot of demand in operationalizing or in making better their internal processes or customer facing processes, etc. So fine tuning and deploying also part of it. And third could be implementation support for large systems, right? Which is also a critical point where the many large LLMs and many large LLM players are actually getting into enterprises, and these will not be like plug and play kind of implementations. So on all these 3 areas, I do not want to comment on which is better and which is not, but in all these areas, there are opportunities, right? Huge opportunities which are unlocking, especially in the next 3 to 5 years, where, as I said earlier, enterprise adoption is going to be primarily driven by or done by service heavy adoption. So, and the next one, and this is where I want to spend the most emphasis on. This is where transformation happens. While the first 3 were foundationally new ones, these the AI-enabled services piece would be the lowest hanging fruit, and this is where the biggest transformation happens in terms of services, right? So everywhere, I've just given like three examples here, but everywhere there is this huge transformation happening, right? So right from the baseline of it, which is BPM services in customer support, data entry, outbound sales, back office, finance, healthcare, everywhere, right? Everywhere, AI-enabled services are actually picking up, right? Now, a simple example, multiple examples that I have encountered in the recent past. Voice AI has come up, and in the last 6 months or so, the improvement that has come in the way voice AI interactive systems have achieved is tremendous, right? Right now, with all near zero latency AI having conversations in all kinds of languages, That's happening, right? Now think of a customer support BPM solution that is in India, turning into an AI first customer support BPM solution, right? Where you implement multiple layers. The first layers having AI to chat with the customers, and in the second layers or third layers, human coming in the picture. Be it for customer service, for sales, for outbound sales, for any back office operations. This is a huge opportunity, which would mean you become an organization who uh, who 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 build on services or who build on outcomes rather than who build on the number of people you employ, right? So definitely huge opportunity. So the opportunity itself is not going away; it's just shifting, right? Software building, especially the most number of new products coming out in QA services, right? Amazingly well-built products, right? From unit testing to interface testing to API testing to regression to security testing. So multiple of these testings getting automated and faster is an amazing opportunity, right? So yes, again, it's replacing work. It is replacing manual testers, but amazingly great opportunities coming up there. Again, platform customizations, which is about standard platforms which are built for AI first solutions inside inside an industry. So I see a lot of these players who are like 70% product and 30% service, which are coming out. Interestingly, from services companies themselves, they have a platform they can implement, but they can implement only, and it's not completely productized. They can implement mostly chatbots are classic examples of it, right? It's a chatbot system which is like 70% built, but 30% customized for the use case. So a lot of these platform plays happening, right? So again, services companies, huge advantage. Security is another area, and this is never an exclusive or a conclusive list. There are a lot more areas where fundamentally fundamentally AI-enabled services can be the future of services companies itself, right? So the way to think about it is very simple, right? So recently I was talking to someone from the US, and he was like, hey, I'm actually looking for a small BPM that I can acquire in India and turn that into an AI-enabled service, right? So I was like amused, right? The whole idea is, if someone from the US would look at acquiring a BPO in India, which is considered to be a declining business with AI, just to turn that around into an AI first BPM service, it's amazing, right? So if people are thinking that like that, what would be the opportunity in front of us with a lot of these companies around us or us ourselves building it, right? So it's amazing to think about it that way, right? So huge opportunity lying around in front of us. Now, final piece, strategies to unlock, right? Obviously, starting from the second one, which is exactly what I mentioned right now, right? How can we turn our existing services, the existing products, existing services that we are delivering into AI-enabled services, right? So all of our developers are using Copilot and probably saving 20 or 30 or even more % of their work. So that's already happening, right? Now, how can we take it one step ahead? Like the person from the US who's looking at acquiring a BPM company is thinking, right? How can we turn one or two or all of our processes which are running inside our company and turn that completely into an AI-enabled service? That's first. Second, being an AI product plus service studio. Again, if you really look back into the 2010s and early 2010, 10, 11, 12 timeline, where a paradigm shift like this came in with mobile coming down, right? So a lot of companies actually turned themselves into mobile app studios and became really successful over the next 5 to 6 years, right? They built multiple products, put it out there in the market, and became and gathered a lot of users and built up, right? So I believe we have a real opportunity to do that as well, right? Where we build micro products, not huge ones, not like very complex ones, but micro products for very specific target groups that we know about, right? Probably target groups that we already provide services for, or some target group that we clearly know about, and build small products on top of it. The first product probably will gather 500 users, and then two things happen. One, you get deep insights about that target group, and you decide and you get ideas around how to build on top of the existing product or a different product for the exact same target group. So then you build your second product, right? Essentially probably gathering more users, right? And the second thing that will happen is you will understand the distribution strategy for these things, right? So you'll understand which channels work, which channel do not work, what are the tactics that work and what are the tactics that do not work, etc. So as you go through these cycles, there is a real opportunity to build sizable companies or sizable products or multiple sizable products. So every services company, I believe, have opportunity to unlock one of these strategies or both of these strategies. One being turning their services into AI-enabled services, reducing the number of people, increasing the outcome that you are actually providing, and being an AI first or AI-enabled service company. Second, being an AI product plus service studio, where you build multiple products, put it out there, and become a studio model where you focus on a TG and keep delivering services. So with that, I wanted to paint the picture of the market shift and how the world is opening up to replacing work. Unlike last year, probably when everyone was doubtful about saying that in the open, right now it's being openly said about, and that's a reality. How fast we adopt those realities, whichever is the strategy that we follow, it's okay. But how fast we adopt the reality is how fast we will stay relevant. So that's all. Thanks. Thanks for being thanks for listening in.
Thank you, Joffen. So let's bring some SaaS perspective, the solutions we build from now. So next, we have an out-of-the-box thinker, a visionary leader, known for his innovative interventions, including the initiatives like Compassionate Kerala, Unnati, our collector bro. So discussing AI for effective governance, opportunities and strategies is Prashant Nair IAS, Special Secretary to the Agriculture Department, Government of Kerala.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't have any presentation. I'll just am I audible? Looks very funny, huh? Okay. 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 I'm supposed to speak from the government perspective. And I'm sure you must have had very enlightening discussions on how AI is changing business, how opportunities are abound and all that stuff. So from the government perspective, there are certain concerns, obviously you must be aware of that, but I would like to focus on the business opportunities in government or associated with government. Because I understand there are lots of people here who would be interested in that. And what you should be careful while approaching the government for business, leveraging AI. First and foremost, see, the government, inside the government, we are supposed to be very transparent, we are supposed to be very fair, and we should be giving an equal opportunity to everyone, right? So when you create, it's okay? Yeah. So when you create a solution, inside the government, we also have an obligation to make it public. How does this algorithm work? So that's a very strange way to do business, right? In the private sector, you don't have to explain this to anyone. Now, see, look at the opportunities. We have already kind of identified more than 135 use cases, which could be easily done in Kerala. And there are lots of use cases being thrown up everywhere. If you just Google up, you will find so many use cases being thrown up. And if you actually look at how much of that has been translated into actual projects, it's very little, because it hits a roadblock at various places. To understand why this happens, you should know how government functions. See, government is created by the constitution. Then you have the parliament creating laws. Everything, every activity of the government is regulated by some legislation or the other. And any activity, any exercise of power is through an authority that has been bestowed through an act. To make it understand quite easily, I'll refer to the AI cameras. Everyone understands the AI camera. Okay. Now, I have an AI camera here, and the camera is observing you in the road, of course, and suddenly you commit a crime. It could be overspeeding or whatever, and the AI camera captures it, and now you get a notice. Now, under the Act, under the Motor Vehicles Act, who is the authorized authority to detect a crime, to impose a fine, or to take action? This is important for government. This is paramount. For judiciary, that is paramount. Is this AI tool a human being? No, of course not. It doesn't have an identity. Anyway, it's not empowered. Who is the person who is going to make use of the AI tool and then take it ahead into the legal terrain? How is the action being converted into a legal thing? That is very important. Is there a mind application happening in between? And how elaborate is that application of mind? Application of mind, see, when we say application of mind, it doesn't mean that you just pass it through somebody and someone signs it. No. Legally, application of mind means application of mind proper. So can an AI camera detect it and decide everything for you? Legally, it cannot. Legally, it cannot. This is a very simple example, but you take this example and apply it in every AI solution which you want to implement in government. You'll find that only a co-pilot kind of a thing will work. Okay, you can't completely automate most of the things. You can be a co-pilot and help the concerned person to take a decision. But of course, we can reduce the number of people who are involved in the process. For example, you have the secretariat from where I come right now. It's a huge building and lots of people are sitting there. And what do we actually do? We take decisions. We, in the sense, the government takes decisions. So you have the rules of business there. You have the secretariat manual. Now these things have been designed to help the government take a decision. Now, who is government? Government, again, we should know the legality involved. Government is the governor, right? And on behalf of the governor, who is the cabinet, and then on behalf of the cabinet, but while issuing an order, we'll say on behalf of the governor. The secretary will issue a GO or a government order. And to help the secretary issue this, you have to have an elaborate army below to put up the file, give clarification, blah, 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 all that stuff, and finally he takes a decision. Now imagine a scenario where you could easily replace the entire army below, because decisions are made on the basis of existing rules, previous government orders, parliamentary enactments, if there is a assembly enactment, that also, and then the subordinate legislations, rules, whatever, and precedents, and the High Court or Supreme Court judgments. You have all this data available. Now, if this whole thing is being fed into a machine, and if the machine is able to arrive at a very sane advice, why do I need all this entire army there? The secretary, who is legally bound to issue the GO, only needs to exist. The rest of the people can take VRS or whatever. So the job becomes easy, it actually becomes faster and becomes very fair also. Because in a government office, the usual thing is there is no objectivity. You show me the face and I'll show you the rule, they say. But now you have a system where you can actually make it very objective. It's very exciting. Now, you must be aware that in many other countries, law or the dispensation of justice is being slowly taken over using AI and all that stuff. But again, you have these issues, application of mind and all those things are again being discussed. But let's look at the low-hanging fruits. There are lots of low-hanging fruits in the government sector. Instead of trying to get into regulatory stuff, why do we get obsessed with regulatory stuff? I really don't know. Because we want to control crime, we want to capture thieves, we want to prevent overspeeding. But there are so many other positive things to be done using AI tools. It's not only AI cameras, it's not just crime detection or punishment and all this stuff. There are lots of other things that are possible where there is genuine business as well, where you can get involved with the government without getting involved with the government. Things that the government should be doing, which you can act as an interface with the public and still make money out of it also. Those are the possibilities which should be interesting for you, in my opinion. For instance, there are so many freebies given by the government, so many, I won't say freebies, but there are certain policy initiatives in certain sectors where we try to push, where we try to support. For example, now I am in farming, agriculture. So in the agriculture sector across the world, we give subsidies, we give lots of support systems for helping the farmers, because farming per se needs to be subsidized. That's not a debatable point any longer. So how do we target this? How to make this available to the public? These are questions which we always discuss internally. And the common sense logical thing is, okay, let's look for an AI solution which makes the government machinery more efficient in giving these services. But think of it from the other side. All the government decisions, the schemes, the policies, whatever benefit we are going to give, these are all available on the public domain actually. Everything is there on the public domain. And in this era of right to information, virtually every data held by the government can be accessed by you. To do anything with AI, you need data, right? And the usual complaint or the usual grouse which everyone says is, to work with government, we don't get any data. And because you assume that you have to work with the government on this side, you necessarily don't have to do that to do business. You can just take the data that is already available and convert it into business. That possibility is right there before you. For example, in agri, for instance, if a farmer is going to apply for a particular scheme, or he wants to start farming, okay, you just want to start farming. Suddenly you hear that farming is profitable. It is profitable, by the way. Anyone who believes that farming is not profitable? It's hugely profitable, okay? And it's totally exempted from income tax under section 10(1). Okay. Now you want to get into farming after hearing that it's profitable. You can make a lot of money without paying tax, but you don't know how to do it. What are the schemes? And you can ask my regular agriculture officer, who as usual will not be very helpful. So then what do? There is a business opportunity there. Suppose you are aware of all the orders, schemes, and all those things that are already available on the internet, actually. Most of these things are available on the internet. And the government orders, unfortunately, most of them are in PDF and strange kind of PDF which we generate, which usually can't be even, the systems can't capture it. You'll not be able to read it. If you can convert it, if you just, the same PDF, if you convert it into image, JPEG, AI usually reads it, okay? So once you get the entire data related to agriculture, the schemes, possibilities, and all that stuff, you can very easily start advising the public. for a fee, you can actually do what the government should have been doing, because we are not able to do it at this level. We are here, and not even here, we are actually underground. So the gap can be easily filled by a service provider. This doesn't require any legal support for you. This doesn't require any sort of data exchange with the government. Simple, it's there, right there. But have you seen any such solution so far? It actually surprises me why it isn't there. Because the conventional thought process of businessmen, I found to be either be on this side, get the data easily from inside the government, and you make a solution for the government. That will take a lot of time. At least in India, it will take a lot of time, because see, we have a lot of paranoia when it comes to data. Even if the data is to be placed on the public domain, we are very worried about it. We'll think a lot, we'll write a lot. I say that because we don't even share data between departments. So that is our situation. So you don't think of doing some business after getting data from us. By then, this AI revolution and everything will be over. We'll be in some other era. It will be too late for you. That's one thing. Second thing, what I would like to say is, see, in government, we are also obsessed about procurement norms, systems, transparency, and all that. So when you think of a solution in collaboration with the government, come through the startup route, obviously, because there we have some procurement leeway. Otherwise, we have to go through a elaborate tendering process and all that. And again, unfortunately, when you come up with a new solution, you don't have a comparable solution elsewhere. So how do we tender? So you're stuck there. Someone might tell you, okay, wonderful idea, come on, let's do it. You might go and meet a very senior politician and all that. He'll say, but then the problem is, finally, when it comes to the finance, there we'll take a stand that, where is the tender? Where is the competitive bid? What happened to that? And suddenly we'll say, oh my God, we only have this product. You don't have a comparable product. The file will be there. So don't be very unique if you actually want to come into government. You should be very ordinary. You should be comparable. But if you have a very unique idea, very interesting idea, wonderful idea, then I'm sure you must be aware. They must be aware of the startup procurement norms, no? Otherwise, I strongly suggest please check out those government orders, because up to 50 lakhs, if I am not mistaken, we have a process for direct procurement. Yeah, so basically procurement and being fair with the system and being also proactively sharing information, these are all things which we are bound with. We can't make any exemption for any of this. And speaking of use cases, there are so many use cases which can very easily transform the lives of the people here right now. Even a simple chatbot can change lives. We tried something with Mulearn, actually, chatbots for helping the SC/ST children for their education, because our officers were not aware. Leave alone the officers, even most of the government schemes are so complicated, and we make it so elaborate that nobody is able to give you the right answer. The only hope is AI. So you feed all the data, you feed all this information, the government orders and all those things which regulate these things. They'll be able to give you a very clear and specific answer from which you can get you can get a business out of it. You always have the opportunity of making business from this. I think instead of going on and on about this, maybe if there are certain points which you would like to get clarifications with regard to procurement, and not just procurement, but doing business on this AI thing with government. If there are those kind of queries or anything, or any suggestions which you would like to say, I think I'll be more than happy to take those, because You guys already know what AI is. You know what is possible. It does make sense for me to, unnecessarily, ranting on and on about the same thing. So maybe we'll have a 5-10 minutes for that.
So one
Oh.
question is, whenever we talk about data available to the public domain, the
Hmm.
authenticity of the correctness of the data is another problem. If you are reading it with the wrong information, then it will also give the wrong information. So isn't there a way, like there were discussions that were happening earlier, like creating a data warehouse and then having some data governance and open it for people to build products. Just for example, KSRTC, like we have that timing and schedule and all those data that is, if it is available, that can shift, but some data available and some data is available for the public. The students of the general public can build application based on their interest and government can promote the best application out of that instead of going and investing on a product and then procuring it.
Fully agree. Fully agree. In fact, what I believe is that we should have a basic um, state of the art kind of a prototype software with us. I'll say, think of IRCTC. That's classic. Okay, IRCTC has a own little beautiful, useless piece of thing, but then they give the API. They give the API to everyone so that everyone is able to make use of it. So I think that is the way we need to. We will have to do something. One minimal thing in house we'll have to do. So in farming we are planning something actually. We are thinking of taking up a bit of aggressive farming in all the fallow lands. Okay, by getting contract farmers who know how farming is done. So we get the farmers on one side, we get the inventory of fallow land, and then we also get the buyers, big buyers, ITC, Wipro, and all of them the other side. Now this is a platform which should be ideal for doing a lot of business, but I'm very sure that if I do that, this platform, it's going to be utter failure. So I'll do a minimal thing like a IRCTC thing, and I'm looking forward to startups and big companies who will be able to add value with the available data that I'm willing to share through the API. Yeah, but as you said, having a repository would be a great idea, but I don't see that happening any sooner because we, as I told earlier, we have a lot of problems. Interdepartmental sharing of data itself is an issue. I see AI solving it at some point of time. There are certain reports and all under consideration of the government. Let's see how it goes. Yes, please. Mike. Yes, please.
First thing is that you can reach out to an external source like an AI expert to solve the solutions. But what you can do is you can incorporate AI within your department. The role of AI is not to take away jobs from you. The role of AI is that if you have like agriculture department, AI can take away 80% of the workload that you have, and the 20% of space that you get. You can use the rest of the
Obviously, yeah, obviously. See,
better decisions. Like you have a
absolutely, absolutely.
AI takes away 80% of manual load, so you can work smart.
18 no light even goes higher because in government, I'll say even 99% is repetitive job, repetitive with a predictable pattern. We go by precedence. So repetitiveness, predictable pattern means what? It is ideal for AI. That's why I said you only need someone to legally sign it off, the secretary or the minister, whoever is the government, and that whatever is below, we can actually say Tata bye bye, which is actually possible. When I say Tata bye bye, that doesn't mean that you're going to fire them. See, what lacks in government is the human face, that connection with the public. When you free the people or the staff from this regular mundane kind of stuff, they can be deployed for better things. They can be deployed for better things where you have that human connect coming through. I'll get more time so that I can probably interact with the public more, isn't it? That's how it works. So the mundane, repetitive things have to go out, and I fully agree that that's how it's going to work. Mm.
If should be in a way that the main problem is a job saver. People fear AI. Okay, AI is like the computer revolution is happening. Even computer gaming, like people are all scared that they will lose it.
Let me break your notion. We have already had, I think by now, more than 100 trainings inside government for AI. I'm happy that it was in my department that we started off the first AI training. My staff, they were super happy because things which they used to otherwise take not just hours but weeks, they were able to do it in a matter of few seconds. For example, when you have a major presentation to be done before the central government, this PPT preparation, all that stuff. Now we have so many tools using which you can make the PowerPoint presentation beautifully. Actually, it's quite impressive. So my staff, who otherwise were struggling with it, even language, for instance, drafting has improved. The kind of things my staff, they're able to do right now with an array of tools. Actually, all the AI tools that are available. And see, when we were discussing or planning the training process, the initial objections was not the job going and all that. They were just worried about data. We are always obsessed with data. So then we told her, see, boss, there is no data involved in this at all. The letter which you are going to send or the PPT which you are going to make, that is available to the public under Right to Information Act. You see this as a proactive exposure. Don't get worried about data. And once we had this first round of training, the staff, they were so happy with it. Actually, they realized that it is increasing their productivity. They are getting more time, and they were also becoming better human beings. I could actually vouch for that. When you get more free time, when your mind is more not cluttered, you become better human beings as well. Right? Yes.
One more thing.
Yeah, please.
Like with the public data which I have available from Kaggle or any other open source, like we can do 100 different AI use cases for just for the agriculture department.
Please, I'll be more than happy to have that.
I'm just suggesting ideas and use cases, but in reality, I don't know how much it is feasible. But let's take it up.
Actually, creating use cases also. Sometimes we do a very top-heavy kind of analysis of use cases. We need to temper it down with the reality in the ground also. That's there. But when you interact with the department, we'll probably solve that out. But I'll be happy to have those. Yes. Okay, I think I'll be around here for some more time, and if there is anything else further to be discussed, I'll be here. But I hope that this kind of program actually ignites at least a few of you to take some really interesting case laws to use cases to happen in the government. I'll be more than happy to receive these use cases that have been suggested. Already we have a few in the in the report which has been already submitted, but I'm more than happy to have more. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. By a visionary leader, I really meant it. I remember he consolidating the AI interventions possible in each of the departments, actually. So as we always say, opportunities for startups in the government is like huge. Thank you so much. So next, the learning paradigm has shifted. Are conventional methods enough? At this rapidly changing time, what are the opportunities for startups in the education sector? Our homegrown startup Entry, India's rapidly growing e-learning platform with over 10 million users. Inviting Rahul Ramesh, Chief Technology Officer at Entry, to speak on education in an AI-driven world, unlocking opportunities.
It's a good start.
Hi. So, yeah, there's no laptop. There is no slides to show you, just my conversation, right? So, I'm Rahul. I'm a co-founder of a Kerala-grown company called Entry. It's an online education company. Have any of you seen our ads online, YouTube? I'm really sorry. If you want to stop that, there is one quick way. You can buy a course and it'll just stop, right? So, the thing is, you know, entry has been boring for a little bit because we have been growing business wise, but there was no excitement when it comes to the product roadmap, right? And the AI has kind of thrown a wrench into the entire plan, and there's a really exciting time to be here, right? What is going to be the future of education if there is a chat GPT or multi-agent AI bots available to every student to answer every question that they have, then what is going to be the future of education applications like us or an academy, Byju's, and things like that? So this has been a period of soul searching because we don't want to build a shallow, thin wrapper over GPT or Gemini. And by the time GPT-5 or GPT-6 comes out, entry is gone, right? Entry is not relevant anymore. Entry is obsolete. So we have been doing a little bit of research. How can we survive? Because as a business, we like self-preservation. We like to stay here for a few more years. So how many of you like going to a classroom and learning from a classroom? Can someone say, why they don't like going to a classroom and not learning from the? So this is the problem, right? When you are in a group, you're not really. When you're in a group, you're not really interactive, or you're not really excited to talk to the teacher or ask your questions, right? So there is a famous research in 1980s called Two Sigma Learning, where they kind of analyzed what kind of learning is the best for personal growth, mastery, and things like that. And they realized that everyone needs a 1:1 learning, right? Elon Musk is not sending their kids to public school, is he? Because he wants the best education to the kids. So the kind of education, the batch education, the class education that we have these days is not really developed on top of any research. It came from the industrialized era, where they had to kind of commodify the education, and they had to do it in trade schools to get them up and running. So the entire goal of entry has always been, you can hear the mic, right? Even if I hold it like this. So the entire goal of entry has been, it started from Kerala. So we started with the goal of providing quality content for everyone speaking. Then we kind of, then we kind of like realized that this is not a Kerala specific issue. It's not just Malayali students who are having trouble with accessing to quality education. So we kind of like spread the scope a little bit to the entire Indian thing. So what we're trying to do is that at the end of the day, we want a one-on-one teacher, one-on-one tutor who speaks your own language, because around like 450 million users in India do not speak English. So we want a personal tutor who speaks your own language, who is available to you all the time. That has always been the goal. And AI kind of enables us to do that. And when you talk about teachers, there has been a study where the top teachers are 50% more effective. So if you're going to school for 10 years, if you're going to a school with top teachers, then you're getting 15 years worth of education. And if you're going with a bad teacher, you're getting just 5 years worth of education, right? So just a quick question, how does this affect the low income class or the student from a low income class? It's going to be really bad, right? Because the high income group can hire personal teachers, and there is a huge class disparity when it comes to learning. So it's not just about the teachers not knowing the stuff. The research has proven that the teachers also need coaching. When they're teaching in the class, someone needs to tell the teacher that, okay, you're doing this wrong, you need to try this differently. Any of our teachers are getting that? No, right? So that is another opportunity that we think that entry is going to be solving. So the challenges with entry has been we spent a shit ton of money on creating content because it's not just English, because it's just not in English, because it's in Malayalam, and we have got hundreds of different courses. Most of the money goes in spending on the content and hiring the best teachers available, and that creates an entry barrier when it comes to higher ticket prices, higher course prices. We are kind of like hovering at around 10,000 to 15,000 rupees, which can be really unaffordable for a lot of people. So what we are doing in the AI roadmap, so that we are not building on top of something shallow. For example, if you think back to the iPhone days, there have been certain apps that just access flash, right? You download the app, you pay $1, then you can use your camera flash as torches. What happened with the next version? It just died off. So we don't want to be that one. We want to be something like Uber on top of AI, where Uber built out the distribution and the channels, and they built out a really solid business plan on top of it, so that all these platforms cannot just steamroll over you. So in our vision, what we're trying to do is that we want an amazing AI teacher. It should look exactly like just video conferencing a real teacher. They will understand your emotions, they can see your screen, they can understand what is going on, they can understand your motivation level, they can understand your psychology, and then coach you in a very personalized way. So it's not like if there are 30 people in a batch, it is not going to be a single formula that is applied to everyone. You get a personalized formula for every user. And also on top of that, we have a lot of teachers on the platform, but teachers are really, really expensive, especially when it comes to really good teachers. Because something like software engineering, we don't have really good teachers in the industry, because all the good software engineers are not really teaching. They're out there, working on things, building on things. So to hire an actual engineer to teach these things is really costly, and that kind of translates into higher cost prices also. So how can we use AI to kind of improve the impact of these teachers by an order of magnitude, or 2 orders of magnitude? Instead of a expert or a teacher handling just 30 students, how can we get it to 300 or 3,000 students and just explore that kind of an impact, so that we can get the cost really, really, really low? And at the end of the day, we don't really think it's going to be fully AI agent based teaching. There will be still amazing teachers available. Right now, the problem is not that there are a lot of teachers. The problem is that we do not have high quality teachers, and these high quality teachers are only available to the high income group in the population. So how can we use AI to take those amazing people and get the same sort of impact for these thousands and tens of thousands of low income students? So it's not just about improving the impact. How can we make that teacher better also? For example, when we have our software engineering courses, the expert that comes in really knows the stuff, but they're not really good at teaching. The same way, I might be a good programmer, but I might not be a good coach. So the AI coach actually listens to all these teachers' classes in real time and understands which teacher is performing better, and then coaches other teachers. See, this is the thing that you should be improving. The other teachers' class engagement levels are very high because they are using this strategy. You might need this thing so that you can improve your class impact, right? And also there is a bit teaching assistant which will take care of all the operational stuff, the assignment evaluation and things like that. So that is kind of the roadmap. It has gotten really exciting. Our current goal is to provide a AI teacher to every single Indian. We want them to be speaking their own single language, and we want the price to be as close to zero as possible. And like in closing, we think that great quality education is not just good to have for everyone. I think we need, it's a must have. Every student, every single kid, irrespective of their parents' wealth, should have quality to have access to higher quality education. That is kind of what we believe in, and that is what, instead of an AI challenge, that is what the AI is giving us an opportunity to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rahul. So this is one of the relevant topic because I do remember students telling me going to school is kind of like boring because it feels like watching a YouTube video in 2.5x, let's say. So thank you, Rahul. So next we have somebody very special. Stripe invested, Y Combinator incubated, and a unicorn from Kerala. Of course, we know Buy Me Coffee. And his new product, Voice Notes, has been trending in Product Hunt. So we have Jijo Sunny, co-founder and CEO of Buy Me Coffee, to discuss on scaling global shipping products from Kerala to the world. So Jijo will be joining us online today. Hi, Jijo.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Hello? Yes, Jijo, we can hear you. Yeah.
Right. ഓഡിയൻസ് കൂടുതലും എല്ലാവരും മലയാളികളെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് മലയാളത്തിൽ സംസാരിച്ചോളം പറഞ്ഞു. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇറ്റ്സ് ഗോൺ ബി ലൈക്ക് ഒരു 10 മിനിറ്റ് ക്വിക്ലി ഞാനൊന്ന് എൻ്റെ സംസാരിക്കാമെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചു. അതിനുശേഷം Q&A പോകാമെന്നാണ് വിചാരിക്കുന്നത്. ഏതായാലും ഞാനിത് ടോക്സ് കേട്ടോണ്ടിരിക്കുകയായിരുന്നു. ആൻഡ് it is very inspiring to see people like Prashant Nair sir and Rahul talk about industries such as government and also agriculture and the government aspect of it. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും എൻജോയ് ചെയ്ത് വിചാരിക്കുന്നു. പക്ഷെ അതിന് പുറമെ എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ള കാര്യം എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ലോകത്ത് ഇതിലും ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഇപ്പോൾ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം വേറെ ഒന്നുമില്ല. This is the most pivotal, most important thing that everyone should be cared about at this point. കാര്യം രണ്ട് കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്, രണ്ട് കോൺട്രഡിക്ടറി കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് എനിക്ക് പറഞ്ഞു തുടങ്ങാനുള്ളത്. ഒന്ന്, AI ഒരു ഭാഗത്ത് വളരെ ഓവർ ഹൈപ്ഡ് ആണ് റിയൽ വേൾഡ് യൂസ് കേസസിൽ. റിയൽ വേൾഡ് യൂസ് കേസ് ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ പാരൻസിനോടോ നമ്മുടെ ഫ്രണ്ട്സിനോടോ ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അധികം ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളൊന്നും AI കൊണ്ട് കാര്യമായിട്ട് മാറിയായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് കാണുന്നില്ല. അതേസമയം മറ്റേ സ്പെക്ട്രത്തിന്റെ മറ്റേ സൈഡിൽ AI is going to change the world and disrupt everything, especially screen jobs. ഒരുവിധം എല്ലാം മനുഷ്യരെക്കാളും നന്നായി ചെയ്യുന്ന പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഈ രണ്ട് വലിയ കോൺട്രഡിക്ഷനെ കുറിച്ച് സംസാരിക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് ക്വിക്ലി എന്നെ ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യാം. ഞാൻ 2015-16 സമയത്ത് ബൈ മീ കോഫി എന്നുള്ള ഒരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി. എൻ്റെ 4ാമത്തെ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പാണ് അത്. വൈ കോമ്പിനേറ്ററിന്റെ ഭാഗമാകാൻ പറ്റി, US പോകാൻ പറ്റി. ഞങ്ങളിപ്പോൾ 2ാമത്തെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ക്രിയേറ്റർ ക്രൗഡ് ഫണ്ടിങ് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമാണ്. താങ്ക് യു. അതായത് ഈ ആർട്ടിസ്റ്റുകൾക്കും പോഡ്കാസ്റ്റേഴ്സും യൂട്യൂബേഴ്സും ഒക്കെ അവർ ആഡ് എന്നുള്ള വരുമാനം വളരെ കുറവായതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ വേറൊരു അഡീഷണൽ വരുമാന മാർഗമായിട്ട് അവർ ബൈ മീ കോഫി പോലത്തെ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ഡൊണേഷൻ വാങ്ങിക്കുന്നു, അങ്ങനത്തെ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ചെറുപ്പത്തിൽ കിട്ടിയ ചെറിയ ഇൻകം കൊണ്ടാണ് കമ്പനി തുടങ്ങാൻ പറ്റിയത്. അപ്പോൾ അത് കൂടുതൽ അതേപോലെ സാധാരണ ആർട്ടിസ്റ്റുകൾക്കും പോഡ്കാസ്റ്റേഴ്സിനൊക്കെ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുക എന്നുള്ളൊരു വിഷയം തുടങ്ങിയായിരുന്നു. വളരെ ചെറിയ തുടക്കമായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പോഴും ചെറിയ കമ്പനി തന്നെയാണ്, ബട്ട് കുറെ പേര് കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും എന്ന് വിചാരിക്കുന്നു. പക്ഷെ ഞാനിവിടെ സംസാരിക്കാൻ വരാൻ കാരണം ഞങ്ങൾ കഴിഞ്ഞ 2 മാസം മുമ്പ് ഇറക്കിയൊരു പ്രൊജക്റ്റാണ് വോയിസ് നോട്ട്സ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള പ്രൊജക്റ്റ്. ഫുള്ളി AI ഫസ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് എൻഡ് ടു എൻഡ് AI പവർഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഫീച്ചേഴ്സ് കൊണ്ട് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയൊരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റാണ്. അധികം പ്രൊഡക്റ്റുകൾക്കൊന്നും അങ്ങനെ പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല എന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. കാരണം എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ മിക്കപ്പോഴും ഒരു കമ്പനിയിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ അതിൽ AI എങ്ങനെ കൊണ്ടുവരാന്നുള്ള ആലോചിക്കുന്നത്. ഞങ്ങൾ ആലോചിച്ചത് നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ ടൂൾസ് വെച്ചിട്ട് എങ്ങനെയായിരിക്കും ഒരു നോട്ട് ടേക്കിംഗ് സിസ്റ്റം ഫ്രം ദ ഗ്രൗണ്ട് അപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയാൽ എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഞാനും എൻ്റെ ഭാര്യയും ഞങ്ങളൊരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുള്ള ഒരു മൊമെന്റിൽ കൂടെ പോയ സമയത്ത് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി തന്നെ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയൊരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റാണ് ശരിക്കും. ഒരു വർഷം മുമ്പ് ആദ്യത്തെ പ്ലാനുകൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കി. പിന്നെ ആ ഒരു പ്രശ്നത്തിൽ കൂടെ പോയപ്പോൾ ഡിസംബറിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ പ്രോട്ടോടൈപ്പ് ചെയ്തു, മാർച്ചിൽ ഇറക്കി. ആൻഡ് 1 മാസത്തിനുള്ളിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ 20,000 കൂടുതൽ ആൾക്കാർ അത് നോട്ട് ടേക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഓവർ $200,000 ഇൻ റവന്യൂ സർപ്പാസ് ചെയ്തു. പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഞാൻ ക്വിക്ലി പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് താങ്ക് യു. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്ത് വേണമെങ്കിലും പെട്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് നോട്ട് എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ളതും, പിന്നെ അതിനോട് ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതും, പിന്നെ അത് വെച്ച് ബ്ലോഗ് പോസ്റ്റും ബാക്കിയുള്ള കോണ്ടന്റ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഈ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റിന്റെ ഫണ്ടമെന്റൽ ഐഡിയ. അപ്പോൾ ദ ഡിഫറൻസ് ഹിയർ ഇസ് ദാറ്റ് ഏറ്റവും എളുപ്പം നമ്മൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും നോട്ട് ടേക്കിംഗ് വളരെ ഉപകാരമുള്ളതെന്ന് അറിയാം. ഡാവിഞ്ചി നോട്ട് എടുക്കാറുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, പക്ഷേ നമുക്കൊക്കെ മടിയാണ് എടുക്കാൻ. ഏറ്റവും എളുപ്പം എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റിയ പരിപാടി വോയിസ് ആണെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി. വോയിസിലെ ട്രാൻസ്ക്രിപ്ഷൻ AI കാരണം വളരെ ബെറ്റർ ആയി കഴിഞ്ഞൊരു 1-2 വർഷത്തിൽ വളരെയധികം ലൈക്ക് ഹ്യൂമൻ ലെവൽ ആക്യുറേറ്റ് ആയി. ടൈപ്പോസും ബാക്കിയുള്ള മാസൊക്കെ കളഞ്ഞ് നല്ല ഭംഗിയിൽ വരും. ഈവൻ വോയിസ് നോട്ട്സ് നിങ്ങൾ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ മലയാളത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞത് ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ ഇൻസ്റ്റന്റ് ആയിട്ട് ട്രാൻസ്ലേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് വരും. സോ എൻ്റെ പപ്പ കർഷകനാണ്. കാശിന്റെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നോട്ട് എടുക്കാനൊക്കെ മലയാളത്തിൽ പറയുന്നത് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് എഴുതി വരും. വളരെ ഉപകാരമായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമായിരുന്നു. സോ ആ ഒരു കാര്യവും നിങ്ങളുടെ എത്ര ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലും ഇൻഫിനിറ്റ് മെമ്മറി, ഇൻഫിനിറ്റ് ഇന്റലിജൻസ് വെച്ച് ചോദിക്കാൻ പറ്റുമെന്നുള്ള കാര്യം കഴിഞ്ഞ 1-2 വർഷത്തിൽ അവൈലബിൾ ആയി. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ എത്ര നോട്ട് എടുത്താലും, അത് മില്യൺസ് ഓഫ് പേജസ് നോട്ട് എടുത്താലും, നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു ചോദ്യം ചോദിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഒരു 2 സെക്കൻഡിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അതിനുള്ള ഉത്തരം കിട്ടും. അപ്പോൾ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം ഞാൻ എക്സാമ്പിൾ പറയുന്നത് വളരെ പേഴ്സണൽ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആണ്, ഞാനത് പറയുന്നില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അത്രയും ആക്യുറേറ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആൻസേഴ്സ് കിട്ടും. സോ അതാണ് ബേസിക്കലി വോയിസ് നോട്ട്സ്. ഞാൻ ഈ ഇൻട്രോ പറയുന്നിട്ട് തിരിച്ചു ഞാൻ ആദ്യം പറഞ്ഞ കോൺട്രഡിക്ടറി ടേമിലേക്ക് വരാം. AI ഒരു ഭാഗത്ത് ഓവർ ഹൈപ്ഡ് ആണ്, റിയൽ വേൾഡ് യൂസ് കേസസ് വളരെ കുറവാണ്. മറുഭാഗത്ത് എല്ലാം ചേഞ്ച് ചെയ്യും ആൻഡ് ഡിസ്ട്രപ്റ്റ് എവറിത്തിങ്, എല്ലാം മാറ്റും എന്നുള്ള കാര്യം. എല്ലാം മാറ്റും എന്നുള്ള കാര്യം എൻ്റെ ഒരു ടേമല്ല. ഞാൻ കുറച്ച് എക്സാമ്പിൾസ് ആൾക്കാർ പറഞ്ഞതെന്ന് പറയാം. ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും ഒരു വേൾഡ് മോഡൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ നേരത്ത്, എനിക്ക് ലോകത്തെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള അഭിപ്രായം ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ നേരത്ത് ഞാൻ നോക്കുന്നത്, ഞാൻ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്ന വളരെ സ്മാർട്ടായിട്ടും വളരെ പ്രാക്ടിക്കലി വലിയ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ എന്താണ് ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് പറയുന്നത്, എങ്ങനെ ചിന്തിക്കുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത് നോക്കിയിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വേൾഡ് മോഡൽ ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ നോക്കാറുള്ളത്. കാരണം എത്രത്തോളം നമ്മൾ വായിച്ചാലും നമ്മളുടെ കണക്ടിങ് ദ ഡോട്ട്സ് വളരെ ലിമിറ്റഡ് ആണല്ലോ. അപ്പോൾ ബെഞ്ചമിൻ നെതന്യാഹു, അതായത് ഇസ്രായേലിന്റെ പ്രൈം മിനിസ്റ്റർ, ഈ കോൺട്രവേഴ്സിക്കൊക്കെ മുമ്പേ എഐനെ കുറിച്ചുള്ള സംസാരത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞൊരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്. ഇസ്രായേൽ സൈബറിൽ വൺ ഓഫ് ദ ബിഗ്ഗസ്റ്റ് പവറായി വരാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് എഫേർട്ട് എടുത്തിരുന്നു, ആൻഡ് അത് സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റി. പക്ഷെ എയുടെ കാര്യം സൈബറിനേക്കാളും വലുതാണെന്നാണ് ബെഞ്ചമിൻ നെതന്യാഹു പറഞ്ഞത്. അത് മാത്രമല്ല, ഇത് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ജോബിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതൽ ഡിസ്ട്രോയ് ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യത്തിൽ ഒരു സംശയമില്ലെന്നാണ് പുള്ളി പറഞ്ഞത്. ആൻഡ് കഴിഞ്ഞ റവല്യൂഷനെ പോലെയല്ല, സ്ക്രീൻ ജോബുകളെ മൊത്തത്തിൽ റീപ്ലേസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പവറുള്ള ഒരു ടെക്നോളജി ആയിട്ട് ബെഞ്ചമിൻ നെതന്യാഹു കൺഫേം ചെയ്ത് പറഞ്ഞു. ആൻഡ് ഹീസ് എ വെരി സ്മാർട്ട് പ്രൈം മിനിസ്റ്റർ, നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും എഗ്രി ചെയ്യാം. റിഗാർഡ്ലെസ് ഓഫ് ഹിസ് പൊളിറ്റിക്സ് ആൻഡ് യുദ്ധങ്ങളൊക്കെ മറച്ചു വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അദ്ദേഹം വളരെ വളരെ സ്മാർട്ട് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പൊളിറ്റീഷ്യനും ബോൾഡ് ലീഡറുമാണെന്ന് നമുക്കറിയാം. രണ്ടാമത് മാർക്ക് സക്കർബർഗ് ഈ അടുത്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞ 2 ആഴ്ച മുമ്പ് എൻ്റെ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഡുവർക്കേഷൻ നടത്തുന്ന ഒരു പോഡ്കാസ്റ്റിൽ അപ്പിയർ ചെയ്ത സമയത്ത് പറഞ്ഞൊരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്. കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത സമയത്തുള്ള അതേ ഇമ്പാക്റ്റോട് കൂടിയിട്ടാണ് എ ലോകത്ത് ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത് എന്നുള്ള കാര്യം. അതേപോലെ കഴിഞ്ഞ മാസം ഇലോൺ മസ്ക് പറഞ്ഞൊരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്, അടുത്ത വർഷം തന്നെ ലോകത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും ബുദ്ധിയുള്ള ആളെക്കാളും കൂടുതൽ ഇന്റലിജന്റ് ആവും ഏറ്റവും നല്ല എ ഐ. കുറച്ച് വർഷങ്ങൾക്കുള്ളിൽ ലോകത്തിലെ എല്ലാ മനുഷ്യന്മാരുടെയും കമ്പൈൻഡ് നോളജിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതൽ ഇന്റലിജന്റ് ആവുക എന്നുള്ളത്. സോ ഇതൊക്കെ വലിയ ക്ലെയിമുകളാണ്. പക്ഷെ ഇത്രയും വലിയ ആൾക്കാർ എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇത്ര വറീഡ് ആവുന്നത്, ഇത്രയും നല്ല കാര്യങ്ങളെ കുറിച്ച് ഞാൻ ക്വിക്ലി ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ഇൻസൈറ്റ് ഇട്ടാണ്. ഇനി മറ്റതിലേക്ക് പോവാം. റിയൽ വേൾഡ് യൂസ് കേസ് ഇല്ല, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എ ടു ഓവർ ഹെഡ് ഫോർ ഇറ്റ്സ് റിയൽ വേൾഡ് യൂസ് കേസ് ആണെന്നുള്ള കാര്യം ഞാൻ വളരെ എഗ്രി ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. കാര്യം ഞാൻ ഒരു ഫൺ എക്സാമ്പിൾ പറയാം. ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു നെയ്ബർ സക്സഷൻ എന്നുള്ള വളരെ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു TV ഷോ എഴുതിയ എഴുത്തുകാരിയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം അവരോടൊപ്പം എനിക്ക് ഇരുന്നൊരു ഡിന്നർ കഴിക്കാൻ അവസരം കിട്ടിയപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ChatGPT കാണിച്ചു കൊടുത്തു. അപ്പോൾ ഒന്നാമത്തെ തമാശ എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ 9 Emmy അവാർഡ് കണ്ട് ജയിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ആളാണ്. ആളുടെ പേര് ജോർജിയ പ്രിച്ചറ്റ് എന്നാണ്. AI പ്രോഗ്രസും ഇത്രയും മാറ്റം വന്ന കാര്യം പുള്ളിക്കാരി അറിഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല. റൈറ്റിങ്ങിന് ഇതുവരെ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നില്ല, ക്രിയേറ്റിവിറ്റിക്ക് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നില്ല. ChatGPT കാണിച്ചു കൊടുത്ത് ഞാൻ ഒരു 10 മിനിറ്റ് ഇരുന്ന് കാണിച്ചു കൊടുത്തിട്ട് പോലും ഇത് ഗൂഗിളിനേക്കാൾ എങ്ങനെ ഡിഫറൻസ് എന്നുള്ള കാര്യം മനസ്സിലാവുന്നില്ല. അപ്പൊ ഇവന്തോ ഇരുന്ന് എക്സ്പ്ലെയിൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടും അത്രയ്ക്കൊരു യൂസ്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ട് വരുന്നില്ല. മേ ബി കുറച്ചുകൂടെ നന്നായിട്ട് എനിക്ക് എക്സ്പ്ലെയിൻ ചെയ്യായിരുന്നു, അതിന്റെ യൂസ് കേസ് കാണിച്ചു കൊടുക്കായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ ജോർജിയ പ്രിച്ചറ്റ്, ലോകത്തിലെ Emmy അവാർഡ് പിന്നെ എഴുത്തുകാരി, ChatGPT ഇറങ്ങി കഴിഞ്ഞ് 1 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടും AI കൊണ്ടൊരു ഉപകാരമില്ല എന്നുള്ള കാര്യം മനസ്സിലാക്കി. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മുടെ ചുറ്റുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ എന്താ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നത് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ശരിക്കും ഈ ടെക്നോളജി ഒരു ഭാഗത്ത് വളരെയധികം ആഴ്ച പുതിയ മോഡലും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ചെയ്ത് മുമ്പോട്ട് പോകുന്നു. സാധാരണ മനുഷ്യന്മാർക്ക് ഒരു ഉപകാരമില്ല എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ഡിസ്കണക്റ്റിൽ ഇരിക്കുകയാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ. അപ്പൊ ആ ഡിസ്കണക്ട് ബ്രേക്ക് ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് നമ്മളൊക്കെ ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യം എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ആൻഡ് എൻ്റെ ഇവിടുത്തെ ടോക്കിന്റെ സബ്ജക്റ്റ് അടങ്ങിക്കുന്നത് ഷിപ്പിംഗ് പ്രൊഡക്ട്സ് ഫ്രം കേരള ടു ദ വേൾഡ് ആയതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാനൊന്നും ബിൽഡേഴ്സിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ മാത്രം ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യാൻ വിചാരിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. എങ്ങനെയാണ് നമുക്ക് ആ ഒരു ഡിസ്കണക്ട് ഗ്യാപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുക, എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഇത്രയും അമേസിംഗ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ടെക്നോളജി നമുക്ക് ആക്ച്വൽ യൂസ് കേസിലേക്കും ആക്ച്വൽ ആൾക്കാർ ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യാനും ഒക്കെ ഉപകാരപ്പെടാവുന്ന ഒരു രീതിയിൽ എത്തിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അത് വളരെ ഷോർട്ടായിട്ട് പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ സർക്കിൾ ഓഫ് കോമ്പീറ്റൻസ്, അതായത് നമ്മളുടെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഉള്ള ഏരിയയിൽ ഉള്ള പ്രോബ്ലത്തിൽ തന്നെ തുടങ്ങുന്നതാണ് വളരെ നല്ലതെന്നാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം. അതായത് നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഡീൽ ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രോബ്ലംസ് എങ്ങനെ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ടെക്നോളജി വെച്ചിട്ട് സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സ്കെയിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ള കാര്യത്തെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള ഒരു പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ബോധ്യം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് അതിൽ ഫസ്റ്റ് സ്റ്റെപ്പ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളത്. അതിന് ഒബ്വിയസ്ലി അതിന് ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ടെക്നോളജി എന്താണെന്ന് മനസ്സിലാവണം. വിച്ച് ഇസ് ലൈക്ക് എന്താ ഇപ്പൊ കട്ടിംഗ് എഡ്ജ് സംഭവിക്കുന്നത്. കഴിഞ്ഞ ആഴ്ച ഗൂഗിളോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മെറ്റയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഓപ്പണയോ റിലീസ് ചെയ്ത മോഡൽസ് എന്തൊക്കെയാണ്, എന്താ ഈ മോഡലിന്റെ അണ്ടർലൈൻ ടെക്നോളജി, ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ ഒരു അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡിംഗ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി എടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് ബിൽഡേഴ്സിന്റെ ആസ് എ ബിൽഡർ നമ്മളുടെ ഓരോരുത്തരുടെയും ചലഞ്ച് ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ. അതല്ല ചലഞ്ച്, അതാണ് ഒരു പാർട്ട്, ലൈക്ക് ഒരു പാർട്ട് ഓഫ് കണക്ടിങ് ദ ഡോട്ട്സ്, റൈറ്റ്? ആൻഡ് ഇത് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഇതൊരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമായിട്ട് ആലോചിക്കരുത്. ആൻഡ് ഇതൊരു കോഴ്സ് എടുക്കുകയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എക്സ്പേർട്സിനോട് സംസാരിക്കുകയോ ഒന്നുമല്ല ഇതിന് സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു വഴി. ഇത് സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള വഴി പ്യൂർലി വളരെ സിമ്പിൾ ആയിട്ട് ഞാൻ പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഇതിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ എവിടെയാണോ ഉള്ളത് അവിടെ പോയി അവർ ലിസൺ ചെയ്യുക. അവർ ട്വിറ്ററിൽ ട്വീറ്റ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ട്വീറ്റ് വായിക്കുക, യൂട്യൂബിൽ ഒരു ഇന്റർവ്യൂ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് ഇന്റർവ്യൂ വായിക്കുക. ആൻഡ് ഇതിൽ ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാരോട് പോയി സംസാരിക്കുക. ആൻഡ് പറ്റുമെങ്കിൽ കുറച്ച് പ്രോട്ടോടൈപ്സ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുക. ആൻഡ് ഇതൊക്കെ വളരെ എളുപ്പമാണ്. ഒരു കൊള്ളാവുന്ന ഒരു ജാവാസ്ക്രിപ്റ്റ് എഞ്ചിനീയറിന് നാളെ ഒരു AI പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഷിപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും ഇപ്പോൾ APIs വെച്ചിട്ട്. സോ ഇപ്പോൾ ആൾക്കാർ പണ്ടത്തെ അതേ മെഷീൻ ലേണിംഗ് ആ ഒരു ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇന്റലിജൻസ് എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് ബസ് വേർഡ് ഇടുമെങ്കിലും ഇപ്പോൾ APIs ഒക്കെ ഇറ്റ്സ് സോ ഗുഡ് that you can ship something really useful tomorrow. And ഈ ഒരു ടെക്നോളജി മനസ്സിലാക്കി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആൻഡ് ഷിപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ വളരെ എളുപ്പം മനസ്സിലാക്കി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ശരിക്കുള്ള ചലഞ്ച് എന്താണെന്നുള്ളത് ഡിസൈനിലേക്ക് മാത്രം ഒതുങ്ങുന്നതാണ്. ആൻഡ് എൻ്റെ പേഴ്സണൽ അഭിപ്രായത്തിൽ, ആൻഡ് ഇത് അധികം സംസാരിക്കുന്നത് ഞാൻ കാണാറില്ല, ഇത് ഡിസൈനേഴ്സിന് ഷൈൻ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള സമയമാണ്. ദ ബെസ്റ്റ് ടെക്നോളജി ലോകത്ത് വന്നു. വാട്ട് വുഡ് യു ഡു ഇഫ് യു ഹാഡ് ഇൻഫിനിറ്റ് ഇന്റലിജൻസ് എന്നുള്ളൊരു ചോദ്യത്തിന് ഉത്തരം മാത്രം നമുക്ക് ഇതാൽ മതി. ലോകത്തുള്ള ഇന്റലിജൻസ് മൊത്തം ഉണ്ട്, നമുക്കത് ഒരു ക്വയറിയിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും, ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് കിട്ടുമെങ്കിൽ, ആൻഡ് വിഷനും ഓഡിയോയും ടെക്സ്റ്റും ടോക്കൺസും ആയിട്ട് കിട്ടുമെങ്കിൽ വാട്ട് വുഡ് യു ബിൽഡ് എന്നുള്ളത് പുറകോട്ട് ചിന്തിച്ചിട്ട് ഏറ്റവും നല്ല യൂസർ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നതാണ് ഏറ്റവും നല്ല സൊല്യൂഷൻ എന്നാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്. ആൻഡ് ഇപ്പോൾ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഓരോ കമ്പനികളും, ഓരോ ഇപ്പോൾ എന്റർപ്രൈസ് സാസ് ആയാലും ഓരോ ഭാഗത്തും ചെയ്യുന്ന കമ്പനികൾ എങ്ങനെ നിങ്ങൾ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് റീബിൽഡ് ചെയ്തിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ, സ്ക്രാച്ച് ഉണ്ടാക്കുമായിരുന്നു, എങ്ങനെ ഉണ്ടാക്കും എന്നുള്ള കാര്യം ആലോചിക്കുന്നത് ആണ് ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി എന്നാണ് തോന്നുന്നത്. കാര്യം അവർക്ക് അത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അവർക്ക് നാളെ ഇപ്പോൾ വോയിസ് നോട്ട്സ് ഞങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും ചോദിച്ചത് ഓൾറെഡി ഈ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റുകളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ഇവരൊക്കെ നാളെ ഇറക്കിക്കൂടെ എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഒന്നാമത് ബിസിനസ് മോഡൽ ഇന്നോവേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനോ എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് യൂസേഴ്സിനെ അൺഹാപ്പി ആക്കാനോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ ഓഫർ ചെയ്യുന്ന പ്രൈസിങ് ഓഫർ ചെയ്യാനോ ഒന്നും എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള പ്ലേയേഴ്സിന് പറ്റിയില്ല. ഞങ്ങൾ ഇറക്കിയിട്ട് 2 മാസമായിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു ക്യാച്ചപ്പ് ചെയ്യാണ് റോഡ് മാപ്പ് വോയിസ്. അപ്പോൾ ശരിക്കും ഡിസ്റപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി അവിടെ ഉണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ ഫസ്റ്റ് പ്രിൻസിപ്പിൾസിന് AI കൊണ്ട് ഇൻഫിനിറ്റ് ഇന്റലിജൻസ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ഞാനിത് എങ്ങനെ ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് ആലോചിച്ചിട്ട് ചെയ്തിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ. അപ്പോൾ വളരെ ടേസ്റ്റ് ഉള്ള യൂസർ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് വളരെ കെയർ ചെയ്യുന്ന രീതിയിൽ ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ചാലഞ്ച് എന്നാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്. ടെക്നിക്കൽ ഇന്നോവേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതല്ല. കാര്യം ടെക്നിക്കൽ ഇന്നോവേഷൻ ഇസ് ഹാപ്പനിങ് എ ലോട്ട്. കുറേ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെന്റ് പോകുന്നുണ്ട് ഫൗണ്ടേഷണൽ മോഡൽസ് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യാനും അല്ലാതൊക്കെ ആയിട്ടുള്ളത്. സോ എങ്ങനെ ഈ ടെക് യൂസ് ചെയ്ത് നമുക്ക് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടാക്കാം എന്നുള്ളതിലേക്കാണ് കൂടുതൽ എനർജിയും സമയവും ആസ് എ ബിൽഡർ നമ്മൾ പോകേണ്ടതെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ ബിലീവ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ബിഫോർ Q&Aയിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നതിന് മുമ്പേ ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടെ പറയാനുള്ളത് വെച്ചാൽ, ഇതിൽ ഏറ്റവും ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുള്ള ഭാഗം നമ്മുടെ ഡിസ്ട്രാക്ഷൻ അവോയ്ഡ് ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അതിൽ കുറെ ആൾക്കാർ പറയുന്നുണ്ടാവും ഇത് മൊത്തം ഹൈപ്പാണ്, ഇതിലൊരു കഥയൊന്നും ഇല്ല എന്നുള്ള കാര്യവും, ആൻഡ് ഇതിൽ AI ഗുഡ് ഇനഫ് അല്ല എന്നുള്ള കാര്യവും, AI അത്ര ബുദ്ധിയില്ല എന്നുള്ള കാര്യവും. അതേപോലെ കുറേയൊക്കെ ആൾക്കാരുടെ ഇൻസെക്യൂരിറ്റി വരുന്നതാണ്. ഞാൻ ഓപ്പൺലി പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ കുറേയൊക്കെ സത്യമാണ്. കാര്യം ഇഫ് യു ആസ്ക് എൻ എക്സ്പേർട്ട് എന്തുകൊണ്ട് കാര്യം വർക്ക് ചെയ്യില്ല എന്നുള്ളതിന് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വളരെ സത്യത്തിലുള്ള കുറെ ട്രൂത്ത്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഉത്തരം കിട്ടും എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യില്ല എന്നുള്ളത്. പക്ഷെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യിപ്പിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് കുറച്ച് ലീപ്പ് ഓഫ് ഫെയ്ത്ത് എടുക്കണം, കുറച്ച് ഇമാജിനേഷൻ യൂസ് ചെയ്യണം, ആൻഡ് എൻഡ് ടു എൻഡ് UX ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യണം. സോ ആ ഒരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട്, ആ ഒരു ഗ്യാപ്പ് ഫിൽ ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ആസ് എ ബിൽഡർ നമ്മളുടെ ഏറ്റവും ചാലഞ്ചിങ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം തോന്നുന്നു. ആൻഡ് ലാസ്റ്റ്ലി നമ്മൾ ചെയ്ത കാര്യം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഇപ്പോൾ പോയി കാണാൻ പറ്റും, voicenotes.com പോയി കാണാൻ പറ്റും. പക്ഷെ ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്ന കുറച്ച് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ്, ഞങ്ങളിപ്പോൾ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കുറച്ച് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ക്വിക്ലി ഒന്ന് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാമെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചു. ടു ഓപ്പൺ അപ്പ് ദ ക്യാൻവാസ് ഓഫ് എന്താണ് AI കൊണ്ട് ഇപ്പം നമുക്ക് പോസിബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള എന്നുള്ള കാര്യം. അതിലൊരു കാര്യം ഞാൻ ഇന്ന് ക്വിക്ലി പറയാം. ഞങ്ങളിപ്പം ഇതിന്റെ തന്നെ ടീം പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. വേറൊരു ഡൊമൈൻ, വേറൊരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ടാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അതായത് മീറ്റിംഗ്സ് എല്ലാം നമ്മുടെ സെക്കൻഡ് ബ്രെയിൻ പോലെ സ്റ്റോർ ചെയ്തിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ പറയുന്ന കോളുകൾ ഇപ്പൊ മറ്റേ ട്രാൻസ്ക്രിപ്റ്റായി വരുന്ന മാത്രമല്ല, ഇപ്പം ആര് സംസാരിച്ചു, ആരെപ്പോഴാണ് പറഞ്ഞതെന്നുള്ളതൊക്കെ നമ്മുടെ പബ്ലിക് ടീം മീറ്റിങ്ങുകളൊക്കെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഇന്റേണൽ ടീം മീറ്റിംഗ്സ് ഒക്കെ സ്റ്റോർഡ് ആയിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ചോദിക്കായിരുന്നു, കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ഇത് ഉണ്ടാക്കേണ്ടതെന്ന് വെച്ചത്, അല്ലെ ഉണ്ടാക്കണമെന്ന് തീരുമാനിച്ചത്, അല്ല എന്ത് ഐഡിയ ആണ് ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചത് ഞങ്ങളെ എന്നുള്ള ചോദ്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ ലെവലിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരാനുള്ള പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഞങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. co-creator.com എന്നുള്ളത് ലൈവായിട്ടുള്ള ജസ്റ്റ് ഒന്ന് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാൻ വിചാരിച്ചാണ്. അതേപോലെ വേറൊരു കാര്യമാണ്, ഞങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയ ഒരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു 2020 ബയോലിങ്ക് എന്നുള്ളൊരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ്. 1 മില്യണിൽ കൂടുതൽ യൂസേഴ്സ് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ലിങ്ക് ഇൻ ബയോ ഫോർ ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാം ആണത്. ഞങ്ങൾ അതിനെ റീഇൻവെന്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് പ്യൂർലി ഇന്ററാക്റ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു വെബ്സൈറ്റ് ബിൽഡർ ആക്കാൻ പോവാണ്. അതായത് ഒരു വെബ്സൈറ്റ് വരുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഗ്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ചോദിക്കും, ആൻഡ് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് വോയിസിലോ വീഡിയോയിലോ ടെക്സ്റ്റിലോ അതിനോട് ഇന്ററാക്ട് ചെയ്യാം. നമ്മുടെ ഇന്ററാക്ഷൻ അനുസരിച്ച് ആ എലമെന്റ് മൊത്തം മാറുന്ന രീതിയിൽ വെബ്സൈറ്റ് മൊത്തം ട്രാൻസ്ഫർ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. ഞാൻ ക്വിക്കായിട്ട് ചെറിയ വിഷൻ ടീമിനോട് പറഞ്ഞത്രേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഒരു 90 വയസ്സുള്ള ഒരു ഗുജറാത്തി ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു വളരെ പ്രായമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സ്ത്രീക്ക് ഒരു വെബ്സൈറ്റിൽ പോയിട്ട് ഗുജറാത്തി സംസാരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ആ സൈറ്റിൽ നിന്ന് ഓർഡർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റണം. ഒരു തരത്തിലുള്ള ടെക്നിക്കൽ നോളജും ഇല്ലാണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ടെക്നോളജി വെച്ച് അത് പോസിബിൾ ആണ്. ഇമാജിൻ ദാറ്റ്. 2 വർഷം മുമ്പ് പറ്റില്ലായിരുന്നു, ഇപ്പൊ അത് പറ്റും. അപ്പോൾ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ടെക്നോളജി കൊണ്ട് 2 ആഴ്ച ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു പ്രോട്ടോടൈപ്പ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഇനി ബയോലിങ്കിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരിക, അത് പാക്കേജ് ചെയ്യുക, പ്രൈസ് ചെയ്യാൻ, പ്രൈസിങ് അത് ഇന്ററാക്ഷൻ ബേസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രൈസിങ് ആയിരിക്കും. സോ ആ രീതിയിലേക്ക് പാക്കേജ് ചെയ്ത് തരിക. ബാക്കിയെല്ലാം അത് നിങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഇറക്കുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ ഫിഗർ ഔട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന തോന്നുന്നത്. വോയിസ് നോട്ട്സിന്റെ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റിലെ 90% ഫസ്റ്റ് വേർഷൻ ഷിപ്പ് ചെയ്ത ശേഷം നിങ്ങൾ പഠിച്ചത് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇറക്കിയാലേ നമുക്ക് പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ വരാൻ പോകുന്ന കാര്യം കൂടി ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാൻ കാരണം എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ദ വേൾഡ് ഇസ് എ വോയിസ് ഇഫ് യു തിങ്ക് അബൌട്ട് ഇറ്റ്. നമ്മൾക്ക് ഇന്റലിജൻസ് കൊണ്ട് എന്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ ആലോചിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഡിസ്ട്രാക്ഷനും നോയ്സും ഒക്കെ അവോയ്ഡ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് കൂടുതൽ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റട്ടെ കേരളത്തിൽ ഇതാക്കുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഐ വുഡ് ലവ് ടു ഹിയർ യു ഇഫ് യു ഹാവ് എനി ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഓർ comments.
Hi, Jijo. This is Faiz here. The advancement of technology, right from faster internet to accessibility of internet, which is now everybody has its own on their mobile phones, to moving your infrastructure from data center to cloud abstraction these days. When you started building your Buy Me a Coffee in 2018, I think you had different challenges, maybe in terms of technology, better frameworks. Today we are talking about everything is so abstracted, right? 100 lines of code is one line of code. Now we're talking about software intelligence, which some other company is pouring billions and billions, and all you have to do is do a one single API pull request and get the data. What is your journey, entrepreneurial journey in these two cases, and how threatened do you feel that because the accessibility is very easy, a fellow entrepreneur of yours can come the very next day and trump you by giving you a competition on the price part, because pretty much everybody is completely abstracted to know what the models are being built on other side of the planet, and we are just doing an API request.
Great question. Great question. I can quickly respond by saying give you one example. ChatGPT came out like 1.5 years ago with a really good user experience. Then Anthropic came out with a better model. And I'm sure most of you don't even know that they have an app. Right? They have an app called Claude, which most of you don't use. So it's not just about the technical improvement, but also about how we think about the end user experience and sort of working backwards from there. Because we had a ton of these technologies a long time ago as well. So I was talking to this engineer who's building this voice thingy, and he built it on Google's text-to-speech model, which was available like 5-10 years ago. So the technology was there. So we just have to, obviously there's a ton of new technology, but we just have to focus on the end user experience and sort of build backwards from there. And taste is very rare. Google, why is Google Gemini so underused compared to ChatGPT when Google had all the distribution, all the consumer thing compared to ChatGPT? So I think, and the fun fact is ChatGPT designed their APIs also with user experience in mind. So their APIs are actually much better to use than Google Gemini or even everything else out there, even the open platforms and stuff. So there's the saying, how you do one thing is how you do everything. So if you're a group of, if you have a team with good taste and good care for user experience, that's how you'll do everything. And OpenAI is sort of showing us how it's possible. But to answer your initial question, I'm really worried. I'm worried generally about most of the folks, because like Prashant Nair said like 20 minutes ago, not just 80% or 90%, 99% of the screen jobs can be replaced with computer with today's intelligence. It's just a matter of energy, compute, and getting the cost down, which will all happen with any technology that we have seen so far. And so screen jobs will be replaced. Your question as a builder, I'm worried about that too. And I guess the only way to sort of see it is to focus on the problems, solve it in your own personal way that you truly care about. Like when we built voice notes, it was just for me and my wife. And even though there are like 100 clones out there before and after us, it won't be what we want from the problem. And when you look at your problem in your own way and you have opinionated way to build it, there will be 1,000 or 1,000,000 people who will appreciate in the same viewpoint and sort of use your product. So a new project won't be able to exactly replicate what you had. So that's my relief or cope. Even our company's name is Coping Hard. So yeah, it's a way to cope with the AI revolution, I think. Anyway, I hope that answered your question.
Hello. The new product you said you will be coming out with, which can record the group talking about something. Is that already the beta version out now? Can I access it?
It's not. We haven't even started building it. Just want to share things that we are going to build as well to show the possibilities. We haven't built it. Voice Notes is purely single player mode for one person for their personal journaling.
So one thing for sure, like when you build things, the delivery network that you have is immense, and I think that is another reason why you are able to think about the global scope, right? So how do a new entrant towards that? For example, when you build voice notes, you are looking at globe as a market, but whenever our kids start doing things, they just think about implementing locally, and then they continue to do it there itself. മറ്റേ നമ്മുടെ സാധാരണ പറയില്ലേ, നമ്മുടെ മറ്റേ നാട്ടിൻപുറത്ത് ക്രിക്കറ്റ് കളിച്ച് കിടക്കുന്നതും മറ്റേ 1983 പറയുന്ന പോലെ നാഷണൽ ഇന്ത്യൻ ടീമിലേക്ക് കയറാനായിട്ടുള്ളതിന്റെ ഒരു ഡിഫറൻസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, ശരിക്കും അവിടെ എന്താണ് ആ ഡിഫറൻസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്? പലപ്പോഴും പലർക്കും ഇതൊന്നും അക്സസിബിൾ അല്ല എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് ചിന്തയുണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു ഗ്ലോബൽ സ്കോപ്പിൽ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് ആക്സസ് ഇല്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞത്. അപ്പൊ അതിന്റെ ഒരു സ്റ്റെപ്പ് എന്താണ് when you think about product?
നല്ല ചോദ്യം. ആൻഡ് ഒരു കാര്യം പറയാനുള്ള വെച്ചാൽ രണ്ടിനും ഒരേ പണിയാണ്. നാട്ടിലേക്ക് ഉണ്ടാക്കാനാണെങ്കിലും ഗ്ലോബൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കാനാണെങ്കിലും ഒരേ പണിയാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഏതായാലും ഒരു പണി എടുക്കുന്ന സ്ഥിതിക്ക് നമുക്ക് മാക്സിമം റീച്ച് ഉള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം ചെയ്യുന്നതല്ല നല്ലത്. പിന്നെ ഇത് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയത് ഗ്ലോബൽ ആൾക്കാരല്ല എന്നുള്ളത് നോട്ടീസ് ചെയ്യണം. നമ്മുടെ ഡിസൈനർ മലപ്പുറത്ത് വന്നാണ്. ഗ്രാഫിക് ഡിസൈൻ മാത്രം അറിയുള്ളായിരുന്നു ബിഫോർ ഇന്റർഫേസ് ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ്. അമൽ എന്നുള്ള ഡിസൈനർ. ഞാനും ജോസഫും മലപ്പുറത്ത് തന്നെ ജനിച്ചവരാണ് കേട്ടോ. അപ്പൊ ഞങ്ങൾക്കൊന്നും ഗ്ലോബൽ അങ്ങനെ വ്യൂ പോയിന്റോ കാര്യങ്ങളോ ഒന്നും ഉണ്ടാക്കിയതല്ല. പക്ഷെ ഒരു കാര്യം നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള മാർക്കറ്റ് എന്താണെന്നുള്ളത് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ നമ്മൾ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് നോക്കുക. അതിനേക്കാളും മുകളിൽ ചെയ്യാനല്ല ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ ആ ചെയ്യാൻ നിൽക്കേണ്ട ആവശ്യമുണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ള ചോദ്യമുണ്ട്. ഒരു നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉപകാരം ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ഇല്ല, പിന്നെ നമ്മൾ ആ പണി ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു പേഴ്സണൽ അഭിപ്രായം. അപ്പൊ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഈ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ ഡിസൈൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നമാണ്. കാരണം കുറെ വളരെ നല്ല ടെക്നിക്കൽ ആൾക്കാർ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് ഞാൻ തന്നെ പേഴ്സണലി സംസാരിച്ച് വളരെ ഹെൽപ്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ട് എനിക്ക് കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ എക്സ്ട്രീംലി ടെക്നിക്കൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള വളരെ നല്ലൊരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഓഫ് ആൾക്കാർ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ബട്ട് ഡിസൈൻ വൈസ് ആ ഒരു ഇന്നോവേഷനിൽ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ, ടേസ്റ്റുള്ള പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടാക്കാനുള്ള ആ ഒരു യൂസർ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ലെവൽ ചിന്തിക്കുന്നത് കുറച്ച് പിന്നോട്ടാണെന്ന് തോന്നിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണെന്ന് എനിക്ക് കറക്റ്റ് ഉത്തരവില്ല. കാര്യം എനിക്ക് വന്നത് കുറച്ച് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ് ആക്ച്വലി നല്ല പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളത്, ആൻഡ് യൂസറിന്റെ ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്ന് ആലോചിച്ച് പുറകോട്ട് ഉണ്ടാക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത്. ആൻഡ് ടെക്ക് നമ്മൾ വളരെ സ്ട്രോങ് ആണ്. എന്താണ് ഡിസൈനിൽ മിസ്സിംഗ് ആയെന്നുള്ളത് ഒരു വലിയ ചോദ്യമായിട്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. എനിക്കറിയില്ല.
ഓക്കെ, നമുക്കിവിടെ ജിക്കു.
ഹായ് ജിജു.
ഹായ്.
ഹായ്. ഞാൻ ആക്ച്വലി ദീപുവിൻ്റെ സെയിം ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ തന്നെ ഒന്നും കൂടെ റിയേറ്ററേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനാണ് വന്നത്. ബിക്കോസ് ലാസ്റ്റ് ടൈം എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു 2 days ബിഫോറോ 3 days ബിഫോറോ കേരള പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ഹണ്ടിൽ ജിജു ഇത് ആൻസർ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. സോറി ടു ഫോഴ്സ് യു ടു അതേ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഒന്നും കൂടെ പറയിപ്പിക്കാൻ ജിജുവിൻ്റെ വായിൽ നിന്ന് തന്നെ എല്ലാവരുടെ അടുത്തും കേൾക്കണമെന്ന് എനിക്കുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ്, ബിക്കോസ് ദീപ് പറഞ്ഞ ആ എക്സാക്ട് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ഞാൻ ഒന്നും കൂടെ പറയുകയാണ്. ഡിസ്ട്രിബ്യൂഷൻ, ഞാൻ ഈ ഇടയ്ക്ക് ഒരു സീരീസിൻ്റെ അകത്തൊരു ബ്യൂട്ടിഫുൾ ലൈൻ കേട്ടു. അത് വെച്ച് പറയാം. സസഷൻ പോലെ വേറൊരു സീരീസ് ഉണ്ട്, ബില്യൺസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ, മേ ബി യു ആർ വാച്ചിങ് ഇറ്റ്. അതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് ഒരു ലൈൻ ഉണ്ട്, ദ ഡിസ്ട്രിബ്യൂഷൻ ഇസ് ദ ഓൺലി മോട്ട് ഇൻ കറണ്ട് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ലാൻഡ്സ്കേപ്പ്. അത് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് മാത്രമല്ല, എന്താണേലും അത് പൊളിറ്റിക്സ് ആണെങ്കിലും ശരി, മീഡിയ ആണെങ്കിലും ശരി, ആർട്സ് ആണെങ്കിലും ശരി, ഡിസ്ട്രിബ്യൂഷൻ ഇസ് ദ ഉള്ളി മോട്ട് എന്ന് പറയും. അപ്പോൾ ഞാനത് വിശ്വസിക്കുന്ന ഒരാളാണ്. ആൻഡ് ഐ ഡു തിങ്ക് വാട്ട് യു ആക്ച്വലി ക്രിയേറ്റഡ് വിത്ത് വോയിസ് നോട്ട്സ് ഭയങ്കര ഇൻസ്പയറിംഗ് ആണ്, ഭയങ്കര പ്രൗഡായിട്ട് എനിക്കും തോന്നുന്നുള്ളൊരു കാര്യമാണ്. നന്നായിട്ടുണ്ട് അത് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റിൻ്റെ സാധനം. ആൻഡ് എസ്പെഷ്യലി അമലിനെ കുറിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞത് നന്നായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അമലിനെ റീസെൻ്റ്ലി ഞാൻ കണക്ട് ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. ഭയങ്കര ബ്രില്യൻറ്റ് ഡിസൈനറാണ്. ഇറ്റ്സ് വെരി നൈസ് ദറ്റ് യു ഡൂയിങ് ഇറ്റ്. പക്ഷേ ജിജു പറഞ്ഞ സ്പെസിഫിക് കാര്യം എനിക്ക് ഓർമ്മയുണ്ട്, ഞാനത് റിപ്പീറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് ജിജുവിനെ കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഞാനത്, ഇഫ് യു ക്യാൻ ആക്ച്വലി ഷെയർ ടു ദ ക്രൗഡ്, എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഫസ്റ്റ് 100 users കിട്ടിയത്? ഇറ്റ് വുഡ് ബി നൈസ്.
ഫസ്റ്റ് 100 users കോമ്പിനേഷൻ ഓഫ് എല്ലാം നമുക്ക് പറ്റുന്ന എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളും ഒരുമിച്ച് ചെയ്തായിരുന്നു. അത് ആദ്യം നമുക്കറിയാവുന്ന ആൾക്കാരിലേക്ക് ഷെയർ ചെയ്തു. നമ്മൾ ഏതായാലും കുറെ ഗ്രൂപ്പുകളുടെ ഭാഗമാവുമല്ലോ. ആ ഗ്രൂപ്പുകളിലൊക്കെ കളക്റ്റീവിൽ ഒരു 1000 ആൾക്കാരെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടാവും. ഈ 1000 ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ഷെയർ ചെയ്തിട്ടും അവരിലൊരു വികാരം ഉണർത്തുന്നില്ല നമ്മുടെ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് എങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ ആ പണി അവിടെ തന്നെ നിർത്തുക. എന്നിട്ട് പിന്നെ അടുത്ത കാര്യങ്ങൾ, അടുത്ത ഇറ്ററേഷനിലേക്ക് പോവുക, അല്ല വേറെ കാര്യം ചെയ്യുക. കാര്യം എന്തോ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് തെറ്റായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു ഇനീഷ്യൽ ഇറ്ററേഷൻ ഞാനും എൻ്റെ ഭാര്യയും എൻ്റെ ബ്രദറും കുറച്ച് ടീമിൽ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമായ ശേഷം ഞങ്ങൾ ആ ഗ്രൂപ്പുകൾ ഷെയർ ചെയ്തു. ഈ പറഞ്ഞ കേരള പ്രൊഡക്ഷൻ ഗ്രൂപ്പ്, അതേപോലെ 1-2 വേറെ ഗ്രൂപ്പുകളോട് ഷെയർ ചെയ്തു. അവിടെ നിന്ന് ആ റെസ്പോൺസ് വളരെ പോസിറ്റീവായി. ആൻഡ് ഈ ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ കണ്ടിട്ടുള്ളത് വെച്ചാൽ, ഞാൻ ആ ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ തന്നെ വരുന്ന കുറച്ച് പേര് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ കാണാറുണ്ട്, ഐക്കൺ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല, ലോഗോ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. ഇതൊക്കെ ചെറിയ കാര്യമല്ലേ? ഒരു കണക്കിന് ഞാനത് കാണുന്നത് ഒരു ഇൻസൾട്ട് ആണ് കാണുന്നവർക്ക്. നിങ്ങൾ ഈ വർക്ക് ഇടാണ്ട് പോയി അവിടെ ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ആക്ച്വലി വർക്ക് ഇട്ട പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് നല്ലതാണെന്ന് മേക്ക് ഷുവർ ചെയ്ത് നിങ്ങൾ ഹാപ്പിയായി എൻഡ് കൊള്ളാവുന്ന വേർഷൻ ആയിട്ട് വേണം ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാൻ. അതാണ് വ്യത്യാസം. വെറുതെ ഷെയർ ചെയ്താൽ പോരാ. എന്നിട്ട് ആ ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഒരുവിധം ആൾക്കാർക്ക് അത് ഇഷ്ടമായെങ്കിൽ, അതിന്റെ ഇഷ്ടമാണ് കുറെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ. നമ്മൾ സെയിൽസ് പോയിന്റ് ആവണം, ഒരു വികാരം ഉണർത്തുന്ന ഒരു ഡിസൈൻ ആയിരിക്കണം, ഉപകാരപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആയിരിക്കണം. ഇതെല്ലാം ഒരുമിച്ചാണെങ്കിൽ ഒരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആരെങ്കിലും ഉപയോഗിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ. അപ്പോൾ അതിന്നൊരു റിയാക്ഷൻ വരികയാണെങ്കിൽ ഐ തിങ്ക് യു ആർ റെഡി. അപ്പോൾ അടുത്ത കാര്യങ്ങളിലേക്ക് പോകാം. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ അത് കുറേ ഇമെയിൽ ലിസ്റ്റുകളിലേക്ക് അയക്കുന്നതായിരുന്നു. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന കുറച്ച് ബാക്കിയുള്ള പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് എന്നുള്ള ഇമെയിൽ ലിസ്റ്റുകളിലേക്ക് കുറച്ചൊക്കെ അയച്ചു തുടങ്ങി. റെസ്പോൺസ് നന്നായിട്ട് തോന്നി. പിന്നെ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റുകളിലും ഹാക്കർ ന്യൂസിലും ഷെയർ ചെയ്തു. ഒരു ചെറിയ ചെക്ക് ലിസ്റ്റ് ആണ് ശരിക്കും. ഒരു തരത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു എന്താ പറയുക, ഒരു മാജിക് ഒന്നുമല്ല, നമ്മളൊരു ലിസ്റ്റ് അങ്ങ് ഫോളോ ചെയ്യുന്നത് ബേസിക്കലി. ആൻഡ് ഒരു ഭാഗത്ത് എന്തെങ്കിലും മോശം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ അതിൽ പണിയെടുത്ത് അത് ഫിക്സ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി ഇരിക്കും. ഞാനും ജോയ്ക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു മോശം ആയാലും പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആക്ച്വലി അതാ കൂടുതൽ ആലോചിക്കായിരുന്നു 100 പേര് നല്ല പറഞ്ഞതിനേക്കാളും. അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ ഇരുന്ന വർക്ക് ചെയ്ത റീഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്യും. ആൻഡ് വോയിസ് നോട്ട്സിന്റെ ലാൻഡിംഗ് പേജ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നോക്കിയാൽ മനസ്സിലാവും, ഒരു പ്ലെയിൻ ടെക്സ്റ്റ് ആണ്, 5 ലൈനിൽ കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറയുന്നത് ഹോവർ ചെയ്താൽ കാണാൻ പറ്റും. ഞങ്ങൾ ബൈമേ കോഫിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതൽ പണിയെടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട് ആ പേജിൽ. 1.5 മാസം എടുത്ത വർക്ക്. അപ്പോൾ വർക്ക് ഇടാതെ അത് സാധനം ലൈവ് ആവത്തില്ല. അപ്പോൾ കാണുമ്പോൾ വളരെ എളുപ്പമുള്ള ഒരു പേജ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി പെട്ടെന്ന് വിസ്പർ കണക്ട് ചെയ്ത് GPT റാപ്പർ ഇട്ട് ഷിപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ് ആൾക്കാർ പുറത്തുനിന്ന് വിചാരിക്കുക. പക്ഷെ അതിൽ ബൈമേ കോഫിനേക്കാളും 2 മാസത്തേക്കാളും വർക്ക് കിട്ടും. എന്നിട്ട് അടുത്ത സ്റ്റെപ്പുകൾ ഓഫ് ലോഞ്ചുകൾ ചെയ്യണമെന്നാണ് ഇതൊക്കെ. എന്നിട്ട് പിന്നെ കുറച്ച് ആഡ് ശ്രമിച്ചു നോക്കി. നമുക്ക് മുമ്പിലുള്ള എല്ലാ ഗ്രോത്ത് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റിയും ഞങ്ങൾ ശ്രമിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പം അതിലേറെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുള്ളത് നോക്കിയിട്ട് അതിൽ സ്റ്റെക്ക് ചെയ്ത് മുമ്പോട്ട് പോകാമെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചു. പക്ഷെ അതിനൊക്കെ പ്രധാനമായിട്ട് ആ ബേസിക് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഒരു 10 പേരെ കാണിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഒരു 4 പേർക്കെങ്കിലും ഇഷ്ടം തോന്നി, 2 പേരെങ്കിലും ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ പരിപാടി മാറ്റിപ്പിടിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്.
അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഈ ബൈമിയ കോഫി, വോയിസ് നോട്ട്സ്, ഈ ഡൊമൈൻ നെയിം ഒക്കെ എങ്ങനെയാണ്?
ഇതൊക്കെ അവിടെ ഉള്ളതാണ്, നമ്മൾ സെർച്ച് ചെയ്തങ്ങ് വാങ്ങിച്ചാൽ മതി. ഇതൊക്കെ അവർ ഫ്രീ ആയിരുന്നു. വോയിസ് നോട്ട്സ് 3 മാസമായിട്ടുള്ള വാങ്ങിച്ചിട്ട്. നോക്കിയപ്പം .com പോയപ്പോൾ തന്നെ അത് ഫോർ സെയിൽ ആയിരുന്നു.
ഓക്കെ. പിന്നെ ഇത് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ്? ഗോവിന്ദ് ഇവിടെ ഒരുപാട്. ഗോവിന്ദ് തന്നെ
No, I'm just saying, I'm a big fanboy of Jito Sani. Like, he figured out like distribution and network really early on. Like, he has like, I'm also someone who plays around with AI stuff a lot. So, same question that came to my mind. Voice not something I've been working on similarly, but that's the important thing. UX. He figured out UX and how the user perceives things. That's the most important thing. And in recent years with AI, it's not a technical thing that's hard. It's how does the user perceive this? Is this really useful? So yeah, that's why I just like how he demonstrated his ideas. It's not like questions, it's more of an appreciation.
ഈ ടെക്നിക്കൽ സ്റ്റഫ് ഹാർഡ് ആവാത്ത കാരണം വെച്ചാൽ ഗോവിന്ദിനെ പോലത്തെ കുറെ ആൾക്കാരിരുന്ന് ആ ഹാർഡ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ അതെടുത്ത് ഉപയോഗിക്കാനുള്ള കുറച്ച് ആൾക്കാരോട് വേണമല്ലോ, ഉണ്ടാക്കി മാത്രം പോരല്ലോ, ഉപയോഗിക്കേണ്ട ആരെങ്കിലൊക്കെ. ആൻഡ് ഈ കോസ്റ്റ് കുറഞ്ഞു വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ കോസ്റ്റ് പറയാന്ന് കുറെ കാണാറുണ്ട് എഞ്ചിനീയേഴ്സിൽ. പക്ഷെ കോസ്റ്റ് ഓർഡർ ഓഫ് മാഗ്നിറ്റ്യൂഡ് കുറയുന്നുണ്ട്, API കോസ്റ്റ് ആയാലും ഇതായാലും. ആൻഡ് കുറെ ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട് ഗോവിന്ദിനെ പോലെ ഒരു പ്രതിഫലമോ അല്ലെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടോ ആലോചിക്കാൻ നമ്മൾ ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ റെഡി ആയിട്ടില്ല, വളരെ ആഗ്രഹത്തോടെ. സോ ടെക്നിക്കലി ഒരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണെന്നും വിചാരിക്കരുത്, ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ആൾക്കാരാണ്.
ഓക്കെ. ആൻഡ് ജിജോ, എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ജിജോ ഇന്ന് വരണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ, ജിജോ ഒരുപാട് പേരെ ഇൻസ്പയർ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഹണ്ടിനകത്തു നിന്നാണെങ്കിലും PH കേരള ആണെങ്കിലും നമ്മുടെ ഒരുപാട് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ഇന്ന് മ്യൂലേണിനകത്ത് ലുക്കൗട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ആസ്പയർ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ഓൺടർപ്രണർ ആണ് ജിജോ. ആൻഡ് താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. ആ പ്രോഗ്രാം തുടങ്ങുന്ന സമയം മുതൽ തന്നെ ഹീസ് റൈറ്റ് നൗ ഇൻ UK. ആൻഡ് അവിടുന്ന് ഓൺലൈനായിട്ട് ഇതിലേക്ക് അവൈലബിൾ ആയിരുന്ന മുഴുവൻ സമയം സ്ട്രീമിയാനകത്ത് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. And this is just a beginning, because ജിജോ എന്നോട് പറഞ്ഞത് ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു ഇവന്റ്സും ഡിസ്കഷനേക്കാൾ ഉപരി he would love to mentor one-to-one for some startups or people who want to build and ship things. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു ഓഫർ എങ്ങനെയാണ് നമുക്ക് സ്വീകരിക്കാൻ പറ്റുക എന്നുള്ളത്?
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഫുള്ളി ആക്സസിബിൾ ആണ്. എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിലൊക്കെ ഫീൽ ഫ്രീ ടു റീച്ച് ഔട്ട്. jijo@voicenotes.com jijo@bimycoffee എൻ്റെ ഗ്രൂപ്പുകൾ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ വാട്സാപ്പിൽ അവൈലബിൾ ആയിരിക്കും. എന്തെങ്കിലും ഡിസൈൻ ഫീഡ്ബാക്ക് ആണെങ്കിലോ ഡിസ്ട്രിബ്യൂഷൻ്റെ കാര്യമാണെങ്കിലോ ടെക്നിക്കലിയുള്ള ബോട്ടിലൊക്കെകളാണെങ്കിലോ ഒക്കെ ചാറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനൊക്കെ എനിക്ക് വളരെ താല്പര്യമുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. അപ്പോൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും റീച്ച് ഔട്ട് ചെയ്യുക.
ജിജോ ഭയങ്കര ആക്സസിബിൾ ആണ്. ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് യു ക്യാൻ കണക്ട് ടു ഹിം. ആൻഡ് പിന്നെ ഒരു കാര്യം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, നമ്മുടെ വേറെ കുറച്ച് പ്രോഡക്റ്റുകൾ ജിജോ വേണ്ടാന്ന് വെക്കുന്നു എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് കേട്ടോ, ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്ത് ഷിപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞ പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് കസ്റ്റമർ ബേസ് ഒക്കെ ഉള്ള. അതെന്താ അതിന്റെ റീസൺ? ബിക്കോസ് ഐ തിങ്ക് ദർ ഇസ് എ വെരി ഗുഡ് കസ്റ്റമർ ബേസ് ആൻഡ് ദെൻ യു ആർ ജസ്റ്റ് സ്റ്റോപ്പിംഗ് ഇറ്റ്. എനിക്ക് ഗിഫ്റ്റ് ആപ്പ് ആണെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു അല്ലേ?
ഗിഫ്റ്റ് ആപ്പ് ഉണ്ട്, 1-on-1 ഉണ്ട്. ബയോലിങ്ക് ആക്ച്വലി ഞങ്ങൾ 1.5 വർഷത്തോളം ഹൈബർനേഷൻ മോഡിലായിരുന്നു, ആരും വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. അതിനകത്ത് മോഡറേഷനും സെർവറിന്റെ കോസ്റ്റ് കഴിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു 20 മില്യൺ വിസിറ്റേഴ്സ് അങ്ങനെ പെർ മന്ത് വരുന്ന ഒരു ബൈമിഗോഫിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതൽ ട്രാഫിക് ഉള്ള വെബ്സൈറ്റ് ആണ് ബയോലിങ്ക്. പക്ഷേ കാശ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നില്ല. സോ കാശ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നില്ല എന്റെ ഇൻഡിക്കേഷൻ എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ എവിടുന്നോ വാല്യൂ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനും ക്യാപ്ചർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. ആരോ എന്തോ ഫ്രീ ടൂൾ ആയിട്ട് അല്ലെ വലിയൊരു വാല്യൂ കാണാണ്ട് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ഒരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആയതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അങ്ങനെ വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ആക്ച്വൽ മണി കിട്ടിയിട്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ, ആക്ച്വൽ പ്രോഫിറ്റിലേക്ക് അല്ലെ റവന്യൂലേക്ക് പോയിട്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ, നോ ദാറ്റ് ഈ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആൾക്കാർ ഹോബീസ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നതായിരിക്കാം, അല്ലെ വാല്യൂ ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടാവില്ല എന്നല്ല. അങ്ങനത്തെ കുറച്ച് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റുകൾ ഞങ്ങൾ ഉടനടി നിർത്താറുണ്ട്, ഒരു ഇമോഷനും ഇല്ലാണ്ട്. ഗിഫ്റ്റ് ആപ്പും 1-on-1 അങ്ങനെ ഓർമ്മയിൽ പോലും ഇല്ലാത്ത കുറെ പ്രൊജക്റ്റുകൾ ഈ അടുത്ത് തന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ ഷട്ട് ഡൗൺ ചെയ്തായിരുന്നു. ഇതൊക്കെ ഒരു വർഷമൊക്കെ എടുത്ത് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്താണ്. പക്ഷേ ഐ തിങ്ക് ദാറ്റ്സ് ഹൗ യു ഷുഡ് ഡു ഇറ്റ്.
ഓക്കെ. ആൻഡ് വൈ കോമ്പിനേറ്ററിന്റെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ്, YC എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ്, സാം ആൽബൻ ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന സമയത്തായിരുന്നല്ലോ യു വർ ഇൻ YC. സോ സാമിനെയൊക്കെ നേരിട്ട് ഇന്ററാക്ട് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള അവസരം കിട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ടോ? എങ്ങനെയാണ് YC എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് എങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് ഒന്ന് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാം, നമുക്ക് അറിയാനും കൂടിയാണ്.
അധികം സമയം എടുക്കാൻ ഞാൻ ക്വിക്ലി പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ, സാം ഓൾട്ട്മാൻ ആ സമയത്ത് YC ലീഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയമായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇന്ററാക്ട് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള അവസരം കിട്ടി. അത് മാത്രമല്ല, അദ്ദേഹം വളരെ സ്ട്രെയിൻസ് ആയിരുന്നു. പുള്ളിയുടെ രീതിയിൽ തന്നെ ഓപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരാളാണ്. ഞങ്ങളിപ്പോൾ ഒരു വലിയ ഇവന്റ് നടക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് എനിക്ക് ഡിസ്റ്റിങ്ക്ട്ലി ഓർമ്മയുള്ള വെച്ചാൽ പുള്ളി സൈഡിൽ കൂടെ പോയിട്ട് എല്ലാവർക്കും കഴിക്കാനുള്ള ഭക്ഷണം പുള്ളി വിരലിട്ട് കഴിച്ച് വിരൽ നോക്കിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു പിക്ചർ എന്റെ മനസ്സിൽ സാം ആൾട്ട്മാനെ കുറിച്ചുള്ളത്. ആൻഡ് എനിക്ക് വളരെ ക്ലിയർ ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഒരു ബ്യൂറോക്രസിയും ഒരു തരത്തിലുള്ള ഇതിനോ നിൽക്കാത്ത ഒരു കാർഗോ ഷോർട്സ് വിട്ട് ടീഷർട്ട് വിട്ട് ഫുള്ളി ചുറ്റി നടന്ന ആൾക്കാരോട് സംസാരിക്കുന്ന ഒരാളാണ് സാം ആൾട്ട്മാൻ. ആൻഡ് അദ്ദേഹം വളരെ പിവറ്റലായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യം പറയുന്നത് വെച്ചാൽ, YC കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടും എനിക്ക് അതിന് തൊട്ട് മുമ്പേ ഒരു വർഷം ബ്രേക്ക് എടുത്ത് ഏറ്റവും ലോകത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ഉള്ള കാര്യം ഇപ്പം എന്താന്നുള്ള കാര്യം തന്നെ ആലോചിച്ച് ശേഷം ഓപ്പൺ എയിൽ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തതാണ്. സോ വളരെ ഡിസൈസീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു മനുഷ്യനാണ്, വളരെ തോട്ട്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരാളാണ്. സോ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ പൊളിറ്റിക്സും ബാക്കിയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളും അയാളുടെ വ്യൂ പോയിന്റിനൊക്കെ പുറമെ എക്സ്ട്രീംലി ഇന്റലിജന്റ്. ഒബിയസ്ലി ഞാൻ ഗ്രൂപ്പുകളിൽ പറഞ്ഞൊരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്, അദ്ദേഹം ആയിരിക്കില്ല ഈ ടെക്നോളജി ഉണ്ടാക്കിയത്, പക്ഷേ ഈ ടെക്നോളജി നമ്മളിലേക്ക് എത്തിച്ചത് അദ്ദേഹമാണ്. സോ അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് ആ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് നമ്മൾ അദ്ദേഹത്തിലേക്ക് കൊടുക്കണം. ആൻഡ് അങ്ങനത്തെ ആൾക്കാരും വേണം. അത് എനിക്കൊന്ന് നമുക്കൊക്കെ ആവാൻ പറ്റും. ആൻഡ് ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് അബൌട്ട് ബീയിങ് ആൻ എക്സ്പെർട്ട് അറ്റ് ഇറ്റ്, ബട്ട് ഇറ്റ്സ് നോയിങ് എന്ത് റിയൽ വേൾഡ് പ്രോബ്ലം ആണ് നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ ഈ ടെക്നോളജി കൊണ്ട്, നമ്മുടെ അടുത്തുള്ള ടെക്നോളജി കൊണ്ട് സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പം സാം ആൾട്ട്മാൻ അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഷൈനിങ് എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആണ്.
താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച് ജിജു. ആൻഡ് എല്ലാവരോടും എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്, നിങ്ങൾ ഇന്ന് തന്നെ എല്ലാവരും ഒന്ന് voicenotes.com ഒന്ന് എടുത്ത് നോക്കുക ആൻഡ് യു വിൽ സ്റ്റിക്ക് ടു ഇറ്റ്. ഞാൻ അതിന്റെ സബ്സ്ക്രൈബർ ആണ് ആൻഡ് ഐ ഹാവ് ബീൻ യൂസിങ് ഇറ്റ് എവറി നൗ ആൻഡ് whenever I need to take it on.
Amazing.
Thank you so much ജിജു.
Thank you for inviting.
നമുക്ക് ഒരു ടീ ബ്രേക്കിലേക്ക് നമുക്ക് പോവാം. ടീ ബ്രേക്കിലേക്ക് പോയതിനു ശേഷം നമുക്ക് തിരിച്ചു വന്നിട്ട് നമുക്ക് കുറച്ച് സ്റ്റാർസ് ഉണ്ട് ഇവിടെ ബിൽഡ് ആൻഡ് ഷിപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്ന. അതിനകത്ത് ഏജ് മാറ്റർ ചെയ്യില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. നമുക്ക് 7ാം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ പഠിക്കുന്ന, 7ാം ക്ലാസ് ഇപ്പോൾ കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്ന ഏകലവ്യനുണ്ട്. ഹി ഹാസ് ബീൻ ബിൽഡിങ് എ ലോട്ട് ഓഫ് തിങ്സ് ഇൻ AI, LLM, മ്യൂ ലേണിനായിട്ട് മ്യൂ കിട്ടുന്ന ഒരു ബോട്ടൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയ ഏകലവ്യൻ്റെ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ടോക്ക് ഉണ്ടാവും. ദെൻ നമുക്കിവിടെ ഇപ്പോൾ വോയിസ് നോട്ട്സ് പറയുന്ന സമയത്ത് somebody who is studying third year in Marine Engineering College, Govind, in the DPA national conclave, he was the winner for the hackathon in DPA at Pune, and he's also started a consultancy, and he's a consultant for LLM for many MNCs here. So നമുക്ക് അവരെ ലിസൺ ചെയ്യാം. അതിന് ശേഷം അപ്പോൾ വേഗം കോഫി കുടിച്ചിട്ട് കോഫിയൊക്കെ ഗ്രാബ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഇങ്ങോട്ടേക്ക് വരിക. നമ്മൾ കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടേ ഇരിക്കാം. ഓക്കെ. അക്ഷയ പറഞ്ഞാൽ ആൾക്കാർ പോളൂ. എപ്പൊ തിരിച്ചു വരണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞോ? കോഫി ഗ്രാബ് ചെയ്ത് വന്നോളൂ തിരിച്ച്. എന്നിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ടൈം പറയൂ. 6:30 we will start. Okay.
നടക്കുക. Anybody is free to walk in. ഇവിടെ ജസ്റ്റ് വരിക.
Robots will be so developed that we won't know whether we're speaking with a human or a robot.
Workers will definitely need.
എല്ലാ മാസവും ആദ്യത്തെ ബുധനാഴ്ചയാണ് ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം നടക്കുക. Anybody is free to walk in. ഇവിടെ ജസ്റ്റ് വരിക.
Robots will be so developed that we won't know whether we're speaking with a human or a robot.
Workers will definitely need to kind of bring up new skills. They will have to work with these tools.
Your jobs are never going to be taken by an AI, but it will definitely be taken by a person who is using an AI, for sure.
വന്ന BJP party. They don't care about it. Completely other dynamic. അത് നാവിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റണമെന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഇവിടെ ഇന്ന് ഒരു സംഖ്യ വൈദ്യുതി വളർത്തിയെടുത്ത ഒരാളെ വന്നു. BJP get to the things. ആക്കണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് ആക്കാം. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞേ പ്രധാനമന്ത്രി ആരാണെന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റിയല്ല. ഒരു തിയറി കാരണം അടുത്ത കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ് ആ ആംഗിളില് ഒരു പ്ലാനാണ്. ഞാൻ പരോപിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
കേറുണ്ട് 11 ശതമാനം.
പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് കോപ്പി അൺലോഡ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ നോക്കാൻ. അല്ല 1 മണിക്കൂർ ഇരിക്കല്ലേ 7:30 വരെ മതിയാവും എനിക്ക് പോവാൻ
ചെയ്തൂലേ ചാർജ് പോട്ട് കണ്ടില്ലേ അപ്പൊ എനിക്ക് ചാർജ്
Hi everyone. So can I have your attention here? All those who are outside, please let in. So before going to the panel discussion, we'll be having 2 quick sessions. So this delta of learning, years of experience doesn't matter. It's about how you can learn and implement new things. Build and ship is the key, maybe. So innovation has no age. Our next speaker, Eklavin, is a 13-year-old who has already built over 14 plus products using LLM, RAG, IoT, etc. Exemplifies this with his talk on innovation at every age. Inviting Eklavin.
Hi all. My name is Egalavin. I'm a 12-year-old programmer. I'm studying in the School of the Good Shepherd and I'm an associate at Mueller. So my coding journey started when I was 9 years old. It was the COVID lockdown time and I had no other activities, no outdoor activities, no school, no friends, just seeing my teacher's face on a screen. So I had to find something interesting. I turned to YouTube and I started learning coding. It was like discovering a new world for me. I could build things I wanted, anything I wanted. Fast forward a few years, I was honored to be given the title of Top 100 Junior and Top 100 Fellow. I took a class in MES Marambali College on Fernstack to BSc, MCA, and BCA students, and have built a few exciting projects. First of it was FAYA Now. It's an app that reminds you to keep your surroundings and your health clean. It will make you pick up plastic and then put it in the recycling bin, make you follow a diet, etc. And then there's emotion lights. You're angry. Imagine that you're angry and you're storming into your room. What emotion lights will do? Emotion lights will detect your emotion. It will detect that you're angry and then change the lighting of your room to color that will make you happy. How cool is it? Right. So then there's a big boy, Mukutin. The name may sound funny, but it comes quite handy. It is like a chatbot. No. It's like an assistant for all the things you do in MuLearn. From approving your proof of work to answering your queries. It's all in Mukutin. And I have been contributing to some open source projects. And here's what I have learned from my journey. Innovation knows no age limit. If you are passionate, if you're willing to learn, and you have the courage to take the first step, you can achieve amazing things. Every expert was once a beginner. Don't be afraid to fail. Keep experimenting, keep building things, and always remember, keep having fun. And that's the thing. There is no limit that you cannot break. Thank you.
Thank you, Ekalavian. It's so great to hear such wisdom from this young age. So, and I'm really happy to watch you grow actually. So next, for innovation at every age, we have Govind SP, a top 100 coder and a third-year engineering student, consults for MNCs and governments globally on AI and LLM.
Thank you. Hey, I hope you can hear me. Yep, that's good. Oh, sorry. Okay. Hey, yep. So yeah, I'm Govind, and yeah, I just won a hackathon top 100 coder. It's conducted by Niran. That's my tag there. To be honest, I'm just a guy who plays with LLMs a lot. I like to play with what's on the cutting edge a lot. And when I say a lot, I literally don't sleep. I just play around with that stuff. So that's a quick intro of me. So the talk is innovation at every age. Thing is, I did not know about LLMs and all that stuff till like 1 year. I was not an AI guy. It takes, this is my honest opinion, it only takes 1 year to get expert at anything, like to get the intermediate experience. You just need to know what is there at like the surface level, and then only build layers below that as it's needed. That's what I learned. So I started off with image generation, and I was like, okay, I want to automate this. Let's go into LLMs. And then I was like, okay, how does LLMs work? How do I optimize this? How do I run this thing? How do I run this locally? How do I deploy this? All these crazy questions. So that's how I learned it. Now, is it hard to learn? No, it's not hard to learn. What is there to learn? You got ChatGPT. You got the best place to learn. There's Twitter. Twitter has the cutting edge, like the people working on the edge talking to you about the most latest research papers out there. You can hang out with Elon Musk, Jan LeCun, and all the experts of this field there. And the best thing is, AI came out like out of nowhere for most of us. And the best impressive thing about this is, you all have experience. Most of us have experience. Like even if you are in 10 years, 20 years into your industry, you might have the same level of experience as I do for like the past 1 year. So for the first time, I feel like the playing ground is equal. I might know the same as you do, and that gives me a lot of negotiation power. So a quick rundown is, I won a few hackathons with LLMs. That's my favorite tool right, at this point. It's just, I just throw a bunch of tech in there. I understand what's the problem statement there. And that's also one important thing. You need to understand what the problem statement is. And that is where being young helps. And that is where I think being young and that age difference helps. You get new perspectives. While people think about in complex architectures, how do I lay out this? How do I figure out the security in this? How do I have those pipelines figured out? I don't have to care about anything of that. I don't need to think about it. I have the fresh perspective to take new risks and be like, yeah, let's see how it works. And that is what troubles a lot of people in the industry. They are afraid of taking risks. I'm just a college kid. There's nothing for me to lose. I take risks. People do not take risks. I just take them. I just blindly go for it. And that helped me a lot. I made so much connections in the past 1 year. I'm like, how the heck do I even meet people like Jijo Sunny? It's nothing. I just talk about it like crazy. I'm like, yeah, you could just do this. And he's like, damn, that's a good idea. Would you like to help us out? I went to Kochi and helped his team out for like 2 days. And then someone else had a project. They were like, can you sit on a meeting with us for like 4 hours? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Why not? I'll help you out. And that's providing value. And I figured out, yeah, providing value is the best thing you can make of your time. And I also built a bunch of products. I found out that I tried to solve all these LLM wrapper applications that people usually ridicule about. And then while solving it, I was like, there is a deeper problem here. Something, if you are new here, let's say you are not in the AI field at all and you want to get into this field, there are tons of problems that you haven't tackled. Data cleansing, data preparation, synthetic data generation. How do you inspect data? Nobody knows about this. Even if you're an expert in the field, with LLMs, the game has changed. We don't know how to solve that. And everyone has an equal opportunity to learn about this. I excel at that, I think. And recently, since I saw all these people facing the same issue, I launched a consultancy. It's AIC Project. The link is aicproject.cc. The name is interesting. My end goal is to build like AI companions. So it's like a full agentic system with knowledge injection involved. Therefore, I am right now an AI studio that solves your problems with integrating LLMs into your products, racks, agents. You can be I can be the entry point for you to like save lots of time researching all this stuff. Yeah, I just launched this consultancy. It's not a hard thing. That's what I want to say. Like as an anchor point about my session. It's age didn't matter here. I'm just 21 years old. Anyone could have done this. Why nobody's doing this? I got no idea. Everyone should do this. In my opinion, everyone sitting here could just go back home, spend 1 hour on Karpathi's videos. You should just try YouTubing, like searching on YouTube. Andre Karpathi. See his videos about LLMs for the busy person, and you will be updated on most things. The problem is nobody's gonna take that. Nobody's interested in wasting their time on educational stuff. They would rather watch a Netflix series or something. Yeah, I just choose not to do that. Age doesn't matter. It's your commitment. Commit to it. Do it. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, that's me.
Thank you, Govind. So next we have the panel discussion. So we have our panel discussion on the topic Transcending Change, Essential Skills for the AI Era. We have our moderator, Dr. Jaishankar Prasad, Director of DCMAT. He is currently the Director of DCMAT Institutions and was the Managing Director of Kerala State IT Infrastructure Limited. He has been an inspiration to many young, innovative minds of the state. His expertise encompasses organizational leadership, policy formulation, project consulting, and implementation with roles of both government and private sectors, combining technical and managerial proficiency. Inviting you, sir. And the panel, Dr. Saji Gopadat. He was the director of the Indian Institute of Information and Technology, Kozhikode, and currently he is the Vice Chancellor of Digital University of Kerala. He was credited with the creating vibrant technology startup ecosystem and was recognized as a state startup champion twice in the government of India. He is a constant supporter of innovation and valid education. And we have Mr. Anup Ambika. He was the CEO of GenPro Research, helping merge AI and ML into medical fields. And he is now the CEO of Kerala Startup Mission, continuing to pave the way of budding startups. And we have Jibu Elias. He is a Mozilla Responsible Computing Fellow and co-creator of India AI. He is also a consultant for curriculum design in artificial intelligence and a member of World Economic Forum. And we have Anubhav Singh, Google developer expert. He founded the Code Foundation and the co-founder of CallChim.ai. He is also the Google developer expert in machine learning language and Google Cloud Platform and continues to be a constant technological innovator. Okay, unfortunately, he has to leave now, so we'll start the panel discussion with the members.
Okay, thank you for the invite and thank you for the patient listening because the audience are still around. So we'll keep it very short and simple.
Great. We have Jijo Sunny. He's the Chief Architect of Geo Cinema. So he is here, so he will be joining the panel. Yeah, architect. Yeah. So all the IPL that we have been live streaming, that is, he was the man behind that. Yeah, let's welcome him.
Yeah. Okay. I think we'll keep it. The format will be very simple. I think the topic has been discussed from morning onwards, and we're all talking about what are the skills that are going to be critical in this era of AI. I have got a very, very interesting panel. You have now, I call you an entertainment specialist or an architect into the entertainment industry. Is that correct?
You can just say that you can just say that I know things about programming. I'm not an architect, by the way. I am a senior director there. I have a bunch of interesting people who I work with, and they help us take a lot of interesting decisions.
Okay.
I just oversee. I'm just the person available to help them execute things.
Exactly. Great. Okay. Thank you. And then we had Jibu and part of the Mozilla Foundation. I think he works with a lot of skilling and they are working on a lot of what do you call that frameworks for skilling and usage of that. So he can talk about it. We have Anup, who heads the Kerala Startup Mission. So he can talk about what the entrepreneurs and young, we have been seeing some very young stars on stage. So he can talk about what the young entrepreneurs are bringing to table and what are the opportunities. We also have Dr. Saji Gopadat, who is now deciding on the maybe one of the major factors for the curriculum, academics, and how we are building this workforce or even the youngsters for tomorrow. I think, let me start from you. What do you think from your industry perspective? What are the skills that you look forward to, or how do you think the whole skilling thing is developing?
I think to a large extent, skilling. In fact, getting started with anything, right? The most important ingredient becomes curiosity. We hear a lot of people say, be curious, and you have to be innately curious, right? Trust me, curiosity is what leads you to ask the questions that say, hey, why is this thing even working? A lot of people understand how to use ChatGPT, right? Almost everybody does. Very few people go in asking, why does this even work? The people who ask these questions end up being the people who discover how this gets done, and then can potentially, even, it's just like a funnel. They could potentially change the way these things then work, and hopefully help us evolve further. So curiosity is what I innately look for whenever I interview, even for my current organization or in the past.
Okay, that's a curiosity, of course, is a base for everything. But then, even when you talk about AI and other skills, there are various levels to it. So, Jibu, if I come to you and I understand that you are working on a framework, so if I, as a humanities person, is using AI tools, then I use it as at a very lower level. Somebody at a programming level whom we have seen might use it at a development a particular model for something, or even tying up a few already available codes to create something new. Somebody might be redefining the entire model itself. So there are various levels of it. And what are the various career paths available, or what are the real pathways on this? Actually, can you just elaborate on that?
So before I start, I just want to correct something. When I introduced, they told me I'm the member of World Economic Forum. It's not like that. I'm the member of the Global Future Council on AI under the World Economic Forum. So coming to this, so I've been working on this project by the German Innovation Corporation, which is part of federal German government. We are looking at creating micro-credential curriculum on AI for non-technical students. And this is for the global south. So the three countries that comes under my preview is India, Bangladesh, and Vietnam. We are working with one Humboldt University in Germany and a few other universities in India. So the idea here is, how does a curriculum for AI curriculum for an economic student, BA economic student looks like, or an AI curriculum for a BA English literature student looks like? The 90 or 99% of courses out there, introductory courses on AI, everything is focused on trying to teach you to code. My belief is that you don't need to learn to code to use AI, right? We all use ChatGPT, we use Perplexity, we use Midjourney, we use so many tools regularly. It's like when the computers came, we didn't learn to build applications on Windows. We just used Word and PowerPoint. So what we are trying to do is, we were trying to envision what will happen in the next 5-10 years to a student of agriculture sciences. What if that student take a micro-credential course on AI for agriculture science student? What are the areas he should focus on? So the areas he should leverage will be something like pattern recognition, which can be used for pest detection, or more working with IoT. He doesn't need LLM mostly. For an economist, it will be forecasting, modeling and things like that. So we are working on that. We just presented the curriculum to ICNU, to a panel of ICNU, Banaras Hindu University, Hansraj College, Jamia Millia Islamia, and few other institutions. So we are now taking their feedback, and we are working with the German partner to build this. And then we will be, Mozilla will be also chipping in and working on a career pathway on some of these specific subject-wise programs.
I think when you talk about not learning to the code, but just the application part of it, learning how to use it, then the ethical considerations of how well you use it, for what you use it, and how much credit you gain for it, those becomes a question which I'll follow up on the next time. But Anup, I think to have an enterprise which is earning commercial value, or becoming a disruptor in any industry, I think it will have to go beyond the application part of it. I think you can't tie up everything together and maybe you can make a mock-up, but then getting it really into a commercial experience for the users and getting it to be valued at a very high rate from an entrepreneurship or a startup point of view, how deep, or what are the skills that you really look forward to from your entrepreneurs on this?
Yeah, I think frankly, I don't know what the skills are, but I can tell you a few experiences that I've had in the past. So we started this journey, and I'm not talking from a startup mission perspective, but from a startup perspective, building models for generating text and paraphrasing and summarization, all that stuff from 2017, right? So what happened in 2021 was that all the work that we have done, that we amateurs have done in developing the models that he talked about, that understanding the transformers and how does it work and what is neural networks and, you know, attention models and all that stuff, all that hard work just went down the drain because an OpenAI or, you know, a Llama or some of those bigger models had a lot of resources and a lot of compute by which they were able to make large language models. So now we are at a stage where we are becoming users of that model. Much like we are users of Netflix, we are users of Amazon, we are users of Google, we are now users of LLMs that are being developed. So what can you really do? You can now transform the career in which you are in. If I'm a teacher, I can transform teaching using AI. If I'm a programmer, I can transform programming using AI. If I'm a writer, I can transform writing using AI. I think so the large amount of jobs or skills are going to be around using the AI models that is already developed by a large corporate, which will open up a lot of new job openings. The other side of the story is refining the model, which means that I've got an LLM, let's say Llama, open source LLM, and if you want to make it useful for a particular use case, let's say for all the government schemes that are available in Kerala, I want to create a chatbot which will give exact answers, for which I will collect some data and refine or retrain that model for this particular data set so that the model performs contextually better. Because most of the problems that happen with the current GPT is that you ask some stupid questions, then it'll give you stupid answers. There is a lot of hallucination that is happening by the model. So how do you get away with that hallucination? By refining or retraining the model and collecting data sets. So that becomes another skill set, right? So I want to do something in medical. I collect medical data, take an existing LLM model, retrain that model and make it better for the current context. Those are two areas that we could think about. Then you could get into the nitty-gritties of the model itself, which is what he was talking about. That is the mathematical side of it, which is a little too hard for us, but not doable, not impossible. Let me just put it that way. But you need deep mathematical algorithmic skills to be touching that. So I'll generally classify it as users of LLM, which will transform the careers, generation of data and retraining of models, which will make it better for a particular context that you are in. And the third one is the deep mathematical work, wherein you go and change the model itself for a particular use case. So these are the three different areas that I can think of.
So, coming to you, sir. Now, where do you hit for engineering? Like, let me look at it from the Kerala Technical University point of view. Where do you look at it from an engineering perspective? What kind of skill sets are you building? Are you building at a user level or a tweaker or somebody to manipulate it or somebody to build all over again? I think what level of skill sets are we trying to build it? That is one. And as a academician, when you start using these models, where do you think is going to be the limiting factor, which is going to be the opportunity in terms of teaching? So one is where are your focus, and the other one is what is going to be your limiting factors or your challenges?
On the first question, I think we need to do all, because we have a heterogeneous group in any engineering education. There may be people who actually go and develop mathematical models, like what Anup said, who may actually be contributing to the development of next stage of AI per se, or the technology per se. So we need some people like that. Second is there will be a large number of people who are going to drive this transformation, which is again a very important element, because almost every area is going to get transformed. So you need to make people aware of that. How, and that's basically the curiosity comes in, which he mentioned, and how do you actually look at from an AI lens is to be given. And third is we also look at how do we actually work on applications and tools per se on that. So these are the three levels in which we need to make our curriculum flexible enough. It's not necessarily everybody has to do everything. Somebody who is actually going to specialize and start looking at advancing this AI body of knowledge itself, we have to have courses which aligns that. So in the new curriculum, we are trying to add to that. But I think I will add one more element to this, and that is something which an education institution have to provide. That is, education institution is not only to provide people who will use tools or develop tools, but also good human beings. So one important aspect we need to teach in the new curriculum or anywhere is that look at these things very critically. Today we know that if you look at most of the AI models, they actually work on the data sets which are available. The two aspects are, one, there is a bias in the data set. Second, there is a social bias which created the data set itself. So these are two things. One is data set itself is biased. Second is there is a mindset which is actually creating a social thinking in this order. These are the areas where an education institution should contribute. We need to ask this question. So I used to jokingly say that in maybe my grandfather, when he adds something in a calculator, he will actually add physically also. So we say they never used to trust the technology. Over the years, we say that trust the technology fully. We now have to tell our youngsters that don't trust the technology fully. You ask this question, why technology is giving you this answer? Is it because there is some sort of an inherent bias, or is there is a social order which requires change? That I think is the need for the education institutions, because this, if you don't teach them, the world will not advance. We will advance technologically, but the world will actually become a very dangerous place in the days to come. So that is a fourth element which I believe education institutions have to do it. We have already done that in school curriculum to some extent in the new curriculum. In the college curriculum also, we may have to actually start looking at it, because this is some sort of a sub layer which makes people to question the thought processes which actually give you this sort of results in at least in social and behavioral context. So these are the four elements which we are trying to bring into curriculum, but I'm not sure how far it is successful, but that is something which we are trying to attempt. Yeah, as an educator, I think if you look back, a large number of our time is actually wasted on very routine tasks which can actually be used using the technology per se. So AI for a student lifecycle management. So if you look at one of the biggest challenges which we used to say that any teacher or any school faces is that you have a heterogeneous group of people, but we actually give standard content. We assume they are homogeneous, because we didn't have the power of analyzing the data of each of the students. That's why small classrooms becomes very efficient. AI can actually solve this issue. It can become a highly precision-oriented learning. It recognizes that each individual is different, and their data, if you can analyze and do it, which technology helps you, a good teacher can actually excel his or her skills substantially to that. So that is an area where it can work. Plus, of course, it can automate many of the student life cycle. But I believe that moving from, we used to say that, no, I mean, just take a couple of minutes more, sorry for that. If you look at pre-industrial era, you had very small classrooms or gurukulas where everybody knows, every teacher knows every student's skills. But the challenge was that this education was not accessible. It was accessible only to few people. The moment you move to mass world, education becomes accessible, but our classrooms become so huge. Quality has gone. Everybody has assumed as a, now we go to the third layer where we go into a where it's a precision education at scale. That's basically where AI will help as an educator. That's what it helps me.
Just coming back to you on the question of recruitment, you are on a technology edge in your industry. Would you just recruit a person based on purely by curiosity? No. You would look at qualification, you would look at skill sets, And probably tomorrow it could be portfolios, like we saw some of our young friends who build portfolios before you and then showcase their experience there. So how do you see the whole recruitment or the skills, the way of measuring skills changing from an industry perspective?
So in all honesty, I've spent about 12 years in the industry, right? I've done hiring at almost 80% of all the places that I've worked. Interestingly, a common pattern that I see is we look at multiple facets of a person, right? The first is, and this is not just limited to people in AI, right? Everywhere, the ability for this person to be able to use and understand the areas that we are hiring them for. I am trying to answer this in a generic format. So if I am going to hire somebody in the AI space, I want to understand how well do they understand things, and how they have come to be. What are some previous projects where they have used it? A lot of people say, what about freshers then? Like I've started, I run a small community where I teach. I keep telling everybody that make sure you are not waiting for your first job to be able to work on a project. In today's era, you have the power of open source software. They are all hungry to get great minds to help them, right? And or sometimes just minds to help them and then become great, right? I mean, the way you look at it. So have strong projects which become the proof that you know how to do anything in that industry, right? Once that is done, a very common stage then that we assess is we give you a small problem statement, right? You try and solve for it on the spot. Maybe take the next 45 minutes, help me understand how you would think about solving this. You don't have to write code at this point, right? You just help me understand your breadth and depth, depending upon the role again, right? A lot of people again end up getting stuck on the 3 or 4 examples. If you were to take a coding example, people would be like, oh, think of a book my show clone or this clone or that clone. They do not extract out the generic uh, generics of system design, for that matter, right? My advice is to understand why things are being done the way they are done. That's why curiosity does seep in at every stage, because if you've been doing that while you were working somewhere else, doing a small project or anything, you would understand everything there is to know about that, right? And obviously not everybody is able to kind of get 100%, but then companies are not looking for 100%. They're looking for a bar. The moment you meet that bar, companies hire. That's also an interesting way to look at it. And lastly, thanks for reminding me about this. The last stage in most companies these days, you would hear values round, you would hear bar raiser round. All of these end up being a very clear filter. This is where somebody senior is talking to you. You have proven that you can work, in the field that you are applying for. Now we're trying to assess if we as a company are a good fit for you, and you as a person are a good fit for this company. Because at the end of the day, the kind of things that we end up working on today, these days in the industry, you are exposed to millions of users, right? And if the world is going to be using this product, I want to make sure you think before you leap, right? And that's where we did all have some sort of ethics in our schools, right? That's something that India has always had. But getting a ethics course in college would be so important for as a reminder, because by the time you're in 12th year, nobody's talking about that anymore, right? And so now you've chosen a field. Let's remind you what's coming next, and hopefully make more ethical people. And one red flag again, I have a lot of students here. I just want to talk about one quick thing. One big red flag that we see sometimes in students and applicants is the fact that they start talking about me, myself. Oh, I did this project. Oh, you know what? The person that I was working was not able to do anything, and so I had to carry the entire burden. That sometimes sends a it's one of the biggest red flags, because then you are not able to help this other person, or that you could have given some easy part of this or explain it to them. Because guess what, when you enter the industry, these things are going to happen. You might be the best person, right? But then if you don't know how to work with a team, which is one of the most important things alongside curiosity, then you're not going to be able to help the organization. You're just helping yourself. So these are some
Fair
interesting.
enough. Yeah, I understand
Yeah.
curiosity, teamwork, values, and all those things are fine. So brings to Jibu, your area of like responsible or ethical AI, I think would have been discussed anyway. But we've seen in the open source community itself. I think you take up a lot of effort from the crowdsource stuff. You create your own thing and then charge an IP on it. So how much of responsible? So similar thing is going to happen with AI tools and other stuff also. So what do you comment on that?
So there is this. So there is this big question about how much of open source,
exist. Thank you. Exist in future, because what happens when you create an open source project and it get acquired by a tech giant? That's the biggest question, right? Then there is a other kind of open source, like Meta comes and say Llama is open source. How much open source it is? So the thing that's happening is everything needed to be redefined. I think Sunny had some very good points, and Anup sir and Sajid sir also mentioned things are changing in a way. I think one big takeaway here is forget about the 9 to 5 tech job. Like Sunny mentioned, it's about projects. And to get involved in projects, you don't need to have that first job. We just saw 2 brilliant youngsters who showcased their ability just before our panel, right? So, but one big question is, how do we ensure, I think, piggybacking on what Sunny said, how do we ensure that the next generation of students are not just cheap tech laborers? I think that's my gripe with the Indian IT industries, right? They thrived on cheap tech labor, service industries. They never innovated. So how do we make sure that this next generation is not someone like that, but who are imaginative, talented, and solves our generations long socio-economic problem? And it is happening right now. Like you have seen startups like Miramai, which is a breast cancer diagnostic startup, or Cure AI, Cropin. So many startups coming in with the space of AI, right? And even there are startup in shrimp farming called Aqua Connect. They look at shrimp farmers. So how do you build this kind of tool? So that's where I think you mentioned one of my work with Mozilla also comes in. How do we make sure the tech students are not just techies? How do we make sure they have extra talents, extra superpowers, as I say? So we are working on with 10 universities in India, IIT Delhi, IIT Indore, Guwahati, Ashoka. 3 of them are in Kerala. I mean, happy to say that Sajid University is one of them. We are working to ensure that the next generation of students are not just coders, but much responsible, much socially aware. So for that, we take components from other elements. So one of the programs working on by Marian College is like, how do you create internet for the disabled people? We always see things in black and white. Now I have people came and said who has certain disabilities that they can't read the captcha. We took it for granted, right? Typing in captcha, but people can't read that. The color blindness is a spectrum. Some of them can't recognize the buttons. So now we are thinking, how do we ensure we build internet of government websites like that? So that's one of the project under RCC. So I think that's at the beginning. It's a beginning that, sir, you asked this question and we are agreeing with this. We are agreeing as a good beginning. But things are going to change. We need to understand that the existing notion of jobs won't be the same going forward.
I'll come to the Vice Chancellor before I go to Anup to conclude. So having heard from both of them in terms of creating a portfolio, creating what I may say that it's having a humanities side to probably engineering. So how much have we absorbed it into our curriculum? I mean, does a portfolio give me credits in my exams, or should I still write an examination to pass?
We have not gone up to the level where a portfolio will give you the exam, but we are actually trying to make sure that in the curriculum we build opportunities for people to earn credits if they do a socially relevant project like what you mentioned, or courses, these are all coming curriculum. We are also ensuring that some courses, at least some set of courses, they will revolve only around a project, like exactly the point which you mentioned, that in today's world, you cannot blame saying that it was syllabus did not teach us. You have 100,000s of courses available across the world, and you cannot say that I don't have problems available. Again, you have 100,000s of problems available. So we are saying that why don't we actually integrate that into the curriculum? So our challenge is that we are addressing a heterogeneous audience. So there may be people may not like that. They may something else. So how do I actually recognize that people are heterogeneous and try to create curriculums which are addressing everybody's needs? That is something which we are trying to do in the new curriculum. That is a shift which is happening, because all throughout, and maybe NEP also addresses that. For the first time in the country, we say that there should be autonomy, not for the institution, but for the learner. Till that point of time, we were only speaking about teacher. We were never speaking about learner. So first time we are speaking that there is a learner autonomy is required. Same thing is what we are trying to do. I would love what you said, that we need to actually ensure that, if somebody put up a portfolio, we should actually give mark. But we have actually creating activity points for people who actually contribute to some of these common communities and things like that as part of the curriculum. That's the best which is possible at this point. But I think going forward, we'll try to be more open.
I think we are already exceeded our time, but then to closing remarks with you, Anup. You said that 2017 onwards, there were a lot of effort which you had put in with your initial company, and then suddenly a technology change comes and sweeps everything away. So then, what skill do you think? Are we really harping on an old concept of skill, or is things different now?
That's what I think I gave you a caveat that what skills, I don't know what skills would you have to impart. But I think the major mind shift that needs to happen is that your learning is never done. I think that you need to realize that I am a Java programmer or I am a C programmer and my life is all set. Those days are gone, right? If you really want to make, I personally believe that creativity is going to be a skill that will be of value. That's just a personal take. I can ask a AI tool to make music, but it'll only make music from what humans have already created. So it's going to be a blend of, what Ilayaraja has created or A.R. Rahman has created, right? I mean, nothing new is going to come out of it. So the originals, as if I may call it, is going to be of high value, much like a digitally detox world will be of high value if you stay disconnected for some. In tourism, I personally believe that a disconnected world is going to be a very high value tourism proposition in the days to come. Originality is going to be of high value. And that applies to everything. The way in which you teach, the way in which you sing, the way in which you produce movies, etc. All those things, originality is going to have a high value. Contributing to the data. That is currently all the data that I produce in terms of browsing, watching, liking, disliking, is taken for free. I think there is only one model where I have heard that Adobe is actually recognizing all the contributors or the images that they have taken to train their AI model, and even paying money for those photographers and videographers who have taken the videos and everything. So contributing into the data in terms of original content is also going to be a new skill. So if there is a new language, say if you are all software programmers sitting here, currently I put all my open source code into GitHub or GitLab or whatever tool. Now Microsoft owns GitHub. Microsoft is going to take all that code that you're going to write and create a copilot, which they will then charge you for creating more code. So I think a day is going to come when you are putting your source code in any language, you will get paid for it someday. And that is going, because there is also this question about If everything is going to be automated, then who's going to pay for everything or all these things, right? I mean, somebody needs to make money to spend money. I think that money is going to come in the form of the data that you produce. This is just a hypothetical situation, but Adobe is actually doing it. So there is a example that is out there. So if, I mean, I take a reel, I put it on Instagram right now. Everybody watches it for free. Instagram uses it for free. But I think there will come a time when good content is going to be of value, wherein people will be willing to pay for original content, which will be then used to train the AI model. So content creation, creativity, I think it all boils down to originality. So whoever can be original will be of very high value. People who are the users will be a second tier or a lower tier, I would say. People who can actually refine the models with this data is going to be a tad higher. So that original data, somebody who will refine the models with that original data, somebody who will use the existing or the defined models to create new use cases, and that will be it.
Thank you for the organizers for calling us here, and I hope you are sitting late and we have made some contribution to the knowledge base. And I don't know if there are any time for questions. Otherwise, we will call it a day.
Yes, sir. Currently, all the creators on internet, means you told about Instagram or YouTube or GitHub or any sort of all the open source contributors are getting.
Can I have a raise of hands so that we just find out where? Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Like contributors are generating some money from sources like if they are contributing on YouTube, so they are generating revenue from advertisements, and on Instagram they are getting leads, and also how they are already getting paid. So how it can be different?
Are you asking me?
Yes, sir. You.
Yeah. So let's assume that I'm uploading this content right now, right? How much money will you make out of it? How much money will MuLearn make out of it? What do you think? In YouTube, I'll probably get 1,000 views for this panel discussion, right? And chances are that you will get zero money, right? That is. I mean, of course, there are influencers. I just saw somebody who talks in Malayalam about the AI. I forgot his name. Huh?
Umar Abdul
Yeah,
Salam.
Umar.
Yeah, Umar is there. Yeah.
So Umar is here. Umar is an influencer who has got how many million subscribers now?
Yeah.
Umar, come on, you don't need to be shy. You're an influencer.
Umar,
Right? 600,000 people follows you, right? Now he makes serious money out of this. Hopefully, I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen many people who make good money out of YouTube content, right? But what I'm trying to say is that even though I'm not making a single penny out of this particular video might be used for training purposes by some of the largest corporates of the world, which is YouTube, right? And are you getting your fair share? Probably not. That is what I'm trying to say. Yes, you can become a content creator. You can become part of the creator economy. You can make money out of it, which is what everybody is trying to do now. But what I'm saying is that every single thing that you do on the internet is data point that is contributing to a model. And who recognizes that? And who pays you for that? I mean, no answers here, but I just wanted to, that's why I said it's hypothetical.
I think we are running late, so let's conclude.
Thank you so much, all the panelists. And we have a small memento arranged, inviting the person now to hand over the memento.
The last chapter, written by last chapter. Thank you.
I just started the over this morning.
Oh,
Asking for this
One more quick announcement, that is we are also launching the in 50 hours. So Anup.
Yeah, so basically in 50 hours is a place where makers, programmers, designers come together, and in 50 hours we'll build a product or a prototype. So if you have any ideas, please come for the next episode of In 50 Hours and we'll build some great products together. Thank you, Deepu, for coordinating this.
Thank you so much. So next we have a keynote on the topic Building AI-powered palliative grid. And we have Dr. Atul Manuel, Medical Officer, District Palliative Care Center, Ernakulam. And we have the team, Sanjay Vijayakumar, co-founder of People First, and Bodhish Thomas will be joining online, is the co-founder of Open Healthcare Network.
Sanjay will be joining. You can start your session. Yeah. Let's welcome Dr. Atul.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Abdul Joseph Manuel. So I am the odd one out today. Like we have a whole technology professionals surrounded by within me, and now we have a healthcare professional working at talking about a new playground that is coming up, which is known as the Open Healthcare Network. So I just want to show you guys what we were able to do or what we are planning to do and how we are going forward with that. First slide. So we are talking about two kinds of mindsets here when we talk about healthcare professionals and technology professionals. So this is somewhere that I want to thank FAYA in coming in, making a platform where both these mindsets can come together. And these mindsets, when I talk about two mindsets, the one is the healthcare professionals, which I represent. And what we found out was healthcare professionals are mainly unilateral thinkers. So we don't have an undo button in our whole system. So if I give a medicine to a patient, there is no way that I can take back the medicine. If there is anything to be corrected, then I have to do an additional support, another medicine to cure the whole system that was went wrong. But when you talk about healthcare professionals, there's an option where you can undo what you did, you can delete the whole thing and create another whole bunch of code. So this was a very unique thing that we found out while I started interacting with the healthcare professional system. And in this journey, we came upon was we met during the COVID times, and most of the COVID helped people to interact with their own families, but we got this opportunity to interact with the healthcare professionals and the technology perspective. And we knew right from the beginning that COVID, everything was about load management, capacity management, and that is where the technology came in. Technology came in an aspect where we were able to get the whole thing done in a dashboard, which we were able to do within the whole Google Sheets and Google Forms that we're using that time. And this is when we met the Open Healthcare Network, which was known as Corona Safe back then. And then we found out that we were able to do more. Like the screen you can see is the control room that we had in our district, Ernakulam district, where I still remember initially we had the capacity management of quarantine places. Later it became capacity management in terms of ICU beds. And in the end, during this Delta wave, it was about capacity management of the whole oxygen war room that was happening. And I invite Mr. Bodhish to talk to us regarding the whole things that we were able to do in terms of Open Healthcare Network. Bodhish?
Hi, Vipul. Hello, I think I'm audible. So to get started, the screen that you're seeing on your on the display is a war room that was created during the pandemic. It was built on the fly with like a lot of volunteers from Kerala coming in to build each one of the systems, and the data was fundamentally generated in each independent facilities and curated into a dashboards for healthcare administration to like work with. So on the left you see like a daily dashboard, center you see the capacity monitoring, and the right side you see the oxygen dashboard and its usages. And there was also alerts, the oxygen is gonna like end in this facility in the next 10 hours. So we were able to like quickly pull this up even without the age of co-pilots, with the pure community involvement. So better than me introducing, I think it will be better we hear from Satya Nadella talking about Open Healthcare Network. Can we go to the next slide? It's a small video. I hope the sound comes through.
I don't know.
States in India, and it all was a pandemic project that's just taken on the life of its own. That's unique to the Open Healthcare Network, folks. That's a community that was born on GitHub. It's fantastic to see what they're doing, right? So they're built an open source EMR system. They even built an open source Delhi EMR system. It's just superb, and it sort of obviously composes with the rest of what's happening in India, which is so unique around these digital public goods. And in fact, they're now available in 200 plus hospitals across more than 9 states in India. And it all was a pandemic project that's just taken on a life of its own.
Next slide, please. So we got the recognition of being the 50th digital public good right after COVID. We were able to manage the wave 1, wave 2, and also deploy the system in multiple states in India. So this was like a good recognition. Like the DPJ team audited the entire software and made recognized this as the 50th digital public good in the world. And next slide. After the COVID, what we really figured out is like there is like a huge shortage of experts, doctors in the world. I mean, it's a global scenario. And in India also, Srikant Nadamuni created a lot of 10-bed ICUs, and the adequate number of doctors to manage each of these facilities are like limited. And to build intensivist, it takes a lot of time. And that's when we decided we should like improve the EMR features in the system that we built during the pandemic to support the entire system. So we went in and like rebuilt the entire EMR structure to support critical care infrastructure. So anything like from like OP consultation till critical care is now enabled to support complex UIs with very seamless access. Like doctors will be able to like click and see like what's the BP, what's the condition, what medicine they have to give. We cached in all the medicines records, process data, book of medical images and books to like build out the entire open a stack to like feed in the data. Next slide. We also built a lot of real-time monitoring capability. This is all in open source. So any adapter, any camera brand, anyone who wants to integrate, so they'll be able to like use our tooling and use our softwares to run system. So a hub can like act, a media college can act as a hub that will cater to all the nearby district hospitals in providing real-time care. We also work with a lot of device integration. So basically any device that you connect, so all 5 para monitors that a patient uses, which they'll be connected when they are admitted on an ICU, we are now able to like get the data up in the cloud and stream it to a doctor sitting remotely somewhere else and observing these patients. We also like were able to create these central nursing stations. The digital version of these are now able to like power a lot of nursing stations in 10-bed ICUs. Next slide. We also built ABDM compliance. We are ABDM 1, 2, and 3 compliant. That in a way, it's a most interoperable system, and we are a showcase piece of the ABDM story. So any data that comes into the system is now interoperable. So they'll be able to like any patient who goes to care, gets care in Karnataka can now go to Manipur and then fetch the data through ABDM to get continuum of care. So it's completely integrated, and we are currently running in 9 states, powering 206 hospitals. These are all independent instances deployed and connected through ABDM for transactions. Next slide. So if you look at it, it's a span of over the span of last 50 months, we're able to like deploy it in 12 Indian states, and it's all created by 500 plus volunteers. A major chunk of the community is from Kerala, and we're able to like achieve all of this just because of the power of community. And our new need is palliative care. Dr. Adul will explain more about what we are planning to do.
So basically, me as a healthcare professional, I'm a palliative care doctor who works in palliative care for the past 10 years now. And when you talk about palliative care, it's often the moodiest part of the whole healthcare system. And we'd be wondering what the technologies have to play in a palliative care background. And we know palliative care mainly focuses on bedbound patients. Mainly now the narrative has changed to catering to the serious health-related suffering of anyone. And when you talk about bedbound patients, you would often think that we are too young to be thinking about bedbound patients. So I just want to give a narrative to you where this is a data which shows that 85% of us sitting in this room will be bedbound before we die. So there is no question that we are going to die or not. So 85% of us will be bedbound before we die. And as the technology improves, as healthcare tech comes up, accidental deaths come down. And as accidental deaths come down and the whole lifespan or the average lifespan that we call is now 78 for females and 72 for males would go up. And as all this advancement happens, the percentage of people who are going to be bedbound will keep on increasing. So as more advanced you get, next data that comes out will be 90% of us will be bedbound. So if you take a nuclear family, which is mostly what is nowadays, out of the poor people in your family, 3.5 of you will be bedbound. That means for 100%, you will be either the person who is receiving care or you will be the person who is delivering care for your family. So this is where we are going at. This is why you as tech professionals or even just as a human being in this world need to know about palliative care, need to be part of palliative care. And how you can be part of palliative care. So just think of the need. Presently, the bedbound patient comprises of close to 0.7% of our whole population, which is 2.5 bedbound patients currently in Kerala right now, right today. And people are not bedbound, but are having serious health-related suffering would cross about 8 lakhs, which is another 2.8% of the whole population. So currently, what we are focusing is on the bedbound patients. And what has happened in the palliative care world, which is a very silent world that has grown on its own for the past 3 decades, is that right now, under the government system alone, we have more than 1,400 units delivering palliative care in Kerala right now. You give me any address of a patient who needs home care, I'll make sure that within another 5 to 8 days, the nurse reaches any home. Say any panchayat, any municipality, any corporation you take, there is a palliative care system. That is where we have reached in the past 30 years. And even in the NGO sector, which started off palliative care, we have close to more than 500 NGOs working in this sector. And how it happened, started off back in 1993 at Calicut Medical College, where the knowledge of palliative care was shared from England. And slowly we came to realize that when you deliver healthcare, it is not just a healthcare professionals, but it is mainly the community that needs to be part of delivering healthcare, because we know health as a physical, psychological, and social well-being, and the psychosocial aspect is being given by the community. And hence, by 2000, a new era of palliative care started, which is known as the community palliative care system or the neighborhood network in palliative care, where every 14 houses, there must be one person who knows regarding what is palliative care and how the service delivery needs to be done. By 2008, Kerala became the first state to have a palliative care policy in the whole country. And the initial policy was to start off palliative care units. By 2019, we revised the whole policy in terms of structuring what is already there. So structuring the whole 1,400 government systems, 500 NGOs is what the 2019 policy that envisions, and we have made it into an action plan back in 2023. So for everything to happen, we need, as we know, the present generation AI model needs to be there, integrated within the system. And as you can see, the whole care platform, which has a broad spectrum of AI tools that has been developed, is slowly getting into palliative care system as well. I re-invite Bodhi to just to enlighten regarding the AI features that have been capacitated into the care platform for palliative care.
So back when the Gen AI revolution started, we thought of like imagining what are the possibilities with which we'll be able to like integrate Gen AI into the healthcare platform. This was like a large ideation that we done with multiple peoples, multiple teams and companies, and understood like what all are the possibilities that we could possibly do. This is that when we had like ChatGPT 3.5 and then 3.5 Turbo released. So early ideas were most on like generating like an assistant, like more of like a RAG mechanism where you input a lot of content and it'll be able to like give you answers in the local language. But it was very evident that that's gonna like slowly, I mean, it's very evident that it's gonna like phase out very fast. But with new models coming in, multilingual capabilities like just started coming in. When we started doing it, the AI like the GPT's generation was very slow. Like Indian language generation was super slow that the request would time out. So we had to do all the processing in English, and we had to use Google Translate to translate this thing back into our local languages for support. And then we moved on. We played around with vision into like digitizing the patient records, also like imaging of 5 para monitors to extract out data. But slowly what we realized is what care needs is a copilot. That's when we struck a partnership with OpenAI in trying to figure out what will be like copilot looks like, and what all will be the features that will be needed for a doctor or like a nurse or a palliative care assistant who's giving care, where they can like interact with the system in natural language and have like a very seamless experience. So if there's a patient and they have their own health records and there are events fired, so in healthcare, like if you look at the data spectrum, there is only two type of events. That one that is already occurred, that I measured BP or I measured a pulse, or then there are like things that are scheduled. That means I'm going to do a procedure or the medication has to be given. So we created an events architecture in a way we are able to like capture a lot of these events, and the LLMs with its capability to understand and a good recall will be able to like provide diagnosis and also help assist in providing care for this such toolings. So we thought beyond it. It's not just have to be like giving assistance. It can also do more. That's when we thought, why not like build a voice fill? So you would have seen voice notes today, but this is like a different version. Like voice notes help you take notes, but what we're trying to do is like, why just take notes? Fill out the entire form for us. If you go to the next slide, we created something called as scribe. So this is our first feature on the copilot that we are building. So the copilot will assist in imaging, will assist in having conversation, will assist in automatic form filling, it will assist in generating discharge summaries, creating text-based summaries, get up information and like dig deep into the patient's record and figure out particular insights, and also build alerts. The first feature mostly looks at, if you look at it, whenever a doctor wants to fill a form, he just have to open the app, click on the mic button, just speak to the system. AI will be able to understand what is in the form, and it will be able to like generate, convert the text with the Whisper APIs, take it back, use an LLM, process the inputs, and also automatically insert. So basically, this can technically work in any application around the world. So it doesn't have to be like a care specific thing. It's completely built as a plugin, and we also, for introducing this, we created a plugin architecture in a way people can choose what model they want to use underneath. Should it be GPT or Gemini or like any other open source model? Fundamentally helping out with like a decentralized access. So anyone who wants to deploy, they'll be able to choose what model they want to use, what kind of infrastructure they want to run this on to optimize cost and stuff. So this is like a very early version of the tooling. This is running live in Kerala. And what we are going to do is like use the 4.0 live transcription. And the beauty is that with the live transcriptions coming in with the 4.0 voice, the system will automatically understand what the doctor and patient is having the conversation on, and it will be able to prompt the doctor. Doctor, you forgot to ask about the patient's allergies. The system can automatically show prompts to the doctor, say these are done. Check, 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 check. You have completed all of this. You need to like ask these forms to like complete this form. It'll be like transforming the entire UI UX of care into like a completely seamless experience with just voice. This is one version that we are like completely experimenting for the next 6 months. In a sense, we'll have like a cares voice only mode for most of the forms, making it like very easy. So this is like a large pain. Dr. Adul can talk more about it, like how doctors are always complaining about. So whenever we build care and like integrate and talk to doctors, all of them are always complaining. You guys have a lot of fields. Make this optional, make that optional. It's very hard to fill. Even if it's all drop downs and all optimized for doctors, like just tap 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 and go, all of them had this inhuman incubation on like filling these forms. Now we're just taking it all away. Eventually it can also be devices that the doctor will place on their desk that'll automatically capture this description and then show it on doctor's screen. He can edit it and click confirm and will be able to fill it. The next video, I have a short clip on how this is getting used in palliative care in Kerala. It's a video. Can we play it with voice? So what happens is it takes the audio, converts it, uses a LLM to convert it into structured data, and let the React plates know that okay, this is the data coming. Automatically fill it for the doctor. He can also check it out and like verify. We can skip this part. So going back to the next slide. So the features, like the possibilities of AI coming into healthcare is like limitless. It can build a lot of things. EMRs with structured data can like be used by LLMs to generate insights, create notifications, let even alert people. So real-time monitoring of patients. So any 5-para monitor sending in data along with the patient's customized profile. So basically all the medical history, they'll be able to generate dynamic alerts. So the nurse doesn't have to go in and configure on the device what is the point where they need to send beeps. So based on the condition, the systems will be automatically able to generate these alerts. And with LLMs becoming so fast and like a lot of local LLMs, like locally runnable LLMs coming in, we feel that the push towards a copilot and AI integration into devices are gonna like take a large play in democratizing and making healthcare accessible to all. Back to you, Dr. Adul.
I invite Sanjay on showcasing us how we will be going forward with this.
Hello. Hey, ഇതിനകത്ത് ഇനി ആ കൂടെ ഒരു 3 സ്ലൈഡും കൂടെ ഉള്ളൂ. I hope all of you understand Malayalam. Anybody doesn't understand Malayalam? ഇല്ല. Okay. So what is happening is, uh, like Bodhi and Dr. Atul is saying, right? നമ്മളൊരു 85% ആൾക്കാരും മരിക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് ബെഡിൽ കിടന്നാ മരിക്കാൻ പോണേ. And either we or one of the family members we know will need a palliative care system. This system has been built in the state over the last 30 years. 30 കൊല്ലമായിട്ട് സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാരും NGOസും കൂടെ ആയിട്ട് ഈ സിസ്റ്റം ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആൻഡ് ദിസ് കവേഴ്സ് ഓൾ ദ 1000 പഞ്ചായത്ത്സ് ഇൻ അവർ സ്റ്റേറ്റ്. ഒരു മാസം 2.5 ലക്ഷം പേരാണ് വീട്ടിൽ ഇന്ന് കിടപ്പ് രോഗികളായിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഇവർ മരണം വരെ ഇനി എണീക്കില്ല. സോ കെയർ ഹാസ് ടു ഗോ ടു ദെയർ ഹോം. അവിടെയാണ് the partnership with OpenAI is coming into use, where we are able to build these tools which will help the nurses on the field and the doctors on the field provide just because Anup is here, right? Just for you remember Arjun from Profoundus. So I used to run this incubator called Startup Village many years back, and Arjun was one of the young college graduates who was working in a software company. Left his job and then came and built a company. Sold it for around 300 crores. Built another company in the US. Exited it. Was working in a large Nasdaq listed company. And Arjun ippam, big story short, 9 മാസം മുന്നേ ഒരു AI company തുടങ്ങി. Is hiring in Kerala. And he's raised $20 million. Okay. So his existing investors gave 5 million. And Arjun പറഞ്ഞു, എടാ ഞാൻ വെറുതെ ബേരിയിലായിരുന്നുകൊണ്ട് 2 ഫണ്ടിൽ കയറി. Okay. By the time you end the conversation and get out, the fund is saying, എടാ ഒരു $15 million എടുത്തോ. Okay, it's solid $15 million is approximately 120 crores. It's an hour of conversation. Now the company has maybe a revenue of around 75 lakhs, $100,000. ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചു എടാ വാല്യൂഷൻ എത്രയാ? $70 million. Okay, which is 560 crores. Right? So I asked him, എടാ ലോജിക് എന്താ? അപ്പൊ അർജുൻ പറയുന്നത് സിമ്പിളാ. എടാ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ ഇപ്പോഴും ഈ സാധനം എത്തിയിട്ടില്ല. Okay, in the US, the fund is sitting with $1.5 billion. Okay, ഇപ്പൊ ഫണ്ടിന്റെ കയ്യിൽ തന്നെ ഒരു 10,000 കോടി ഇരിപ്പുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ മിനിമം ഒരു 100-200 കോടി ഓരോ കമ്പനിക്കും കൊടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. I mean, you have to qualify a certain bar to walk into that office, which Arjun clearly has through his exploits that he's done before, right? But once you've proved yourself as an entrepreneur, you walk into that building, you meet a guy who's already convinced. ഇവൻ ഇനി കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട ആവശ്യമൊന്നുമില്ല. എടാ ഇത് വലിയ സാധനമാണ്, ഇപ്പം വരെ മാങ്ങാത്തുലിയ ഒന്നും പറയേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല. അവർക്ക് ഓൾറെഡി കൺവിക്ഷനും കാശും വെച്ചിരിക്കുകയാണ്. കൊള്ളാവുന്ന ആരുണ്ട് ഇത് എടുത്ത് കൊടുക്കാനെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നതാണ്. റൈറ്റ്? ആൻഡ് ദെൻ ദ വാല്യൂഷൻ നമ്പർ, ഇറ്റ്സ് വെരി സ്ട്രേറ്റ് ഫോർവേഡ്. ആണ് ഹീസ് സെയിങ്, എടാ ഇത് കയറി പോവാണെങ്കിൽ 560 ഒരു 20,000 കോടിയിലോട്ടാണ് പോകുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ 500-ലാണോ കയറിയത് 700-ലാണോ കയറിയത്, ഡസന്റ് മാറ്റർ. But the speed at which that transaction and that thing is happening, that's not happening after so many years in India and specifically in Kerala, which is what this whole opportunity is truly about, right? You build one successful large implementation of an AI-powered grid with the largest company in the planet on working on AI, which is OpenAI, right? Then the thing starts getting international attention. People will ask, എവിടെ ഈ രാജ്യം, കേരളം എവിടെയാണ് ഭൂമിയിൽ, എവിടെയുള്ള കുറെ പിള്ളേരുണ്ടല്ലോ, എങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ ഇവിടുത്തെ കമ്പനീസിലോട്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും കാശ് ഇട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞാലോ, റൈറ്റ്? ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ഹൗ ദ ഹോൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് എക്കോസിസ്റ്റം സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ്. Now you are at the next layer with this whole AI thing coming at you, right? So one of the key things developer communities like FAYA, because people is also here, right, is to spread this word about this new fellowship that is coming where the best 100 students from the state can come join a full stack developer program, learn coding, and then work on production environment to build the palliative care grid, which നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും അവസാനം കയറി പോകാൻ പോകുന്ന ഒരു grid. Right? I am now 40. When I used to build companies, it was like 20s. And my mom and dad never understood ഞാൻ എന്തൊക്കെ പറയുന്ന കാര്യം. It was all about technology or something. അപ്പനിപ്പം ക്ലിയർ ആയിട്ട് അറിയാം, നീ ജീവിതത്തിൽ അവസാനം ഗുണമുള്ള ഒരു സാധനം ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ല. അപ്പൻ 75 വയസ്സായി. Right? So they clearly now understand, എടാ കൊള്ളാവുന്നൊരു സാധനം നീ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. And there's a lot of people who need this, right? And this slide was built specifically only for Anup because they were told me you'll be there in the audience, right? So this thing is, Anup, you have a large platform, right? And you know the larger picture where the grid is the first grid in a 100-step journey. ആ ഫസ്റ്റ് സ്റ്റെപ്പ് എടുത്ത് നന്നായിട്ട് വെച്ചാൽ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഇത് നേരിട്ട് കാണാം. ഇനി ഒരു മാസം കൊണ്ട് 2.5 ലക്ഷം പേര് ഇതിനകത്തോട്ട് കയറും. 1500 നഴ്സുമാരെ എല്ലാ ദിവസവും 6 പേര് വെച്ച് കാണുവാണ്. അതായത് ഒരു ദിവസം 9000 എൻട്രീസ് will happen. What you saw in that palliative care video, നഴ്സിനെ വിളിക്കുന്നു, നഴ്സ് വീട്ടിൽ വരുന്നു, ഒരു ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് നൽകുന്നു. പ്രായമായ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഈ ഒരു അവസ്ഥയിലോട്ട് കയറും. the same way we were born, അതുപോലെ ആയിരിക്കും നമ്മൾ എക്സിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. എല്ലാവരും ഫ്രെയിമിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരു ദിവസം ഇറങ്ങും. 40,000 ദിവസം മാക്സിമം ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട്, right? So in that frame, if we can make that exit very beautiful for everyone, because you will have to exit, right? ആ ഒരു സാധനം വെച്ച് തുടങ്ങുവാണെങ്കിൽ, if you are a politician today, you will now nowhere guarantee creation of jobs to youth. നടക്കാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല. All the folks we are talking in the tech sector are clearly saying this thing is going to become super intelligent, right? And once it becomes super intelligent, കുറെ ജോലിയൊക്കെ അങ്ങ് പോകും. ഇപ്പൊ ഇനി ജോലി ഉണ്ടാക്കാം എന്ന് പറയുന്നതിന് പകരം ഈ ബുദ്ധിശക്തിനെ എടുത്തിട്ട് കുറെ പണി അങ്ങ് എടുപ്പിക്കുക. അതാവുമ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ജോലിയൊക്കെ അങ്ങ് കുറയും. അതാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഉദ്ദേശം. ആൻഡ് അതിന് കുറെ സെക്ടർ ഇനി ട്രാൻസ്ഫോം ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. കാര്യം ഇതിന് കാണാൻ പറ്റും, ചിന്തിക്കാൻ പറ്റും, കേൾക്കാൻ പറ്റും, എല്ലാ ഭാഷയും സംസാരിക്കാം. കേരളത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയ ലോകത്ത് എവിടെ ഈ സാധനം പോകും, right? That's the opportunity that is in front of us for doing a societal scale transformation. പക്ഷെ ആദ്യം ഒരു ഗ്രിഡ് കാണിക്കണം. സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഡേറ്റാ സെൻട്രൽ സർവർ വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുവാണ്. 4 മണിക്കൂറിന്റെ പണി 4 ആഴ്ചയായിട്ട് നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുവാണ്, റൈറ്റ്? ഒരു ദിവസം 2 ലക്ഷം രൂപയാണ് ബേൺ. So this is our shared future. There's absolutely no doubt of it. If you believe in medical science, either you will be part of the grid one day in future, or some of your family members will be part of this grid. So then let's build it together. It's an open source project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team. We have a small memento also, inviting people. Next, we have Jibu alias Mozilla Responsible Computing Fellow. We have the keynote session on the topic, Building Ethical AI Ecosystems, Challenges and Opportunities. This is the last session for the day. After that, we'll be having dinner. Okay.
I know I'm the one who is standing between you and the dinner, so it'll be quick. How many minutes I have? 10 minutes. Okay, okay. All right. So it's a very difficult task to do the last talk. You know, people will start to hate you. So please be nice. So yeah, so I'm going to talk about ethical AI ecosystem. Okay, so yeah, okay, this is my profile. So I think I will skip that. Uh, yeah, so I will start with one of the quote I am very fond of. This is a quote I found in a book. So civilizations advance by extending the number of important operations we can perform without thinking about them. So it's a quote from actually 1878, and when we look back at things, it's very relevant, right? Going forward. Now, let me talk to you about what does AI ethics means, why it is important. So there is two way of looking at AI ethics, right? So first is, as you can see in the slide, it is about to deal with ethical issues that arise from AI systems as objects, right? Because using of AI, you don't need to use AI for anything and everything. There is this thought experiment we have. It's called creating a human mulch machine. So this thought experiment was in one of the papers I reviewed for a journal, and it says some of the smart people, they created an AI model. The idea is that it will turn senior citizens into mulch. Mulch means topsoil, if you don't know. So essentially, it kills old people, turn them into dust. Now the creator will comes and say, you know what? Our AI is responsible. The algorithm is transferable. The data of the people is kept secure. There is accountability, and you have all this list of responsible AI pillars or whatever. But then this bigger question remains: why is it used for? Right? Is it okay to use for such things? So second question is moral questions raised as AI as subjects, right? So some of you might have heard about the trolley problem and similar things, right? What kind of decisions an AI will take when or when autonomous cars become prominent, what kind of moral philosophy it should follow, and things like that. So that's the second thing. Okay, why is this slide going very weird? Okay, now I will tell you a story of this horse. I don't know how many of you heard about this horse, Clever Hans. Has any of you heard about this horse, Clever Hans? You are the only one. Hi, we met few months ago in CCD. Yeah. So so Clever Hans is a horse in 1907 in Germany. Now the story is that William von Ochen, or I keep forgetting his name, he was a animal trainer and an arithmetic teacher. Now he had a horse which was called Hans. Now Hans had a magical ability. That was, it can solve mathematical problems. So I mean, we all followed very cute dogs on Instagram, right? Who are obeying things, dogs with tap buttons to convey your message. But what about a horse that solves arithmetics? Now, when the master, he asks questions, what Hans does was he uses his hoof. There's a mechanism where he makes his certain movements, certain hoof movement, and then that is translated into a board, and you got the answer. So Hans knew what is 4 plus 5. It's 9. Hans knew what is 3 plus 7. It is 10. So Hans was a huge trend. Hans was viral back in the ages. But then there was this professor of psychology called Oscar Fungst. He was curious. He was a journalist. He keeps saying, no, that's not possible. How can only Hans is the only smart horse in the whole world which can solve algorithm? So one day this guy came and started asking some questions. Now then he realized Hans only know the answers to the questions to which his masters know the answer. If the master doesn't know what is 21 plus 4, then Hans doesn't know 21 plus 4. Then further on observation, it was realized that Hans was just observing the micro emotions of the masters. So that's a proven theory that animals can observe micro emotions. So today's AI is pretty much that. Whether we speak about LLMs, we speak about generative AI or reinforcement learning, it's learning on what only we know so far. Now, that also causes many problems. Now, this slide shows about a very tragic issue. So there was this Palestinian youngster. He was standing next to a JCB, and he posted a Facebook message in Arabic. It was a good morning message he posted. You know, like our KSUM Ammavans and our aunties who sends you good morning messages with the lotus flower or rose flower. My mother always used rose flower. I don't know why. So he was doing the same thing. Unfortunately, because there was a JCB in the background and Facebook's algorithm mistranslated it, it has attacked them. This poor fellow was tortured for hours and hours by Israeli security forces. And I don't have to explain you how bad they torture. So that's one use case scenario. Now you have seen so many others on the side. Amazon tried an AI recruitment tool which kept suggesting white male dudes as the best candidates. Or the Compass. Compass was a parole allocation software created in US, which keeps giving very low risk score for white Americans who has done weapon assault over black Americans who had done petty crimes. You had the UK Parliament issue. There are so many issues. There was another issue called UK's +2 exams or A-level exams, where students, good students from poor neighborhood got low mark, while bad students from a very high, the fancy neighborhood got high mark. So these are some of the minor things that's been happened in the last few years. And you can check out Sean. There's this thing called AI incidents database. It's a phenomenal tool to track this kind of things. Now things got so bad that last month there was an attack on Moscow by ISIS Khorasan. Now everyone knew it was done by ISIS. There were evidence and all, but some of the Russian TVs decided to go with this clip. Now the guy you see on this side, he is the head of security of Ukraine's defense forces. Now what happened is, the video that the Russian television broadcasted in daylight is a video of him taking responsibility for that attack. this guy taking claim for that attack. But turns out that was a deep fake. Since the Russia-Ukraine war was going on, this was a perfect propaganda. Now we have seen how this technology, which is phenomenal. I mean, I'm a big fan of AI technology, and one of the things that I love about it, how it can improve accessibility to healthcare, how it can solve many of the problems, whether it's pest detection or healthcare diagnostics and numerous hundreds of problems. But on the other hand, things like this happens. Now, the numbers of this kind of incidents keep surging all the years, and I don't think I had to attend. Now, there's a bigger challenge. So I work with the Global Futures Council in World Economic Forum, and we are working on a white paper that calls the Red Lines. So have you heard about Asimov's laws of robotics? Anybody? Asimov's laws of robotics? Yeah. So we are working on something similar to that for AI. We call it Red Lines. And one of them is that no AI system should recommend biochemical weapons to a user. Now, why is that? So there's something called de novo method. De novo method is also called a generative chemistry. It's very popular. It's been used regularly in creation of molecules in healthcare space, in creation of drug discovery. Now, some of the students from MIT, they used LLM and some of this method, and they got recipes of hundreds of bioweapons. You could just start manufacturing. Now things got crazy when some of the researchers used one of the most sophisticated tools, and it started giving recipes of VX and the sarin gas and things like this. This is the paper they published. So this asks the questions: how safe are these tools? Where we will end up, right? What does that happens if this kind of technology ends up in the hand of rogue creators? So that's why do we need ethics? So first of all, there is this risk of building technology tools that are not safe for humanity or even possess existential threat, like people like Nick Bostrom, who is now a controversial figure, or Stuart Russell, and many of them are advocating on that narrative. Then there's a question, right? AI is reflecting many of the socio-economic evil we have. And tools are developed without any concern to understanding of socio-economic context. For example, everyone is talking about language translation tools, oh, we can do the millions and dollars and all those things. But in most cases, these tools fail to understand the correct translation because it doesn't get the cultural context. It doesn't get, if I, now this is the viral trend in Instagram. If I call one of the guys out there and say, Adichi Keri Vada, what does it translate into? Right? When I say it, people know what it means. But if you translate literally into, I'm not asking or promoting violence here. I'm just asking in a different way, right? So now that's why, and the final problem is, this is an area I'm working very closely these days, is that AI might be increasing inequality, and that's a big concern. For example, I have been going to colleges and schools, not in the main cities but in rural India. So the disparity you see, for example, when I'm in a college like Christ in Bangalore, where I speak to the students, the way the number of things they knew related to AI, it's incredible, it's impressive. But on the other hand, if you go, I will tell you a very famous college in Central Travancore, and I spoke to the smartest students there. Their knowledge of AI is like really, really shocking. So this asks a question: is this technology only for the affluent? What if people who can't pay $20 for a ChatGPT subscription, what will they do? And the slide so that's another question, right? So, well, I have my slides here. Yeah, so if it's working, yes. So that's a bigger challenge, this inequality. And it goes beyond. We speak about jobs. One of the things, so when you ask a question, hey, what is going to happen with your jobs? You will hear two answers. One, AI is going to create more jobs. Who created the narrative in India? I did that a few years back. Second thing you hear is, no. You need to upskill, you need to reskill. Who created the narrative in India? I did that. So that's why when people tell that to me, I get irritated, because I know that that's not the reality going to be. Where you are going to upskill and reskill into. I know a 50-year-old copywriter who worked with me, a brilliant editor, a wonderful writer, he lost his job at the age of 50 because ChatGPT can do half of his work. Now, is it reasonable for asking him, hey, bro, come here. You need to upskill and reskill. So what does I do? Learn to code. Start making program. Learn Python, learn R. Is that the reasonable thing to do? It's like നമ്മൾ മലയാളത്തിൽ പറയുകയല്ല ഈ അണ്ണാനെ നീന്താൻ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന പോലെയാണ്. So that's where things are happening. That's where, and I will give you a very good scenario. Then the other scenario. No. AI plus human. That is going to happen. No, that's also BS. I know that. Because one AI plus human is going to replace 100 humans. I will give you a very simple example. Some of the jobs, so I'm an alumnus of London School of Economics, and I was on the campus recently, and there was this book launched by one of the professors, and they were talking in 2018, they were talking about jobs that AI won't take away. Do you know what was the answer? AI will never take away any creative jobs. It can't write poetry. It can't create images. No way. Now this time when I go, the same professor was there. He was telling, AI can't take away jobs that requires emotions. AI can't exhibit emotions. Do you know what? Have you heard about sociopaths? There are sociopaths among us. I don't know. Maybe some of us might be. Who doesn't have emotions but exhibits, fake the emotions through actions, words, and communication, which AI can do, of course. So this is what happening. And now I will give you a different scenario of jobs. Let's say there is a doctor. Let's talk about a hospital, right? Let's say there is a Trivandrum hospital and there is 3 doctors in that hospital. Now you have to pay 1 lakh rupees for 3 doctors. The hospital is paying 3 lakh rupees a month for this doctor. Suddenly somebody guy comes and says, you know what? I have a diagnostic AI tool. Why don't these doctors use it? Now this diagnostic tool is now helping doctors save 30% of their time, each of them. So will that result in all these doctors getting 30% of free time? No. The hospital is going to fire one of the doctor, and then use, with the help of AI, the other 2 doctors will do the extra job. So that's 1 doctor who lost the job. Now the second stage will be like, you will try to use AI a little more, and they will figure out you only need 1 doctor to do the diagnostics. And considering if they are all senior doctors, you will cut them off. Now you have to pay only 1 lakh rupees and whatever 1,000 subscription you have to pay for the AI tool. Now is the interesting part called lobbying comes into play. Now they will say, you know what, we don't need a senior doctor. Now let's say there's a regulation. The regulation, oh God. Whoever was doing it, I was reading somebody's WhatsApp text previously. So anyway, in the screen. So yeah, so let's say regulation comes into place. And one of the things regulation demands is there should be a human in the loop. AI must not take a decision. A human should sign off the decision. Okay, the hospital will say, you know what? We will get a fresher out of the hospital with an MBBS. You only need a doctor to sign it off. You don't need a senior. So again, you save the money. Now the lobbying plays and say, you only need a medical professional to sign it off. Who will come there? It can be a nurse. It can be a therapist, anyone. So this is how the job landscape will evolve. And I'm sorry, I was a big proponent of this technology. I still believe in that technology. I evangelized this technology, but that's how things are going to change. And so, yeah, these are the things with AI ethics. I think I have mentioned most of things, so I won't bore you with these things. So what is happening to AI ethics? It's fancy, all these guys are fired, their accountability, safety. The recent is Ilyas Kurvaiskar. If you don't know him, he's the man behind OpenAI. He's out. So many, we have seen what happened to Timnit Gibru and all those guys. So none of these guys, whether it's Google, whether it's Microsoft, whether it's OpenAI, Meta, whatever, who guys are in Valley, they don't have an ethics team or a safety team now, or a responsible AI team now. So yeah, that's how things are right now. Now, how do we fix this? So these are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. Yeah, 7 ways in which we can fix. So red lines I mentioned before. We are working on those kind of things. We are still debating what will be a behavioral red lines, or what kind of things we can do. Other things are ethical frameworks. Now there's a question, whose ethics framework? So that's another thing I'm working on how do we ensure that all the culture is represented. Second is education. I will get into that in the next slide. And AI literacy and public awareness. When people are aware about a problem, people will act. Participated design is another thing. If you are building a tool, why don't you include the people who will end up using, or who will end up become the beneficiaries of the tools involved? regulation and value alignment and red line. So value alignment is another thing, that how do we ensure that we build AI tools that's aligned to human values. So much thing. So coming to education, this is one of the things I do these days. It's called the Mozilla Responsible Computing Challenge. I mentioned it earlier in the panel. So we are trying to see how do we imagine how tech is taught in school. How do we ensure that the next generation of technologists are more responsible, more thoughtful. So these are some of the things we do. We grant awards, grants. We support cross-disciplinary community activities. Some of the things I think I won't take you through all those things. So this year's cohort I mentioned, like IITs and few other universities. So now AI literacy and public awareness. I don't know how many of you have seen this book in the TV show Three Body Problem. Have you, anyone of you watched Three Body Problem? No? Oh, okay. So this lady here, Rachel Carson, she was crucified in the mid 19th century, 20th century, because she was the first one to raise voice against DDT, pesticides. She was the one who pointed out that these things are affecting our lives. Back then, the companies, the government, everyone crucified her, even the media. Now we know what is the side effect of DDT is. So that's one thing, literacy and public awareness, an example. And I want to take you through the governance part. So we all know European Union has an AI regulation. I work with OECD. There's something called OECD principles, which is the base framework based on which other regulations are being made. So we just added some of the things, environmental and environmental concerns were added in, human rights were added in. We updated the principles. White House and some of the US government entities like NIST has came out with many principles. UN Secretary General have a tech envoy, Amandeep Gill. He's working on it. And of course, World Economic Forum is working on things like value alignment and red lines. So another program I'm working on. So this is an effort of what I'm trying to do here is we're trying to create a collective of students, practitioners, and general public. So it's called a Samaj AI. What we are trying to do is we want to study the job displacement, which nobody speaks about. We want to strengthen the integrity and fairness of democratic process. So ensure that AI is not misused. And we want to establish ethical frameworks, which is based out of Global South and the general. So this is another way of how we overcome this, right? Participator design part. So yes, so thank you very much. I can take questions if you have time, or else you can meet up there. And yeah, this QR code, if any of you want to work with me on the Samaj project, you can just scan the QR code and it will brings up a Google form. I'm trying to create a platform where it's volunteers are working 1 hour, 2 hour a week. But the idea is to bring collective thoughts, participatory design, and to ensure that there is a strong voice on the other side of the aisle. It's easy to talk about 10,000 millions and crores and all, but I believe we, as the election results has also shown, in the end, we are all people with consciousness. We also always want to do what is right and what is good. Thank you. Okay.
Samaj AI, yeah.
So the idea is, I will tell you something simple. I was working with a very prominent organization, and I was in so many important meetings where the question of AI and job comes. So I brings up this question. We should discuss this. No, we don't want to discuss this. So I will tell you something that came to my attention. So a prominent IT company in India is offering a package for a software engineer, fresher. They are offering him 3.5 lakhs per annum with 3-year bond, and they must work in any of their offices across the country. It's a very famous name. I don't want to get a defamation lawsuit by mentioning their name here. Now, that is the state of technology education in India. We keep admiring all these guys, but Indian IT industry is just cheap labor. It's what Foxconn did in China is what Indian IT companies are doing. I'm sorry to say this, because when is the last time an Indian IT company innovated something genuinely? Now, many of these folks have, some of the people in the periphery has moved into data annotation. They are saying it's for empowerment. Jobs are coming. AI is creating job. What is that job? Data empowerment, data annotating. How long that job will exist? So there is this concept that people say domain expertise is very important. If you have domain expertise, you will thrive in AI. Now, there was this incredible documentary about the AlphaGo, the AI program by DeepMind, which defeated Lee Sedol, the Messi of Go in the Go game. That's like the landmark moment in AI. If you watch that, the AlphaGo was taught by a Belgian Chinese Go player. It was his brain, it was his expertise. He was playing hundreds and thousands of games with this model. Where is he now? Nobody wants him because his expertise being sucked out, right? So the reality about jobs and future, I mean, it can be gloomy, it can be tricky. I mean, I don't know, I don't have the answer. And I keep wondering how will that play out? The job displacement and the economic divide that will comes out, right? Because in the end, we have seen Silicon Valley lies, Silicon Valley cheat, profit is all that matters. So my idea is, I am working with people from Kenya, the Kenyan AI ecosystem, Tanzania, Philippines. We are trying to create an organization that speaks for normal people's fear, normal people's concern, and with a focus on students, right? What will you tell BA English students today? Many of them want to be journalists, many of them want to be copy editors. Now, when I'm asking BA English students in Christ University, everybody wants to become teachers because that's the only job option they have. Now, if there is no student to study, then how you will? Because now I went to another university, another college, Assumption College, Changnacherry, where the teachers are excess. No, we don't have enough students. We are put on excess. We are trying to do this. So this is the scenario. So the idea of Samaj is to bring people, be strong, be vocal. There is a lot of rumors about AI regulation happening in India. And we know how it will be shaping up. Whose ideas will be represented? I have been in all these meetings. I have been sitting with all these guys. So the idea is to have common man's voice heard, simply to put.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, I would like to ask on predictive crime, because collecting large data sets and then predicting whoever may be the potential killer or criminal. Likewise, can we think of a predictive cyber crime with help of GAI?
Sir, this is a big problem. Predictive policing. It's called predictive policing. It exists. Now, the problem is, for some reason, the predictive policing always arrests blacks in America. The problem is with the data. So our data is so skewed. For example, I will tell you this. This is a program done by Wadhwani in Maharashtra. So there's a hospital in Maharashtra where every newborn child has the same weight for the last 20 years. Is it possible? I mean, I think I was 3 kg or 2 kg when I was born, right? Everyone's weight differs, right, when you are born. But everyone has the same weight. Why? Because the nurses didn't bother to put the right data. We are horrible in data collection. We are really bad in data collection. Sir, now, this causes two problems, sir. One, the skewed data. Okay. Second, lack of data. Now, if you want to make a, let's say, a health algorithm, right? Now we have data. My data will be there. Your data will be there. Sir, what about the data of the people in Attapadi? It won't be there.
Sir, there is a English 2 lines. Water everywhere, but not a thing. Likewise, data everywhere, but not a credible data.
Yep. So we have another saying, sir. I love what you said. Another saying is that India is data rich and technologically poor. Exactly. But the thing is, our data, there's an open data website by the government. Go there. The data is put like ulta and taladirinya PDFs are there. I don't know how anyone is going to use those data.
Topsy-turvy data.
So that's the thing. That data is just mirroring the society. Do you want this AI models? Let's say we are talking about AGI, general intelligence, which will happen in 5 year, 10 year. I don't know. I don't know if that happens. Do you want, when AGI comes, do you want it to reflect our negative sides? Or when ASI comes in, whenever that is super intelligent, do you want it to act with all the biases, all the negativity we have? That's a question.
Sir, one more question regarding internet or cyber singularity. A point will reach when there will be no laws applicable. That is the emergent behavior of generative AI. It is quite unexpected. Dimensions will come. Do you think it is scary?
What if we are actually cross the singularity and this is a simulation?
There's simulation.
What if this is a simulation we are living in? There is theories, there is studies. Actually, if you look at the studies done by Nick Bostrom, he says that there is only there is a 99.94 chance that we are not in the base civilization. It could be, we don't know. So anything can be there, but yeah, singularity, some of these terms are thrown by the companies and all, but as of now, for objective reality, we are not close to achieve some that kind of thing. We have language models which are pretty much like the hands, clever hands, and it is very expensive to run these models, trust me. It's very expensive. So maybe it will move into edge. Maybe now the new trend is small language models. Let's hope that will come.
Sir, with the advent of quantum computing, it will be more scary.
Yeah. Quantum computing will be amazing. But yeah, scary as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Jivo. So I think he has another presentation that he has to do tomorrow, and he was preparing for that, and in between that he came here for the session. Yeah, thank you. So that marks the end of the 11th anniversary of FAYA OTT. So in 2013, when we actually, I started my company in Bangalore and then came to Technopark. And then we were missing communities here. We cannot find a community. And there were sessions that is happening, which was in 5-star hotels, which need to be paid 5,000 rupees to 10,000 rupees to even to attend the event. So, and normally people doesn't go and attend those events. And say like in Kerala, these type of technology sessions doesn't become successful. And that is the reason why people are not doing sessions here. And when I was trying to start some session, there were many people who are against that because it will start increasing attrition in the companies, because people will go and learn things which is not required in the company, so that people, HRs will come there and start poaching people from other companies. So it is not possible, and I was not getting a space, and that is where we started within FAYA Floor of Madness. We just made a space there and started it with some small session. We just thought like, whether people come or not, it doesn't matter, we will not stop. And for the past 11 years, we have been continuously doing that. And from there, from there, when it was a situation where there is no technology session, we can see like right now, a lot of sessions that happens in Kerala, each and every thing is very successful with participation. So there was a transition that happened, and everyone is thinking about free knowledge sharing. Like right now, there is free access to knowledge everywhere, and we are very happy that starting a moment in 2013 and persevering it so far, it was great support from the community there. There were hundreds of speakers who had came there, and everyone is coming there and talking for free. If we know something, that is, we just want to share it. And Nasscom was associating with us from its 37th edition, and then at the 50th edition we had Disrupt Kerala in 2017, where we want to give an awareness like it is time for us to look around, and we have to break our echo chambers, and we have to be prepared for the future. So so that was the 50th edition. Then the 100th edition we had Evolve India 2023, where we discussed like we have to be prepared for the unpredictable. There is something unpredictable that is happening. ChatGPT is there and all those things. We do not know that whether it is there to stay or not. And now we have the Transcend India 2024. This is just like when like there is challenge there, but it is a big opportunity for us, just because India has that much data in the digital format, and AI needs data. And many of the times, as Jibu mentioned, like we are driven by service companies where we have much higher quality people, we have much capable people, but they aspire to just do some mediocre work and just fill the billing for the customer. And that is where we lack. And then one quick story that why I started, because I started my company with somebody called Jeremiah Jacks. He was the first person to do the SQL injection in this world. He was the first person to expose SQL injection when he was 19. And then we started something called Badass Programmers, where we always look for quality and pixel perfection. Okay. And then we kept on doing it. But when I went to US, when I was talking about like we are from India, people were telling like badass programmers are from India. They cannot believe it because India is known for low quality, cheap labor. It is just like we have a mobile phone with high quality this thing and China set ആണെന്ന് പറയില്ലേ, അതുപോലെയാണ് ഇവിടുത്തെ പ്രോഗ്രാമിങ്ങിനെ കൺസിഡർ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ബട്ട് ദ വേൾഡിലെ ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റ് സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ ഡെവലപ്പേഴ്സ്, ഏറ്റവും ടോപ്പ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ എല്ലാവരും ബെസ്റ്റ് ബ്രെയിൻസ് കം ഫ്രം ഹിയർ. ദ ഓൺലി പ്രോബ്ലം ഹിയർ ഈസ് we do not have access to people and the network. എന്ത് നമുക്ക് ഒരുമിച്ച് വന്ന് നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ആ ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ ആസ്പയർ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള അവസരമില്ല. And what happens in Silicon Valley and other places when we boast about it, it is just a culture there where everyone has access to people, network, funding and all those things, right? So we have seen Ekelevin, we have seen Jijo Sunny who has built and who went to Y Combinator. All those people started from here itself. And we always start thinking about product and ഇവിടെ ലോക്കൽ എക്കോസിസ്റ്റത്തിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെറിയ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തിട്ട് ലേബറസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ഐഡിയാസും ബിസിനസ്സിനെ കൺവേർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളും ആലോചിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സ്ഥലമാണ് നോർമലി. ബട്ട് ആസ് ഓഫ് നൗ തിങ്സ് ഹാവ് ചേഞ്ച്ഡ്. വി ആർ സീയിങ് എ ലോട്ട് ഓഫ് കമ്പനീസ് ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് എമർജിങ്. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ മുഫീദ് വാസ് സപ്പോസ് ടു ജോയിൻ ഹിയർ, ഹു ബിൽഡ് ദേവിക എ, അതായത് ഡെവിൻ വന്നപ്പോൾ ഡെവിന്റെ ഓൾട്ടർനേറ്റീവ് അവരൊരു തള്ളു വന്നു, നമ്മൾ ഇവിടുന്ന് തള്ളി. And we just like that India has an alternative for Devika, the Devin, that is Devika. And then on the session.a, that company got incubated right now in Y Combinator. So we said a processing night പോയിരിക്കണം, അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇന്ന് വരാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്. So YC പോലുള്ള സ്ഥലങ്ങൾ നമുക്ക് accessible അല്ല എന്ന് ചിന്തിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സ്ഥലത്ത് വന്നിട്ട് all these things are possible for us. Only thing is like we have to build and ship. നേരത്തെ ജിജോ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ യൂസ്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാർക്ക് വേണ്ട സാധനങ്ങൾ ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള ചിന്തിച്ചത് വളരെ സിമ്പിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ബൈ മീ എ കോഫി ഒന്ന് ആലോചിച്ച് നോക്കുക. ഒരു ബട്ടൺ ആയിരുന്നു $1 billion കമ്പനി ആയിട്ട് മാറി. എന്താ ചെയ്യുന്നത്? നമ്മൾ ഡൊണേറ്റ് നൗ എന്ന് പറയുന്നതിന് പകരം ബൈ മീ എ കോഫി, എന്നിട്ട് $3 എന്താണ് ഫോർ എ കോഫി, ഒരു ബ്ലോഗറിന് കോഫി വാങ്ങി കൊടുക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു ഇമോഷൻ ആണ് അവിടെ സെല് ചെയ്തത്. ആൻഡ് ദാറ്റ് ബിക്കം $1 billion. ആൻഡ് സ്ട്രൈപ്പ് ഉള്ള കമ്പനീസ് ആണ് അതിനകത്ത് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തേക്കുന്നത്. സോ നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടത് ചെറിയ ചെറിയ ടെക്നോളജി പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റും, നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും സ്കിൽ സെറ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. സ്കിൽ സെറ്റിനെ മൂർച്ച കൂട്ടുക. ആൻഡ് ഓൾസോ ദ ഡെൽറ്റ ഓഫ് ലേണിംഗ്. നമ്മളെപ്പോഴും ലേണിംഗ് ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ പഠിക്കുന്നുവെങ്കിൽ ആ പഠനത്തിന്റെ ചേഞ്ച് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, മാറിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളെ കുറിച്ച് അവയർനെസ് ഉണ്ടാവുക. ആൻഡ് ദെൻ ബിൽഡ് ദാറ്റ് തിങ്. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് വാട്ട് FAYA Port 80 was meant for. And right now we have a group of technology companies came together with something called MuLearn. MuLearn in ഏകദേശം 32,000 students across the state are part of it, and each campus they are having such free knowledge sharing learning circles. So FAYA Port 80 11 വർഷമായി. ഇത് എന്നും തുടരുക എന്നുള്ളതല്ല. This is the beginning of an end of FAYA Port 80. ഇനി അടുത്ത ഒരു വർഷം കൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് FAYA Port 80 സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ആവണം. ആൻഡ് FAYA Port 80 should wither away across all campuses, across all companies, and ചെറിയ ഡീസെൻട്രലൈസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ലേണിംഗ് സെഷൻസ് അവിടെയൊക്കെ നടക്കുന്ന രീതിയിലേക്ക് മാറണം. ആ ഒരു ജേർണിയിലാണ് നമ്മൾ. ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ കുറേ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് കിട്ടിയ ആൾക്കാരെ കണ്ടു അല്ലെ. അടുത്ത വർഷം നമ്മൾ സംസാരിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് that would be the end of FAYA Port 80, where we will be seeing successful products, globally successful ആയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രോഡക്ട്സ് കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് ഉണ്ടാവും, നമ്മൾ കാണും. And thank you so much for joining. And I would like to bring in my team. That is Jijo was the committee and Pallavi was also there. And then Baki MuLearn team, Taha, Mohammed, എല്ലാവരും ഒന്ന് സ്റ്റേജിലേക്ക് ഒന്ന് വരാമോ? നമുക്കൊരു ഫോട്ടോ എടുക്കാം. And then let's അക്ഷയ, അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് എന്നിട്ട് എല്ലാവർക്കും കൂടി ഒരു ഫോട്ടോ എടുക്കാം. Raja, please come. So it is not a one-person show. It is just like hundreds of speakers. നിങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുക, 100 കണക്കിന് സ്പീക്കേഴ്സ് ഇവിടെ വന്ന് ഓവർ ദ ഇയേഴ്സ് സംസാരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത്രയും ആൾക്കാർ വന്ന് കണക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ദേ ആർ ഗിവിംഗ് ബാക്ക്. അവരിവിടെ വന്ന് പല പ്രാവശ്യം പല കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് ദേ ഗെറ്റിംഗ് ബെനിഫിറ്റഡ്. ആൻഡ് ദാറ്റ് ഫ്രീ നോളജ് ഷെയറിംഗ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു കൾച്ചർ ആൻഡ് കൺസെപ്റ്റ് അത് എല്ലാവരും ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുക. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഹോർഡ് ചെയ്യുക അല്ല, യു ഹാവ് ടു ഷെയർ ഇറ്റ് ടു അതേഴ്സ്. ആൻഡ് നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരുമിച്ച് കൈപിടിച്ച് നിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരു വലിയൊരു നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് ആണ് ദിസ് തിങ് ദാറ്റ് വി ആർ ക്രിയേറ്റിംഗ്. ഓക്കെ, യാ, എല്ലാവരും ഒന്ന് വരുമോ? ലെറ്റ്സ് Jijo was the one who was completely behind the committee.
താങ്ക് യു.
And Kichu, all the creatives that you see here and everything was done by team. Radesh, Varayashan എന്നാണ് വിളിക്കുന്നത്. വീഡിയോസ് എല്ലാം നമ്മുടെ അരുണാണ്. വാ ഗോവിന്ദ്. ഫസ്റ്റ് എന്നിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ഫുഡ് ഉണ്ട്, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് എല്ലാവരും ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഫോട്ടോ എടുക്കാം. എന്നിട്ട് ജൂഡ്ലിൻ, ദിവ്യ, ഹാരിസ്, അഞ്ജലി, ചൈതന്യ, വിഷ്ണു, എല്ലാവരും വാ. പിന്നെ എല്ലാവർക്കും ടീഷർട്ട് കിട്ടിയായിരുന്നോ? ടീഷർട്ട് കിട്ടിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ ദർ ഇസ് ഓൾസോ ടീഷർട്ട്സ് അവൈലബിൾ. അത് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുക, നമുക്കതിന്റെ ഒരുമിച്ച് ഫുഡ് വയ്ക്കാം. വാ ജോബി, നമുക്ക് ടീഷർട്ട് അടിക്കാനായിട്ട് പറ്റില്ല എന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചിരുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഇന്നലെ എവിടെയൊക്കെയൊക്കെ ജോബി വാ, ഒറ്റ രാത്രി കൊണ്ട് എവിടെയോ പോയിട്ട് ടീഷർട്ട് റെഡിയാക്കി പ്രിന്റ് ചെയ്ത് സബ്ലിമേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടുവന്നതാണ് ഇന്നെല്ലാവരും ഇട്ടിരിക്കണേ. പാലക്കാട് ഇന്നലെ രാത്രി പോയിട്ട് തിരിച്ചെത്തിയതാണ്. So there is such perseverance that happened. Prujin, ba about Raja, ba Jishwan, Umar Abdul Salam ഇവിടെ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും? ഉമർ ഒന്ന് വരുമോ? ഉമറിനെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും പരിചിതം ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കും. So he was live streaming the event also in his channel. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഈ കാര്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം മാറണം, നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിനെ മാറ്റണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയയിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഘോരം ആൾക്കാരെ ഇൻസ്പയർ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളാണ്. ഒരു ഇൻഫ്ലുവൻസർ ഇത് മൊത്തം കാണാതെ പഠിച്ച് എഴുതി വെച്ചിട്ട് പറയണാണെന്ന് സംശയം. നമുക്കൊന്ന് ടെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യണമല്ലോ. കുറച്ച് ജനറേറ്റഡ് ആണോ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞോ, ഉമർ അബ്ദുൽ സലാം ഒറിജിനൽ ആണോ എന്ന് അറിയാനായിട്ട്.
അല്ല, ഇന്ന് ഈ വേദിയിൽ വന്ന സമയത്ത് ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും ദീപു ചേട്ടനോട് പറയുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്, നേരത്തെ ഇവിടെ നടന്ന ഡിസ്കഷൻ പെട്ടെന്ന് മലയാളത്തിലേക്ക് സ്വിച്ച് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരുടെയും ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് മാറി. അതുവരെ മൊബൈലിലൊക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെ സ്ക്രോൾ ചെയ്യുകയും ഇടയ്ക്ക് സെഷൻ കേൾക്കുകയും ചെയ്തിരുന്ന ആൾക്കാരൊക്കെ but I'm more comfortable in Malayalam, that's why. Okay. അപ്പോ ഈ വലിയൊരു വിഭാഗം ആൾക്കാർ അവരുടെ ശ്രദ്ധ ഇതിലേക്ക് ഫോക്കസ് വന്നപ്പോൾ ഈ ഇവന്റ് യൂട്യൂബിൽ ലൈവ് സ്ട്രീം ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, അവിടെയും ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ഈ ഒരു ഭാഷയുടെ ഒരു ഡിസ്കണക്ട് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഫയ പോർട്ടേറ്റ് ഈ ഒരു നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഒരു വർഷം കൊണ്ട് അവസാനിക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഇതിന് ഒരുപാട് കുട്ടികൾ ഉണ്ടാവും എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, ഒരുപാട് ക്യാമ്പസുകളിലൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാവും എന്നെല്ലാം പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ. എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ ഒരു വെർണാക്കുലർ ലാംഗ്വേജിൽ ആൾക്കാരുമായിട്ട് ടെക്നോളജി കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിച്ചാൽ, ഇപ്പം ഇന്നും ഒരു വലിയ ഒരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് ഞാനൊക്കെ നേരിടുന്നത് എന്താന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ, മലയാളത്തിൽ ഇത്തരം ടോപ്പിക്കുകൾ എന്താ ഇയാൾക്ക് മാത്രമേ AI പിരാന്തുള്ളൂ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നാട്ടിൽ AI വരുന്നതല്ല ഇയാളെ മാത്രം ബാധിക്കുന്ന പോലെയാണല്ലോ പറയുന്നത് എന്നൊക്കെ ഉള്ളൊരു ചോദ്യമുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഇത് ഒരു വൈഡർ ഓഡിയൻസിലേക്ക് എത്തണം എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഒരുപാട് ആൾക്കാർ ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് സംസാരിക്കണം. ഇതൊരു ഒരു കോമൺ വേർഡായിട്ട് മാറണം. അപ്പൊ അതിന് എല്ലാവരുടെയും ഒരു എഫേർട്ട് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആണ്. എനിക്ക് തന്നെ
ഹലോ
ദീപു ചേട്ടനൊക്കെ നൽകുന്ന ഒരു ഇൻസ്പിറേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. ഈ ഒരു ടോപ്പിക്കിൽ എപ്പോഴും അപ്ഡേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ട് ഇരിക്കാനും ഇതിൽ വേണ്ടുന്ന ഒരു നെറ്റ്വർക്കിലേക്കുള്ള കണക്ടിവിറ്റി നൽകാനൊക്കെ വലിയൊരു ഇൻസ്പിറേഷൻ ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു ഇവന്റ്, ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു ഫോറം ഏതെങ്കിലും രൂപത്തിൽ നിലനിൽക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എപ്പോഴും നമ്മളൊക്കെ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന കാര്യം. പക്ഷെ അദ്ദേഹത്തിനും തന്നെ എന്താ പറയുക, കഴിഞ്ഞൊരു 11 വർഷമായിട്ട് നിലനിർത്തിയ ഒരു എനർജി ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, അതന്നെ ഭയങ്കര കമൻഡബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു അച്ചീവ്മെന്റ് ആണ്. അപ്പൊ ഇനി ഇത് നമ്മുടെയൊക്കെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്തമാണ് ഈ ഒരു സിസ്റ്റം മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ. അപ്പൊ അതിനുള്ള ഇനീഷ്യേറ്റീവ് ഇനി പരിപാടിയിൽ പങ്കെടുത്ത എല്ലാവരും എടുക്കുമെന്ന് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. നന്ദി.
ആന്റണി, ഒരാളെ കൂടി എനിക്ക് പരിചയപ്പെടുന്നുണ്ട്. നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് രജിസ്ട്രേഷനും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ചെയ്ത മേക്ക് മൈ പാസ് ടീം ഷഹീൻ, നമ്മുടെ പൈഗ്രാമേഴ്സ് എന്നൊരു കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ഇവിടെ മ്യൂലറിലേക്ക് വരികയും ഇന്ന് മേക്ക് മൈ പാസ് ഇവിടുത്തെ എല്ലാ ഇവന്റ്സും കാര്യങ്ങളും എല്ലാം എങ്ങനെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു? ആ മേക്ക് മൈ പാസിന്റെ ചെക്കിനും രജിസ്ട്രേഷനും ഒക്കെ മേക്ക് മൈ പാസ് നമ്മൾ ഇവിടെ ഒഫീഷ്യലി ഇന്ന് ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യാണ്.
അതെ, ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നു ആ ഇതോടുകൂടി. അപ്പോൾ മേക്ക് മൈ പാസിൽ നമ്മൾ ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് എന്താ, ലാർജർ ഇവന്റ്സിൽ ഒരു എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്.
എക്സ്പീരിയൻസും ഡാറ്റ ഡ്രിവണും ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ഇവന്റ്സിനെ ടെക് ഇനേബിൾഡ് ആക്കി നടത്തുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഇൻ ഷോർട്ട്. അപ്പൊ അതിന്റെ ഒരു പാർട്ടാണ് ടിക്കറ്റിംഗ് എന്നുള്ളത്.
പിന്നെ നമുക്ക് ഫണ്ട് ഡിസൈൻ ടീം അമൽ സി പി ഒക്കെ ഇവിടെ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്, ജെനിൻ, ഇവരൊക്കെ ഒരു പിന്നെ എന്താണ് അടിപൊളി. നേരത്തെ നമ്മുടെ പ്രശാന്ത് നായർ IAS വന്നിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ ഉന്നതി എന്ന പ്രോജക്ട് മ്യൂലോണായിട്ട് ചെയ്തു എന്നുള്ളതൊക്കെ. അപ്പൊ ഇവരൊക്കെ വന്ന് വോളണ്ടറി ആയിട്ട് ചെന്നിട്ട് ഒറ്റ രാത്രി കൊണ്ട് അവർക്ക് പിന്നെ എന്ത് ചെയ്തോട്ടെ, ഉന്നതി വെബ്സൈറ്റിന്, ഉന്നതിക്ക് ഒരു വെബ്സൈറ്റ് ഇല്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഈ വാസ് ജസ്റ്റ് കമ്മിങ് ആൻഡ് ടോക്കിംഗ് ഇൻ മ്യൂലർ. നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഡേ ഇവർ ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്തു. ആൻഡ് ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റ് വെബ്സൈറ്റിനുള്ള എന്തൊക്കെ അവാർഡൊക്കെ പുള്ളി കിട്ടി. ഹി വാസ് വെരി സർപ്രൈസ്. അത്രയും ക്വാളിറ്റിയിൽ സാധനങ്ങൾ ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് കേപ്പബിലിറ്റി ഉള്ള സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് എവരിവൺ ഈസ് സ്റ്റഡിങ് ആൻഡ് ദേ ഹാവ് പ്രൂഫ് ഓഫ് വർക്ക്. ആൻഡ് അമലാണെങ്കിൽ വലിയ കച്ചവടക്കാരനും കൂടിയാണ്.
അപ്പോൾ ഫണ്ട് ഡിസൈൻ ഞങ്ങളുടെ നെയിം രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയി. കമ്പനി പ്രൈവറ്റ് ലിമിറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ട് ഫണ്ട് ഡിസൈൻ സൊല്യൂഷൻസ് എന്നാണ് കമ്പനിയുടെ പ്രൈവറ്റ് ലിമിറ്റഡ് നെയിം. വിത്തിൻ 3 days ബാക്കിയുള്ള രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻസ് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആവും. ബാക്കിയുള്ള പ്രോസസ് ഓൺ ഗോയിങ് ആണ്. എല്ലാ അപ്ഡേറ്റ്സും ദീപചേട്ടൻ പറയുന്നതായിരിക്കും.
അല്ല, കോളേജിൽ തന്നെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഏൺ വാല്യൂലാണ്. നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ പറയില്ലേ വിദേശത്തൊക്കെ പോകുന്ന സമയത്ത് അവിടെയും എല്ലാവരും ആ ഒരു സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് ജോലി ചെയ്യുക, എന്നിട്ട് പഠിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത്. ഇവിടുത്തെ നമ്മുടെ പാരന്റ്സിനോടുള്ള ഒരു ഡിപ്പെൻഡൻസി ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ദ ബിഗ്ഗസ്റ്റ് പ്രോബ്ലം ദാറ്റ് യു ഹാവ്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആ ഒരു സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യത്തോടുകൂടി കാര്യങ്ങൾ തീരുമാനം എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്തതും എല്ലാം എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എന്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാലും വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് പൈസ വാങ്ങണമെന്ന് പറയുന്ന ആ ഒരു കൾച്ചറാണ്. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് സംതിങ് ദാറ്റ് വി ഹാവ് ടു ബ്രേക്ക്. ആൻഡ് ആസ് ഓഫ് നൗ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് വെരി ഈസി ഫോർ us ടു ഡു ദാറ്റ്. ബിക്കോസ് ചെറിയ രീതിയിൽ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഏകലവ്യനൊക്കെ ചെയ്ത കാര്യങ്ങൾ കണ്ടല്ലേ. അപ്പൊ ഏകലവ്യൻ അത് എന്തുകൊണ്ട് ഏകലവ്യന്റെ സെഷനും നമ്മുടെ ഗോവിന്ദന്റെ സെഷനും അതിനകത്തേക്ക് വന്നു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ബിക്കോസ് പീപ്പിൾ ഷുഡ് ഫീൽ ലൈക്ക് ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് എല്ലാവർക്കും ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് കഴിയുന്നതാണ്. എനിക്കും അത് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയുമെന്ന് തോന്നാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സെഗ്മെന്റ് തന്നെ അതിനകത്തേക്ക് വന്നത്. ഗോവിന്ദിന്റെ ASC പ്രോജക്ട്സ് ഗോവിന്ദ് ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നു. പിന്നെ മുഹമ്മദ് ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട്. മുഹമ്മദ് ഭയങ്കര റോബോട്ടിക് മ്യൂലേണിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ലേണിംഗ് സർക്കിളിന്റെ ആപ്പ് ഇന്ന് ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യുമെന്നാണ് പറഞ്ഞത് ഇന്ന്. പക്ഷേ ഓക്കെ, തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ പ്രിജിന്റെ വാക്കോപിക്സ് ഈസ് അനദർ കമ്പനി ദാറ്റ് ബോൺ ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് ദിസ് തിങ്. ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് വാക്കോപിക്സ്. ആക്ച്വലി ഇന്ന് ഏത് ക്യാമ്പസിനകത്താണെങ്കിലും എന്റെ മ്യൂലേണിന്റെ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് വീഡിയോസ് എഡിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാന്നുള്ളത് ആക്ച്വലി ലീഡ്സ് ദ മൂവി ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ്. ദർ ഇസ് ഓൾസോ എ മൂവി ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഔട്ട് ദാറ്റ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ ഇഷ്ടങ്ങൾ എന്താണോ ആ ഇഷ്ടങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്തിനും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പിലോട്ട് പോകാനായിട്ട് സഹായിക്കുന്ന കുറെ കൂട്ടുകാരെ കണ്ടെത്താൻ പറ്റുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് മ്യൂലേൺ. സോ FAYA Board will next 1 year will wither away into മ്യൂലേൺ across all the campuses and all the companies in the state. So that is what our plan is. Okay, so one final group photo, then we can close. Yeah.
ഫോട്ടോ എടുക്കാൻ എന്ത് കമന്റ്.
ലൈവ് പോകുന്നില്ലേ? നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഇവന്റിന്റെ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് കാര്യങ്ങളും നമുക്ക് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്തേക്കുന്ന ഒരു മനുഷ്യനാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കാണുന്ന ready, 1, 2, 3.
So എല്ലാരും ഡിന്നർ കഴിച്ചിട്ട് മാത്രം പോവാ. Dinner is arranged there, okay? Also t-shirt എല്ലാവർക്കും ഉണ്ട്. So get the t-shirt. Have dinner and we'll meet you soon. Thank you so much.